Chapter 31. Raven. They hurried through the wood, dusk on their heels. Above, crows cawed, their wings darkening the gaps between trees. Raven recalled what Hesis had said about her magic. "I can see through the eyes of crows." Jesper glanced skyward. "Wolves, now crows? Just once! I'd like not to be stalked through these wretched woods!" The nightmare led them. He broke his pace to tap his sword thrice upon the earth, then placed a hand upon a gnarled aspen tree. He shut his eyes, whispered. Eyes shut like that. It could have so easily been Elspeth. Raven's insides wrenched. "What are you doing?" "Asking for the way." A great stillness came over the wood. No breeze touched them. No leaves crunched beneath their boots. The mist held them in its arms, salt and sting and a chill that went so deep it reminded Raven of the dungeon at Stone. Then, one by one, the aspen branches began to turn. Crooked, they bent, but never snapped. All of them pointed east. When the nightmare opened his yellow eyes, they were bleary. "We're almost there." The mist thickened, and the sky became dark. The nightmare's sword gleamed in the dim light as he led them through bramble and dense underbrush. There was no path, but his gait was fast, sure. A pulsing pain cut across Raven's face, radiating from his nose, which had begun to bleed again. When blood dripped into his mouth, he coughed, spat it out. The nightmare turned. "I'm fine," Raven snapped. "Keep going." The ground began to slope downward into a shallow valley, the mist so dense and the sky so dark, Raven could hardly see an arm's length ahead. A thud sounded behind him, followed by a flurry of curses. Raven found Peter caught in a dogwood, freed him with a firm wrench to his collar. "We need to stop," Peter said. "We'll snap our ankles wading through bramble like this." He made a face. "Your nose is a mess, lad." "This whole journey is a mess," Jesper muttered. One glance at Raven's face made her stop short. "He's right. We should break for the night." "Here," came the nightmare's slippery voice from ahead. When they met him at the bottom of the valley, he was standing stone still at the edge of a new wood. The trees in front of him did not merely stand close to one another. They were a wall. Just like the lake, the woods stretched farther than the horizon. There were hundreds, thousands of trees all woven together. Raven's pulse quickened. He stepped forward, putting a calloused hand on a crooked trunk. "They're alder trees." The nightmare's voice slipped between his teeth. "The second begins at the neck of a wood, where you cannot turn back, though truly you should. Those here that enter are neither wary, clever, nor good. You know nothing of hell, till you've crossed the alder wood." Wind whispered through the trees, and on it, the biting scent of salt. "The twin alders card," Jesper said, her eyes cast skeptically down the endless row of trees. "It's inside." "Yes." "How do we get in?" "That is for tomorrow. For now." The nightmare turned, facing back the way they'd come. "Aspen," he murmured. The aspen trees began to move into the valley. Dirt upturned, and the ground rolled. Peter lost his balance and fell, and Jesper braced herself on Raven before she, too, caught a mouthful of dirt. The nightmare swung his sword in low, circular patterns, and the aspens followed in accordance. When the trees were finished rearranging themselves, they stood in a circle around the party. The nightmare clicked his blade thrice more, and the trees went still, so close together a child couldn't slip through the gaps in their trunks. "We should be safe from any manner of beast in here," the nightmare said. He turned, aimed the tip of his sword at Raven's face. "Sit down, Raven, you. I'm going to fix your broken beak." Raven's broad back pressed against an aspen trunk. He didn't like it. It felt too much like the pole he'd been tethered to in that fort, where he'd forfeited all his composure, where he'd killed Gorse. Peter lowered himself next to him with a grunt.
Wick.
He exhaled, voice uneven.
He broke my nose when we were kids. Hurt like hell. I'm fine.
The nightmare's chuckles sounded from a few paces away. He poured water from Peter's canteen over his hands, washing away grime. Jesper crouched on the farthest side of the aspen circle, all of them looking away while she relieved herself behind a shrub. When she finished, she stood, ran a hand over her cheek. Winced.
I'm not sure those bitches didn't break something in my face, too.
It was too dark to see much of her. The moon was but a pale smudge in the night sky, swathed in mist. Still, the swell of Jesper's left cheek was unmistakable. Raven hadn't noticed it during their fight in the courtyard. Otho's magic, that terrible smoke, had limned his vision in red. He hadn't known anything but rage and hate. Guilt clutched him by the throat. He dug in his pocket, squinting in the dim light to discern which card was pink.
Here,
he said, holding out the maiden card to the nightmare.
Hand this to her.
The nightmare's nostrils flared, his gaze passing over the maiden.
I can't touch it.
Raven raised his brows.
Believe me, I wish I could. I'd have saved myself the aggravation of traveling with you were I capable of taking back the twin alders myself. But this is still Elspeth's body. Any card I touch, she will absorb the object I paid to forge it.
Jesper rounded on him, plucking the maiden out of Raven's hands.
What did you pay for this one, Shepherd King? His hair, shorn off with a blade.
Peter answered. There was a pause.
What? It's not like I haven't read the old book.
Raven touched his nose, winced.
Didn't know you could read it all.
Peter's elbow met his bruised ribs.
Laugh while you can. We all know that pretty pink card won't do a thing to heal you.
Jesper tapped the maiden, closed her eyes, let out a long breath.
Trees,
she said, her voice reverent.
It feels so good not to be in pain.
She pressed a hand to her healed cheek, then tapped the maiden thrice more.
Say Elspeth touched this card instead of the nightmare all those years ago. She would have absorbed your hair? Yes,
the nightmare replied.
I had long hair. Dark.
His eyes raised over Raven's head.
Like yours. Perhaps it would have clogged her throat, strung itself around her heart, made a nest in her lungs.
Jesper took her seat next to Raven.
Just when I think you're getting tolerable, you go and open your mouth.
The nightmare approached on silent step. He loomed above them, clicked his teeth, then gripped Raven's nose. There was a terrible grinding sound, pain biting over the mask of Raven's face.
Fucking trees! As I suspected,
the nightmare said, indifferent.
Decidedly broken.
Raven jerked his head back.
You're hardly a physician. No, but I've mended my share of noses, my own in particular. I hope whoever broke it enjoyed the feeling. I'm sure he did. His voice caught in the mist. He had an exacting hand, Brutus Rowan, when it came to pain.
They all went still. Slowly, Jesper leaned forward. Did you know him well? The first Rowan king?
Piss on that,
Peter said.
Tell us what everyone spent 500 years guessing. Was he the one who killed you?
The nightmare didn't answer. His mouth was a tight line, and his eyes were on the trees. He had that faraway look he got when he was talking to Elspeth. Raven rolled his jaw.
Well?
Yellow eyes snapped onto him.
Yes, I knew him well.
He leaned over Raven.
This is going to hurt. You may wish to distract yourself.
How do you propose I do that?
Reach into your pocket.
Raven's brow knit, and the nightmare blew out a breath.
Not stupid indeed.
He muttered.
The nightmare card, Raven you. That's as good an invitation to enter my mind as you'll ever get.
Seams groaning, Raven shoved his hand into his pocket, wrenched out the mirror, then Gorse's black horse. His stomach turned. When he pulled out the nightmare card, his hands were shaking. 3 taps. Salt. Then. Raven. He shut his eyes.
Elspeth.
Are you? A sharp, angry sound fluttered through Raven's mind. I keep trying to reach for your hand. A knot corded in Raven's throat.
I wish you could.
They're shaking. Your hands.
I know. They've been shaking since...
The nightmare reached forward, gripped Raven's nose between both hands. There was another terrible grinding sound, cartilage and bone, and then Raven was reeling. Peter and Jesper pressed his arms down on both sides.
Stay still, you bucking horse,
Jesper grunted. Hold still, Raven. Pain painted him. His face twisted, and he screwed his eyes shut tighter still, trying to hide it, but he couldn't. Not this time.
Don't look at me, Elspeth.
Raven. He jerked his head, spoke to Elspeth, to himself, in a ragged voice.
I don't want anyone to see me like this.
Jesper caught his left hand, then Peter his right, and Elspeth, her voice was everywhere. 1,000 rose petals falling over him. You are in no danger of losing me. Your sister, your friends. There is no weakness in pain, Raven. Pressure built behind his eyes.
What I did in that courtyard. What I said.
Jesper held his arm, bracing it against tremors.
I know. It was terrible. What I said was terrible too. I'm sorry.
There was one more flash of white-hot pain, and then the nightmare let go of Raven's nose.
Keep it elevated.
Raven pressed the back of his head against the aspen tree. The nightmare bent over him.
Don't you understand?
He whispered.
There can be no stony facade, no pretending after this. Death demands to be felt. It wasn't just Gorse who died in that courtyard today.
His yellow gaze reached into the darkest parts of Raven.
But the captain of the Destriers as well.
It was late. Raven and Jesper and the nightmare were still awake. Barely. Peter was snoring, curled around himself. Raven's nose hurt a speck less. He kept it elevated, his eyes cast up the long trunks of the aspen trees, all of them reaching toward the sky like swaying arms, grasping at the moon. Jesper had the nightmare card. She was speaking to Elspeth. Her face more relaxed than Raven had seen it in days. When she was done, she ran a listless finger over the card's edge, handed it back to Raven. He tapped it. You're tired, Elspeth whispered, her voice covering his mind like a blanket. I'll be here when you wake up. Rest now.
I don't want rest, Elspeth.
His eyelids drooped.
I just want you.
I know. She paused. It's still very striking, your nose. Undoubtedly your best feature. Muscles feathered in the corners of Raven's mouth.
You think so?
Good night, Raven.
Good night, Miss Spindle.
He tapped the nightmare card and put it in his pocket. There it is, Jesper said through a yawn, a hint of that elusive grin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She poked his shoulder.
Stubborn till the end. Someone has to diffuse your optimism. That's what Elm's for. But you're not a pessimist at all, brother. She smiled. And it kills you.
The nightmare's gaze shifted between them. Silken and slow, he said,
I had a sister as well, not 2 years younger than me. My father used to say we were as branches of our namesake tree, twisted and intrepid, Eris and I.
He pulled away before Raven could ask more, retreating to the far side of the aspen circle.
He frightens me,
Jesper said, settling close. I spend most of the time hoping he doesn't look at me with those yellow eyes. He seems so sinister, so inhuman. But then,
he reminds us who he was, Raven murmured, before he became the monster.
They pressed their backs together, their gazes lifting to the sky. They'd sat like that as children, as destriers on patrol, as highwaymen in the wood.
I can't see any stars, Jesper said.
Too much mist. Raven's eyelids fell.
I don't know what's on the other side of those alder trees, Jess. When we find a way in, stay close.
When he drifted off to sleep, his sister's voice was in his ear.
I always do.
Chapter 32. Elm. It was only the third feast, and Elm's courtly charm was wearing thin. But his father was on the dais, drowning himself in sullenness and wine, and Elm would rather dance until his feet bled than sit in Hoth's chair another moment. The theme of the night was Providence cards. Rather uninspired of Baldwin, Elm thought, to make a theme out of something that already constituted so much of the idle chatter at court. The costumes were predictable. Gauche. Most of the women wore pink gowns and roses in their hair, evoking the maiden. Others were clad in violet for the mirror card, small silver looking glasses in their hands. Men wore turquoise for the chalice, handy, for they all were drinking heavily from their cups. There were a few white tunics adorned with feathered collars for the white eagle, the card of courage. One brave soul had fastened wires to the back of his doublet and strewn ivy around them to represent the iron gate. Another had stuffed his gold tunic with excess fabric, giving his midsection a rotund oval shape, the golden egg. Only the king wore red for the scythe, and no one was festooned in black for the black horse. That right was reserved for the destriers. Elm wore it anyway. The orchestra was larger by 3 violins, and played louder now that the dinner hour had ended and dancing begun. Wine flowed until it wore itself on everyone's face, staining cheeks and lips and teeth. It paid to be tall, and despite the swell of the crowd, Elm could easily eye every corner of the hall, searching for that telltale yellow hair. Ione was not partnered with any of the dancers, nor was she seated at any of the tables. Elm was about to drop his dance partner's hands and go search the garden when he spotted a circle of women, standing along the farthest wall. They were playing some sort of game with a well card. Of the 6 of them, 4 wore pink maiden card costumes, 1 violet for the mirror. The final woman, yellow hair tied in a knot at the nape of her neck, had her back to Elm. She was clad in a deep burgundy gown, the color of wine. Her fingers were painted black to the knuckle, meant to convey claws. The only nightmare card costume in the room. The dance ended, and Elm realized he hadn't heard a word his partner had said. He gave her a bow and moved on quick step through the crowd. When the circle of women saw him coming, their well card was forgotten, their gazes homed entirely on him, save Ione's. She took her time turning around. When she finally deigned to, Elm saw that her lids were painted yellow, the same color as the eyes of the monster upon the nightmare card. Prince, her gaze, her face, mouth, all of them were unreadable. I'm surprised you're not wearing scythe red.
As am I to find you in something other than pretty pink.
There is nothing wrong with pink. She dragged her painted eyes over Elm's black tunic and silk doublet. You, terrible snob, look like a rich highwayman. I believe he's wearing black for the black horse, Ione, one of the women whispered behind her. Elm and Ione replied at the same time. He's not.
I'm not.
The corners of Ione's lips twitched. Elm rubbed the back of his neck, grinned.
What about you?
He waved a hand at her costume.
That's quite the monstrous getup.
Ione's eyes dropped to her burgundy dress. Your father gave it to me. He ordered my hands and face painted, too. Elm's smile faltered. Like the others she'd been given since arriving at Stone, the gown fit Ione poorly, her body lost to excess fabric. The only part that fit her tightly were the frills beneath her jaw. He was starting to think it wasn't an accident that all of her necklines resembled a collar. It was one thing if Ione had chosen the costume herself. Knowing his father had orchestrated it to punish her, heat torched his throat. I imagine the king wanted to remind me that the only reason I'm here is because of the nightmare card my father paid him. Ione held up her hand, curling her painted fingers as if they were indeed claws. Or perhaps he merely wished to call me a monster. The women behind Ione leaned forward. Not at all, Ione. King Rowan paid you special care, seeing to your costume. Truly, said another. The Rowans have been most attentive. How difficult it must be, Ione, a third chimed, for you to see things in a gentle light, what with Prince Hoth abed with illness. Ione didn't even blink. Difficult indeed. She turned to Elm. I believe games have begun in the garden, Prince. Would you care to escort me there? Their eyes met.
Of course.
Never dropping her gaze, Elm brought Ione's hand to his chest, pressed it into the soft fabric of his doublet. Adding the slightest pressure, he ran her fingers down his abdomen, wiping the black paint off her skin. He did the same with her other hand, his clothes absorbing her stain.
I'll take you wherever you want to go, Miss Hawthorne.
They left the circle of women, hands still entwined. When they reached the garden's gilded doors, Elm said, rougher than he meant to,
You're not a monster.
I'm not anything until I have my maiden card back. Night air touched Elm's overwarm brow.
Speaking of that,
he said, looking out into the labyrinthine gardens.
What part of the garden were you trying to search before Lyndon stopped you?
The rose maze. There are statues there with old, cracked stone. They followed the path, past courtiers playing games with white eagle and well and chalice cards, past lovers sneaking behind hedges and beneath trees, past bramble into dark greenery, until it was just Elm, Ione, the garden, and the mist. Do you have your charm? Ione asked. Elm flicked his wrist, his horsehair bracelet rubbing against his skin.
You?
She stretched fabric and pulled the horse tooth on its chain from beneath the neckline of her dress. Elm took a torch from its stand and led them into a maze crafted of carefully pruned rose bushes that had all lost their blooms. They searched every statue, every crack in them. Nothing. Ione stayed silent, the only sound between them the distant echo of courtiers and the castle gong, ringing through the garden. 9 tolls. For each statue that held no maiden card in its cracks, Elm lost a whit of forbearance. By the time the gong struck 10, he was buzzing with disquiet.
Are you angry with me?
Ione's gaze lifted slowly to his face. No. Why would you think that?
We haven't found your card.
That's not your fault. You didn't hide it.
No, but you just seem...
He swallowed.
I don't do well with long silences. I tend to overthink.
Is it stone that bothers you, Prince? Or me?
You don't bother me, Hawthorne.
He chewed the inside of his cheek.
At least not in the same way the castle does.
It was difficult to look at her. Beneath the ache that existed between them was a thin, fragile thread. One Ione had slipped through the eye of a needle and plunged into Elm's chest, past all his bricks and barbs, though she didn't yet realize it. It was uncomfortable, pretending she was not sewn into him, that it had not become vital to him, helping her find her maiden card. That he was not in some kind of pain every moment he was with her. It was all so terribly, wonderfully uncomfortable. So Elm did what he always did when he was uncomfortable. He dropped his hand into his pocket and retrieved his scythe.
What did you want this for?
He said.
When we played our little game with the chalice, and you were delusional enough to think I wouldn't remember you.
Ione felt along the cracks of a nearby statue. I wanted to see if I could compel myself to remember where I hid my maiden.
I could try. I can't guarantee it'll work.
No. I don't want anyone to use a scythe on me. Not even you, Prince. It took Elm a moment. He winced.
Fucking Hoth.
He placed his card into Ione's hand.
You do it then.
She cocked her head to the side, fingers closing around the scythe. You had some choice words for me the last time I held this card in my hand. Elm tugged a strand of her hair that had fallen from its knot.
That's because, wicked one, you stole it out of my damn pocket.
So I did. Ione turned the scythe in her fingers. It almost felt good, making the highwaymen do what I wanted.
And the pain of using it too long? How was that?
The scythe stilled. Terrible. I don't know how you bear it.
I'm used to it.
Elm kicked a rock down the path.
I had an extensive education in pain.
Ione took a step back, narrowed her eyes over him. You shouldn't be so cavalier about what happened to you, Prince.
What would you have me do? Burn the castle down with everyone in it?
That would be a start.
A laugh rose up Elm's throat. Trees, Hawthorne. What a queen you'd make.
He hadn't meant to say it, and, graciously, Ione didn't reply. Her gaze merely flared a moment, then returned to the scythe in her hand. She sucked in a breath, tapped it 3 times, and closed her eyes. Elm stood very still. When those hazel eyes opened again, they were unfeeling. No, she said, handing him back his card. I just remember the same thing. Cracked stone. They moved out of the rose maze to the rowan grove. The mist was everywhere. A salty bite across Elm's senses. It hovered densely over a small pond at the cusp of the grove. In the center of the pond was a tiny island, and upon it a statue. The stone was old, cracked, but there was no mistaking the man carved into marble. Brutus Rowan, the first Rowan king. Elm had thrown rocks at the statue as a boy. He didn't like Brutus's face. It was handsome, a smile carved onto its lips. But beneath the smile, a cold menace lingered. Brutus's chest was broad, puffed out in dominance. His brows were lowered, his vision fixed on something only he could see, a hunter watching its prey. It reminded Elm too much of his father, of Hoth. He eyed the pond.
Do you remember swimming on Equinox?
No, but my dress was ruined enough that I might have.
If I wanted to put a mating cart out of reach, Elm said, gesturing at the statue, I might compel someone to take a little swim to hide it.
Her brows perked. There?
Elm was already taking off his boots. No stone left unturned, Hawthorne. He shrugged out of his doublet and lifted his tunic and silk undershirt over his head. When he caught Ione tracing the bare skin along his back, he smiled. Sorry. He nodded at his discarded clothes. I should have asked if you wanted to help with that. He dove into the pond. The water was cold and slippery with algae. Elm kept his eyes shut and kicked, reaching the island in 10 strokes. There was no room to stand, the island hardly larger than the base of the statue. Elm braced himself on Brutus Rowan's marble arm and hauled himself out of the water, mist lingering all around him. Well? Ione called. He searched the statue's cracks. Some were fine, others jagged. There was a fissure in Brutus Rowan's chest, deep and wide enough for Elm to slip a finger into. But there was nothing in the gap, just cold stone. Not a single hint of a Providence card's velvet edge. Nothing! He pulled his finger out, closed his fist, and hit Brutus Rowan over his stupid marble chest. The statue groaned. The fissure in Brutus's chest widened, spreading down his legs until one large crack became hundreds. Shit. Brutus Rowan's marble legs snapped at the ankles, and the statue toppled into the pond, taking Elm with it. He hit the water, pushed under by the weight of the marble, held his breath, and swam. When his back collided with the grassy embankment, he flung himself upon it, hauled in a breath. Mist rushed into him. It tasted of brine and rot. It filled Elm's lungs, his body, his mind. He went rigid on the ground, his eyes wide as he fumbled for his wrist, for the familiar feel of horsehair. His charm was gone, lost somewhere in the pond. Prince? Elm coughed. When he tried to speak, his voice was drowned out by another. It came in the mist, sounding near and far like a storm. Elm, it called. Rotten, ruined Elm. Neglected, now chosen. I see you, heir of kings. I've always seen you. Ione was in the grass next to him, her hands on his shoulders. What's wrong? A compulsion as strong as any scythe's was digging into Elm, telling him to get up, to run deeper into the mist. He gnashed his teeth against it, his mouth dried out by salt. Charm, he managed. Ione ripped the chain off her neck in a single tug. Elm's hand was a claw in the grass. Ione pulled it toward her and slapped her own hand against it, her charm fixed between their palms.
The next breath Elm dragged in was bereft of mist. On the next, the rot and brine fled his body. His muscles loosened, and he looked up at Ione. Yellow hair spilled from its knot, swaying with the rapid pull of her breaths. She studied Elm's face. "Prince Renelm, it would be terribly unclever to die searching for my maiden card." Elm tightened his grip on her hand.
"Don't call me that,"
he said, shaking.
"It's Elm. Just Elm."
"Is that the privilege I get after twice saving your life?" He pushed out of the grass, leaning close enough to see where the freckles on her nose should have been.
"Thank you."
His eyes dropped to her mouth.
"I owe you."
Ione's breath quickened. "You're helping me find my card. Call it balance." He didn't. He wanted to call it something else entirely. They held hands. Ione's charm pressed between them until they were out of the mist and back through the garden's gilded doors. Elm had a spare horsehair charm in his room, and he needed new clothes before they continued to search. He was lacing a fresh doublet when his chamber door banged open. Philip Willow stood at his threshold, eyes wide.
"Oh, for the love of... Philip, I thought we talked about knocking."
There was blood on his white physician's tunic.
"Highness."
His gaze moved to Ione, seated on Elm's bed.
"Miss Hawthorne, you should both come."
Elm's back stiffened.
"What's happened?" "Hi, Prince Hoth."
Dread. There was so much dread in the physician's eyes.
"He's awake."
Chapter 33. Elspeth. The nightmare watched Raven and Jesper as they drifted to sleep. "Will they be safe in there?" I asked. "In the Alderwood?"
"No."
"Then you must keep them safe." He lowered himself to a crouch, then slowly onto the ground. He hauled his sword onto his lap.
"I have not done well, guarding those I cherish."
When he slept, I waded through the darkness of his mind, his memories quick to find me. I sat on the stone in the chamber I had built and looked up. The ceiling I had crafted as a younger man was weathered. Outside, the yew trees swayed, stirred by a chill autumn breeze. No dappled sunlight streamed between their branches. There was only gray mist. "Father?" My gaze wrenched to the window. Eris was there, standing hand in hand with Tilly. My sister's usual warmth was guarded, her yellow eyes hard. But when she spoke to my daughter, her voice was gentle. "Go on, Tilly. Ask him." Tilly curled a finger at the end of one of her dark plaits, smiled sheepishly. "Can we swing in the yew tree like you promised?" I looked at her, indifferent. It was easier, now I had fashioned the nightmare card, my soul lost to velvet, telling the children no. "Not now, my darling girl," I said in a voice smooth as silk. "I have work yet to do." Her smile faded. "All right." She let go of Eris's hand, picked up her skirt, heaved a sigh. "I'll wait in the meadow, in case you change your mind." When she looked at me, Eris, my sunshine sister, was full of frost. "Your work," she said, "has made a stranger of you." She hurried after Tilly. A moment later, the chorus of tree voices rattled through my mind. 11 cards the spirit has given you, Taxis. Do you still ask for more?" "This mist," I said, the word a hiss on my tongue. "It makes my people lose their way, draws them into the wood. Its magic is not a blessing, but a curse." "That is the way of magic," the trees whispered. "I want another card, one that will lift the mist." "The spirit will not give you a card to undo the very thing she has created to lure people back into her woods." "Then I want a way to heal the fever and the infection it brings. You told me after barters were made, a day would come when I could heal it." "That day has not yet arrived, Shepherd King." I ground my molars together. "I grow weary of your riddles, trees. If I cannot get answers from you," my gaze narrowed, "then I would speak to the spirit herself. Give me a card to do so." Their pause was deafening. "Very well," they whispered. "But of price, she will not say." "I don't care. I'll pay anything." "Anything?" "Anything." Salt filled the chamber, stronger than I'd ever smelled it. My vision buckled and I fell. My head hit the earth with a brutal thud, 11 Providence cards falling from my pocket and scattering around me. When I woke, a 12th card was atop the stone. Forest green, with 2 trees depicted upon it, one pale, the other dark. In script above them was writ, "The Twin Alders." I tapped it 3 times. Waited. Nothing. A curse formed on my lips. I tapped the mating card to heal my head. But the card did not work. My throat tightened. I tapped the mirror, tried to go invisible. Nothing. The well showed me no enemies. The iron gate gave no serenity. I screamed myself raw and tapped the cards until my fingers ached. Still, I could not wield them. I crumpled to the foot of the stone, surrounded by the card's colorful lights. I'd found a way to speak to the spirit of the wood. I'd bled, bartered, and bent for 12 Providence cards, and I could not use a single one. The pages of memory turned faster. A town crier read a royal decree, warning all of Blunder to stay out of the mist. Then, a woman, screaming in pain, veins the color of ink. She'd made it past castle guards into my throne room, begging for an audience with my physicians. My captain of the guard, Brutus Rowan, tapped his scythe 3 times, forcing her out. "Blunder is in grave danger," he said to me in the privacy of my library. "This mist is a blight, and it spreads." I was seated at a wide desk, surrounded by stacks of inky parchment. I leaned over a notebook, scribbling madly. With my other hand, I twirled the Twin Alders card between my fingers. "I've told you 100 times already," I said, not bothering to look up. "I will find a way to lift the mist." "People have lost their way in it. Trade routes have been disrupted. People are not asking for the fever any longer. The spirit is forcing it upon them." He paused. "I've seen mere children with magic powerful enough to give my men pause." "And that frightens you, Brutus? Unfettered magic?" He said nothing. "My orders go unchanged. Stay your hand. Neither you nor your ponies are to arrest or harm anyone who catches the fever in the mist." "Destriers, not ponies," Brutus said, his voice hard as iron. "You name them so yourself." I flipped through my notebook, landing on a page somewhere in the middle. "The King's Guard wears no seal. The black horse is their emblem, their duty, their creed. With it, they uphold Blunder's laws. They are the shadows in the room, the eyes on your back, the footsteps upon your streets. The King's Guard wears no seal." I snapped the notebook shut. "Not a single mention of a destrier." My eyes lifted to Brutus. "I believe it was you, Captain, not I, who saddled them with that ridiculous name." A muscle along Brutus's jaw flexed. "I'm in no mood to laugh, Taxis." "Just as well. I've forgotten the sound." "There was nothing to laugh at when the mist arrived, nothing to laugh at when you bartered away every part of yourself for the cards." I glanced at the red light coming from his tunic pocket. "You have benefited from my barters, have you not? You have made a ruthless name for yourself at the edge of my scythe." He paled. "Yes, Brutus, I know what you have been doing behind my back. I may not be able to trespass into your mind with a nightmare card any longer, but I hear plenty. Apparently, you have a fondness for using the red card on criminals, finding new ways to punish them. You've even sent them into the very mist you claim so loudly to abhor. Perhaps, if you spent as much time ruling as you do scribbling about magic in that damn book," he bit back, "there would be no criminals for me to punish. Besides, you gave me a free hand to protect the kingdom." When my voice slipped out of my lips, it was smoother than before. "And when you become red-stained, too familiar with pain, too reliant on the scythe to put it down, I wonder then, Brutus, who will protect Blunder from you." My hand dropped to the hilt of my sword upon my belt. "I care not that you are my sister's husband. Kill another soul with my scythe, and I will not merely take it back. I will pry it from your lifeless hands. Now get out." Red limned his green eyes. With a curt bow, he quit the library. When the door slammed, I heaved a sigh. "There's no use hiding, Bennett. I can see your cards." A boy stepped out of thin air, twirling a mirror card between his fingers. He was young, no older than 13. His skin was a warm brown, his hair dark and unkempt. When he tilted his head to the side, bird-like in his movements, light caught his gray eyes and the high planes of his face. "I know a part of you agrees with Brutus, Father. The mist is dangerous." Bennett dragged a thumb over the mirror card's edge. "Why not make peace with him?" I set to scribbling once more. And give your Aunt Eris the satisfaction of bridging the gap between us? I think not.
Everyone is frightened of catching fever, of degenerating.
Not all who catch it degenerate. I never have.
I raised my gaze.
You certainly haven't.
Bennett smiled. Haven't I? There are cards I can no longer use. He pulled a second Providence card from his pocket, the Nightmare, violet and burgundy blurring between his fingers. Someday, I won't be able to use these either.
And yet you have incredible magic. You could undo my life's work if you were feeling particularly spiteful.
Which I commonly am. He paused. The children miss you, especially Tilly. Come to dinner. Just this once. I waved an impatient hand, dismissing him. Bennett stepped to the desk, peered into my face, sighed. You're with us, but you're never really here, are you, Father?
The memory fell away.
In the next, I was hurrying out of the castle, tucking a few small provisions, bread and cheese, into a satchel. I stepped into the meadow, past the stone chamber, aimed toward the woods. Going somewhere, brother? My hand flew to the hilt of my sword, my mouth drawing into a fine line. Eris, you're easier to follow without your mirror card, she said, smiling at me. Where are you going? I might have lied once, but it took too much effort, fooling my sister. I needed to preserve my strength for whatever barter lay ahead of me. To speak to the spirit of the wood, to learn about the mist, to ask her to withdraw it. Eris's smile slipped. Alone? It is better that way. She rolled her eyes, then her shoulders, and stepped closer. I know you're tired, forlorn. I see it in your face. Let me walk with you into the wood. Brutus will be angry. She ignored mention of her husband and looked up at me, her yellow eyes weary. What was it Father used to call us, when we disappeared into the trees as children? Twisted, I said, the corners of my mouth lifting. Intrepid. It has not been like that for many years. There are 12 versions of you, brother, each more distant than the last. I heard the sadness in her voice, but it hardly touched me. With my soul lost to the nightmare card, I felt as I once did when, by folly, I used a maiden too long, cold, unaware of the beating heart in my chest, shut off. And yet Eris was still the sun to me. Even in the wood, cold and gray with mist, her presence was a light, a warmth. I wanted her near me, for there are some things not even magic can erase.
Very well, I told her, so long as you mind the mist.
She smiled.
The memory faded.
When it returned, Eris and I stood side by side. We stared up at a wall of alder trees. Voices echoed all around me. The wood that awaits you is a place of no time, a place of new barters, a hill you must climb. Betwixt ancient trees, where the mist cuts bone deep, the spirit safeguards, like a dragon its keep. The wood knows no road, no path through the snare. Step into the mist, it will guide your way there. Eris and I stepped into the alder wood, and the mist homed in on my sister. It shot into her nose, her mouth. She gasped, breathed it in, and the warmth of the sun snuffed out. Chapter 34. Elm. The urge to vomit was oppressive. Elm clamped his jaw so tightly he worried for his teeth. He dropped his hand into his pocket and ran a finger along his scythe, begging the violent churnings in his stomach to settle. He pictured riding horseback through a meadow, free and at ease. Calm, he told himself. Calm, steady, easy. Philip led them to the door with a rearing stallion carved into its frame. No one spoke a word. Philip entered the room, but Elm stalled at the threshold. He hadn't been inside Hoth's room since he was a boy. Ione shifted behind him. Her voice was frostbite cold. I don't want to see him. Elm shut his eyes a moment. You needn't go in. What about you? He didn't have an answer. He wanted to lock his fist in her skirt and keep her with him, like he had in the library. Everything was out of focus, dark around the edges. He heaved a rattling sigh, his voice strange in his ears. I'll be fine. He stepped inside. Hoth's bedchamber was over-warm, lit by dozens of candles, the fireplace roaring. Not even the smell of the physician's herbs and balms could mask the foul odor of unhealed wounds.
of blood. Elm put a hand over his mouth and pushed past 2 other physicians, planting himself against the wall where the most shadow remained. Philip moved to the center of the room, where Royce Linden and 2 other physicians were gathered around a large canopied bed. The body on the bed groaned. No ease, no steadiness. 0 fucking calm. Hoth was awake.
Any improvements?
Philip asked, rolling up his blood-stained sleeves.
A little less blood in his saliva.
Another physician replied. Linden's voice was sharp.
That's good, right?
Philip gave a stiff nod.
Has he said anything?
Nothing yet.
A tremendous bang shook the chamber. Several candles snuffed out, and then the king was stomping into the room, eyes red and wide, mouth agape and smelling of wine.
Son!
He barked.
How's my son?
Drunk. The king was very drunk. Elm squeezed deeper into shadow.
Alive and stirring, sire,
Philip said.
He hasn't opened his eyes.
The king stalked forward, pushing to get to the bed. When he passed Elm, he held out a brutish hand, a test of obedience.
Come, Renelm.
Elm's vision went foggy. For a blissful second, he considered disobeying. He'd walk out the door and down the stairs and just keep walking. He'd done it once with Raven. A stone dropped into Elm's stomach at the thought of his cousin. Trees, what he wouldn't give to see Raven walk through that door, all angles and blades, and simply lay waste to anyone who so much as looked at him wrong. Everyone was afraid of Raven. Even, though he'd never admit it, the king. And Elm, no one was afraid of him. His scythe, maybe, but not him. He was a rotted-out tree, and Raven, the impenetrable, untouchable vines that held the pieces of him together. The king came back into shaky focus. So did the candlelit room beyond him. The body on the bed. Elm sucked in a breath, dragged a foot forward. Ione stepped into the chamber. She traced her cold eyes over the room, the physicians, the king. When she found Elm, her gaze softened a fraction. Her body was rigid, but her shoulders rose in the smallest shrug. She'd come, into Hoth's room, for him. The fragments of Elm's rotted-out heart rearranged themselves. He stepped forward, surer, broader, so tall that, when he reached the bed in the heart of the room, he looked down even upon his father. Ione came up next to him. Their knuckles brushed. They stood at the foot of the bed, facing it together. Hoth's lips were a pale gray, pressed so tightly that they looked hemmed shut. His cheeks and neck were parceled by long, ugly claw marks, similar to the ones he'd gotten the night Wayland Pine's Iron Gate card had been stolen. Only worse. Deeper. His eyelids were split, purple with bruises, his skull wrapped in thick, blood-stained linen. The king leaned next to the bed, coarse hands gripping the quilt.
What of my nightmare card?
He gritted out.
Have you been able to reach him with it?
Philip shook his head.
We should try again,
Linden said.
Where's the card?
There, sire,
a physician offered, pointing to a long mahogany chest at the foot of the bed. All eyes turned to Ione, who stood near its latch.
Get it,
came the king's barking command. Ione's eyes remained untouched. She pushed open the heavy lid of the chest. The smell of leather and copper filled Elm's nose, calling back the nausea from before. He clenched his jaw and peered into the chest, watching as Ione pushed past bandages and tonics, searching. She moved a belt aside, and there it was. The nightmare card. The one her father had traded on Equinox to earn her a place on the dais. The card that had tied her to Hoth. Ione stared down at it. The room was overwarm, but there was nothing but coldness in her face.
Are you daft, woman?
Linden said.
The nightmare card. Now.
She's getting it, asshole.
Linden's gaze shifted to Elm.
She should not be in here. It was her cousin who did this. There are plenty of empty cells in the dungeon, yet she wanders the castle like a harlot, twisting her betrothed's brother around her finger.
No one asked for your opinion, Destrier.
Elm's scythe was already out, already accessed.
Shut your mouth.
Linden's mouth snapped shut, a low strangled noise coming from his throat. Ione closed the chest, pinching the nightmare's card's velvet edge like it were a dead thing, and held it out. The king wrenched it from her grasp, tapped it 3 times. Everything was so silent Elm could hear his insides scream. The king gnashed his teeth and tapped the nightmare 3 more times and threw it on the floor. Defeat. Elm let out a sharp exhale. Wherever Hoth was, His father was either too drunk or too unfocused to reach him. Hoth's eyelids fluttered. When they opened, his eyes were bloodshot. The king's voice broke. He reached for Hoth's arm.
Son!
Lyndon leaned forward. He tried to speak but couldn't, shooting Elm a poisonous glare.
Prince Hoth?
Philip called.
Can you hear us?
Hoth said nothing. A vein in his bruised forehead pulsed, and his nostrils flared. His breath grew louder, labored. Bloody saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Philip wiped it away and pushed a poultice over his brow. Hoth thrashed a moment, then stilled. He looked like he might close those horrid red-green eyes again, but they jerked wide, suddenly focused on something at his bedside. Ione. No one spoke. Then, as if it took all his strength to do so, Hoth dragged his eyes off of Ione. They rolled, disappearing under bruised eyelids. He didn't open them again.
You've signed it, then? My testament naming you heir?
Elm and the king stood alone in the hallway outside of Hoth's door. The physicians and Lyndon remained inside. Ione hurried down the hall so fast Elm didn't even have the chance to call after her. The king's voice came out harder.
I asked if you'd signed my testament.
Elm's hand drifted into his pocket. He tapped the scythe 3 times, releasing Lyndon from its control. As he did, his knuckles grazed the second card in his pocket, the one he'd snagged off Hoth's floor when no one was looking.
Yes, Baldwin has it stowed in his rooms.
The king let out a low breath. His shoulders released.
Good.
His hands were shaking. From drink, but also, Elm looked away.
Your son?
He managed, bile in the back of his throat.
It's worse than I thought. The damage to his body.
My son.
The king's green, bleary gaze found Elm's face.
Even on his deathbed, you will not call him a brother.
He never played the part well enough.
The king shook his head, pressed the heel of his palm into his eye.
Your rancor is a mark upon you, Renelm. Wash it off.
If there are marks upon me, it is because your son put them there.
He turned to leave, but the king's voice held him back.
Have you chosen a wife?
Elm went still.
There is a contract.
With whom?
You'll learn soon enough.
The king's eyes narrowed.
Who, Renelm?
When Elm kept his mouth sealed, the king's hands flexed. He reached into his pocket, retrieved his scythe. But Elm was faster. On the 3rd tap of his own scythe, he said,
You won't use that card on me. You won't make a puppet out of me the way he did.
The king's hand froze in his pocket. It felt good, watching surprise, then fear flicker across his aged face.
You think you're special? That the hurt Hoth dealt you was personal? It wasn't.
His words were ragged.
What happened to you has happened to Rowan princes for centuries. It takes an understanding of pain to wield the scythe. When you have a son, he will learn as well.
That will never happen.
Elm turned away, releasing his father from the red card.
You will have my marriage contract before the last feast.
He heard his father shout, but he was halfway down the stairs, already a mile ahead. Elm quit the castle and went to the stables. The grooms were gone, so he found his horse and mounted without a saddle, hurtling out of the bailey at a full gallop. 3 taps of his scythe, and the castle guards lowered the drawbridge. Then he was free of stone, the night air wrapping him in frosty arms. He hardly felt the cold. He was riding fast and free and harder than he had in an age. And all that rage, walled up deep inside him, Elm let it out. He yelled into the night, and the night answered, his echo reaching over treetops and into valleys, a war cry. He yelled for that boy, small and brutalized, who'd needed saving. He yelled for his helplessness, the rope he'd corded around his own neck, tethering himself to the scythe, to Raven. Tears fell from his eyes, and he let the wind strike them away. He yelled himself raw until a sky full of stars danced before his eyes. And something tore loose. Elm didn't believe the spirit of the wood took note of the fleeting lives of men, but if she did, he swore she'd mapped his future in the twisted rings of the trees, that she'd designed his every failure, his every fear, to get to this moment. He'd needed Raven to leave him behind, needed to face the throne, his father, the Rowan in him, alone. His shout eased to a boyish whoop, and he laughed and cursed and roared into the night, the world emptying of monsters. All that remained was him and the night and the forest road. It welcomed him, ribboning him in darkness, leading him to the ivy-laden house with darkened windows, its scent now as familiar to him as his own name. Blossoms and magnolia trees, grass fields during the first summer rain, heady, sweet, wistful. Hawthorne House. Ione's house. Hours later, when he was back at Stone, just before dawn, Elm's arms were full. He didn't need to knock. He had a key now, but he did just the same. Ione was in her nightdress, her yellow hair tangled from sleep. Her gaze widened as she took him in, his full arms and wind-blown face. But before she could open her mouth, Elm handed her the heap in his arms. Ione peered down at it. Dresses? Come with me to the next feast, Elm said, the words rushing out of him. I have the nightmare card. We'll find your maiden. After that, I'll take you anywhere you want to go. His throat caught. Please, come with me to the feast. Her indecipherable eyes measured him, her answer hardly a whisper. All right. Elm smiled, unconstrained. Good. He glanced at the dresses. Those are yours from Hawthorne House. You needn't wear another one of the abominations my father sends. Maybe this way, you can feel a bit more like yourself. He didn't let himself stay. He stepped back down the hall. A bit more like the real Ione. Chapter 35. Raven. Raven and Jesper were still pressed back to back when a shadow moved over them. Raven's eyes snapped open, bleary in the dim light of dawn. What's the matter? The nightmare looked down at them, his face unreadable. It's time. 3 clicks of his sword upon an aspen trunk, and the trees were moving. Raven yanked Jesper away from rolling roots, and Peter awoke with a cry, stumbling out of the way as the circle of aspens the nightmare had drawn the night before was dispelled. When they were suitably scattered across the valley floor, the nightmare tapped his blade thrice more upon the earth, stilling them. The party turned, faced the alder wood. The wood breathed no sound. No birds flew from its treetops, and no wind stirred its branches. Its silence was ancient, and it loomed over them, watching, waiting. They managed a scant breakfast and water, saying little, enveloped in apprehension. The unwelcome tremor in Raven's hands begged to quake. When he'd finished eating, he hauled himself up and stood at the edge of the alderwood. The others joined him. The trees are too close together, Peter said. How do we get in? Jesper glanced at the nightmare. Can't you move them with your sword? Not these trees. This is the spirit's wood. They obey only her. He lifted his sword, drew a pale finger over the edge of his blade, splitting a seam of skin. The finger went red, and the nightmare pressed it into the bark of the nearest alder tree. A wind began, a biting chill that chased salt up Raven's nose and into his eyes. He blinked it away, then blinked again. The smear of blood was gone from the alder tree. In its place was a hole, not a squirrel's burrow or a hollowed-out knot, but a deep, jagged hole, as if someone had reached into the tree with claws and torn out a chunk. The hole stared at him, waiting. Raven stepped forward and peered into it. He saw nothing at first, only darkness. The corrosive smell of salt was everywhere. Behind it, another odor lingered. It was foul, fetid like rot. Then, out from the darkness within the alderwood, a flash of silver eyes. Raven lurched back, knocking into Jesper. What the hell was that? I told you, the nightmare whispered. This wood belongs to the spirit. He nodded at the hole in the tree. She will not grant us entry unless we pay her. The nightmare had always been pale. Elspeth was pale. But there had been an ever-present warmth that lingered in her cheeks, her mouth, the tip of her nose. Only now, it was gone. The nightmare had gone a sickly gray. Unflinching, 500 years old. Fear painted all over his face. The hairs on the back of Raven's neck prickled.
What's the payment?
The alder wood is changeable. Fickle, violent, just like the infection. It will have shifted 1,000 times over since I was last here. We need a guide to cross it.
He turned his yellow eyes, homing in on Peter and Jesper.
The payment is a charm.
Air fled Raven's lungs, punching its way across his bruised ribs. He reached into his tunic, tearing the spare charm, the viper head, out of his pocket. Give it this. The nightmare didn't look at it.
We need a guide.
He spoke now only to Jesper, his voice eerily gentle.
You remember some weeks ago, when you dropped your charm in the Black Forest? When the mist twisted your mind? What were you running toward?
Jesper's pallor had gone sallow. Her hand was knotted in a fist, a small thread peeking out. Raven knew what she was holding, a dog tooth on a string. Her charm. I can hardly remember. She managed. All I know was that there was a voice in the mist, like a storm, calling out my name.
That was the spirit of the wood, beckoning you to this place.
The nightmare whispered.
This is where people come, when they are lost to the mist.
He drew air into his nose.
Can't you smell them?
As if stirred by his words, the wind picked up, salt and rot. Bile rose into Raven's mouth. No. If Jesper or Peter give up their charms, the mist will infect them, or kill them. The nightmare nodded slowly, unblinking. No, Raven said again. There has to be another way.
There is not.
But you've entered this wood before.
I have.
Raven's mind went dark. He remembered standing near the cellar at Stone the morning their journey began. He hadn't known what the monster meant then. But now, it was so horribly clear.
We'll need at least one spare.
His skin went cold, then burning hot. You knew this would happen. The nightmare's silence was confirmation enough. Nothing to say? No clever little rhyme? Raven shoved the nightmare against the trees, hands knotting in the collar of his cloak. You're the goddamn Shepherd King! Think of another way! The nightmare could have killed him with a single flex of his fingers. For a moment, lips peeling back in a snarl, he looked like he wanted to.
There was another way. The Destrier. He might have been the one to give up his charm, but he is dead. The mist has no sway over you or me.
He pushed Raven back with incredible strength, turning his gaze once more to Jesper and Peter.
It must be one of them.
Peter's brown eyes were wide, color leaching from his face. And if we don't?
Then we cannot retrieve the Twin Alders card. The deck will not unite on Solstice, and young Emery Yu will surely die.
Jesper flinched at her brother's name. She looked down at her charm. I'll do it. Like hell. Raven didn't know if he was whispering or shouting. There has to be another.
Saying there must be another way does not make it so,
the nightmare hissed. Peter turned to Jesper, swallowed laboriously.
It should be me, Princess. You're too important.
I'm not any more important than you. Strain pulled at Jesper's face. We'll toss your lucky coin. That is balance. That is fair. With a shaking hand, Peter drew his coin from his pocket. He handed it to Raven, gave him a pointed look.
Heads.
Tails, Jesper murmured. The coin was small in Raven's hand. He stared down at it, the edifice of his life crumbling around him. It was only a scrap of copper, but it might cost a life.
I'm prepared to pay whatever price she asks,
the nightmare murmured in his ear.
That is what you said when I spoke to you of retrieving the Twin Alders card. If you think I meant my own sister, I said it once too, that I'd pay the spirit anything she wanted for the Twin Alders. And I did. Once in the chamber, when she robbed me of my ability to use the very cards I'd lost pieces of myself to forge, and again here, at the edge of her wood. I paid. We all must.
Peter planted his feet, shut his eyes.
Go on, lad. Toss the coin.
Raven remained statue still. Toss it, Raven, Jesper said through her teeth. He didn't budge.
Just toss the coin.
She looked into his eyes.
For Emery.
Raven's throat closed. He flicked his wrist, let loose the coin. It caught gray light as it spun in the air. No one blinked. No one breathed. When the coin dropped back into Raven's palm, it felt heavier. He glanced down, caging his fingers around it before the others could see. Heads. Peter let out a shaking breath, and so did the nightmare. Jesper didn't move. Her gaze narrowed, trained on Raven's eyes.
You're lying.
I'm not.
You are. I can always tell.
Conviction hardened the lines of her face. She marched toward the wall of trees.
Just this once, I wish you hadn't. You're not the only one who would do anything for Emery.
She took her charm, and before Raven could reach out and stop her, shoved it into the hole in the alder tree. The wood groaned in response. The wind rose in a torrent, mist gusting through branches. Then the trees began to move, a narrow path opening in the impenetrable line of alders. Opening for Jesper. The mist was so dense that Raven could hardly see her. Jesper sucked in a breath, and mist slipped into her mouth. She coughed on it, looked back at him.
Are you with me, brother?
Something inside of Raven shattered.
I'm right behind you.
The light in her brown eyes faded. Jesper turned to the narrow path between the trees and ran into the alderwood. Chapter 36. Elm. Elm kept his hand high on Farah Pine's back. It was his 5th dance of the evening. 5 dances, and Ione had still not arrived in the great hall. The theme of the night was seasons, and the court was parceled by costumes of equinoxes and solstices, summers and winters, springs and autumns. The columns of the great hall were decorated with sprigs of holly, woven with garlands. Blood-red rowan berries hung from every archway. Sconces and chandeliers dripped candle wax. Decorative bells were stripped from the walls by drunken courtiers, their notes clanging through the room, fighting in discord with singing voices and the instrumentations of the king's orchestra. It was pageantry Elm might never have endured had he not been waiting for Ione. He'd knocked on her door, but she hadn't been there. He'd searched for her in the great hall, only to be caught in the tide of courtiers. When the dance finally ended in a sweeping crescendo, the gong struck 9. Elm dropped Farah's hand, thanked her with a bow, then pushed into the crowd. Hands caught his black doublet, stopping him. Alex Laburnum, and the 2 younger Laburnum brothers Elm hardly knew, shoved a goblet into his hands. They were all wearing autumn leaves in their hair.
Highness,
Alex said, his face easy with drunkenness.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Spending time with a Laburnum was the furthest thing from pleasure Elm could fathom.
Alex,
he muttered into his cup.
Enjoying yourself?
Not as much as my sister. Alex took a deep swill from his own cup.
You and Yvette make a handsome couple on the dance floor.
Elm's smile did not touch his eyes. He hadn't said one word to Yvette Laburnum during their dance. He rolled his shoulder, Alex's hand dropping off his back.
She hasn't shut up about you since we arrived,
one of the idiot younger brothers said.
Not that she shuts up much at all.
Sentence half finished, the boy's eyes drifted over Elm's shoulder. His brothers did the same, their jaws slackening. When Elm turned, Ione was standing under the archway, framed by candlelight and silk and sweeping garlands. She looked like spring, an equinox goddess. Her hair was parted to the side, a few strands tucked behind her ears. The rest was loosely spun behind her head, fastened by a pearl-studded pin. Sheer, delicate sleeves caressed the soft lines of her arms, and the neckline of her gown plummeted in a deep, ruinous V, revealing the long, beckoning line between her breasts. The bodice held her like a glove, kissing over her waist and down to her hips, where it was met with a flowing lavender-pink skirt. Ione cast her gaze over the crowd, passing Elm, then hurtling back. The muscles in the corner of her mouth twitched. She took her hands in her skirt and lowered to a curtsy, exposing even more of that heart-stopping neckline. Elm ran a hand down the back of his neck, shoved the goblet back at Alex, and headed straight for her. She waited for him between the columns. When Elm offered his hand, she took it, and that thing between them, the thread, the unquiet ache, began to pulse.
"You're late,"
he said, his finger toying with the cuff of her sleeve. "I know. I was in the dungeon." Elm's gaze shot up.
"Why?"
"To see my father." She looked away. "He's alive. Frostbitten like Uncle Eric, but alive. I asked him if he'd seen me on Equinox with Hoth, if he knew where my maiden card might be. He didn't, but he had seen Hoth and me dancing that night. He'd known I was too drunk to be alone with a man, and done nothing." Her eyes glazed over, unfocused. "I shouldn't be surprised, now that I know what he did to Elspeth, that this fear of offending a Rowan was greater than his desire to keep his own daughter safe." Elm raised her hand to his mouth, whispered over her knuckles.
"I'm sorry, Hawthorne."
Her gaze came back into focus. "People are watching us." So they were. When Elm glanced over his shoulder, half of the faces in the great hall wore the practiced look of watching but not watching, listening but not listening. He didn't bother to mollify them with a smile. He was tired of all the pageantry.
"Let them look,"
he said, lowering Ione's hand to his chest.
"Dance with me, Hawthorne."
"Aren't you meant to be wooing Blunder's daughters?"
"I intend to. One in particular."
Elm's voice grew quiet.
"Please, will you dance with me?"
Her eyes were guarded. "All right." The song was an easy pace. When they entered the line of dancers, Elm's other hand slipped across Ione's hip and over the small of her back, guiding her to the sway of the music.
"Reach into my tunic pocket,"
he whispered in her ear.
"Left side."
A ghost of a flush kissed her cheeks. She dipped her hand into his tunic. When she pulled out the nightmare card, a hum sounded in her throat. "Thief?"
"More than you know."
Her skirt brushed against Elm's leg when he turned her. "Won't they be missing it in Hoth's room?"
"Probably, though I doubt anyone will bang on my door asking for it. I'm the heir. The list of people who might reprimand me grows short."
Ione pinched the nightmare card between her thumb and forefinger. "Those yellow eyes." She pressed the card to Elm's chest. "Use it. Go into my head. See if you can find the maiden card." He spun her, dipped her.
"What, here?"
"Why not?"
"It takes focus to use a nightmare card. And you, in that dress—"
"How would you know what it takes if your father never had a nightmare until Equinox?" A coy smile lifted the corners of Elm's mouth. He spun the card between deft fingers, then, prestidigitation, disappeared it into his sleeve.
"There are 2 nightmare cards, are there not?"
For a fleeting moment, a flicker of something, not quite warmth, but nearly, touched Ione's scrutinous gaze. "The more time I spend with you, Prince, the less I seem to know you."
"That's not what I want."
Elm twirled her away, then pulled her back into his chest.
"I want you to know me very well, Ione Hawthorne, which is—"
He dipped her again, bowing over her and speaking against her throat.
"a rather horrifying feeling, if I'm perfectly honest."
The apples of Ione's cheeks rounded. Elm thought she might truly smile. He held his breath, waiting for it. But then she blinked, and her face was without expression, perfect and stone smooth, unreadable, unreachable. He was so sick of the maiden card. The song ended on a flurry, and then Elm was leading them away, back to the other side of the columns, away from the crowd. He looked left and right, but Stone was crawling with courtiers, even the gardens, even the stairwell. He could take her to his room, or the cellar again, somewhere private. But for a reason he wasn't ready to tell her, Elm wanted them to be seen together, for people to get used to the air of blunder leaning a whit too close to Ione Hawthorne's face. He dug through his pocket, retrieving his scythe. He tapped the red card 3 times, focusing on the orchestra. Louder. The music swelled, instruments sounding with new fervor, so that no one will hear us. Ione leaned against the column, autumn air flittering in through the garden door, catching in her skirt. Will it hurt? She said, her gaze dropping to the nightmare card. When you enter my mind.
No. I wouldn't have brought it if it did.
She closed her eyes. Go on, then. Elm tapped the nightmare card 3 times and fell beneath its salt tide. He'd used Raven's card only a handful of times, but it was enough, like the scythe, to know how to urge the magic outward, into a person. He had no trouble fixating on Ione. He pushed the salt over her. When he spoke, it was with a closed mouth. Hawthorne. She jumped. Her lips snapped shut. Should I think about equinox? Yes. Ione drew in a breath, let it out, and then Elm was not seeing her anymore, but her mind. Her memories. He was Ione. And Ione was in the throne room, looking up at the dais. The king sat in his throne. On his right, tall and broad and unbroken, was Hoth. You have done your kingdom a great service, Tyrn, the king said, an empty goblet in his left hand and the nightmare card in his right. This card has been lost for many years. Name your price and it shall be yours. A hand gripped Ione's arm. She looked up at her father, but his gaze was on the king, wide with anticipation. He led her closer to the dais. This is my daughter, Ione. She is amiable. Tyrn pulled her in front of him and pushed her a step forward. And unwed. Hoth's posture went rigid. He glanced down at his father, but the king was caressing the nightmare card in such a way it was clear what his answer would be. Hoth scowled. Not very pretty, is she? Ione's entire body tensed. There are ways of dealing with that, the king muttered. He looked up and spoke to Tyrn as if Ione was not there. I'll draw the contract myself. Ione's memories jutted forward in a blur. Lights burst before her eyes, her ears buzzing with the sound of thunderous applause. She was looking out at the great hall, and everyone was on their feet, clapping. Sit, Hoth said in her ear. Let them all get a good look at their future queen. Elm could feel Ione's heart racing, the apples of her cheeks rounded with a smile. Should I say something? No. I'd like to. Hoth's green eyes stalled on her face. He seemed confused, his expression caught somewhere between attraction and revulsion. His hand pressed into Ione's shoulder, and he forced her to sit. You needn't say anything at all. Wine was poured. Ione drank and greeted well-wishers as they filed up to the dais. For every person she spoke to, every smile or laugh or hum in her throat, the attraction in Hoth's gaze dissipated. It was strange for Elm to look through the eyes of a drunk person while entirely sober. Ione's goblet was filled for the 8th time, her vision beginning to tunnel. She was staring into the great hall, swaying in her seat, gazing at a figure seated along the table. Elm. She was looking at Elm. He was talking to Jesper, a remarkably sour look haunting his face. "Your brother wears a lot of black," Ione said, her voice too loud. "For a prince."
"An old habit of Renelm's,"
Hoth muttered into his goblet.
"For what purpose?"
Hoth looked into her eyes, smirked.
"To hide the blood I dealt him."
Ione's mouth dropped open. Hoth laughed.
"Trees. He's well enough."
His smirk cut away to a sneer.
"You should know. You've been gazing at him all night. Wipe that dazed look off your face."
He shoved the wine under her nose.
"I can't stand it."
Ione's vision buckled, and then she was in the garden, dancing with Hoth. His grip was too loose, the indifference on his face distinct. He let go of her on a twirl, and Ione fell.
"Drunk thing,"
Hoth said, laughing as she crashed into a circle of men. They picked her up, too many hands eagerly reaching for her body. Ione jerked away, only to land back in Hoth's arms. He said something in her ear that was little more than a muffle in Ione's memory. She tried to back away from him, but his grip tightened, and then he was pulling her through the crowd. Everything went dark, cold. Ione's vision was blurry, spinning so fast Elm's stomach curled. Salt pinched her senses and she coughed, the telltale sensation of a scythe.
"Put it there,"
came Hoth's echoing voice. Ione's hand scraped over a wall, the cracked surface of a long, pale stone dusted with ash.
"Go back,"
Elm whispered into her mind.
"Show me that again."
The blurry tunnel of Ione's vision shifted. Once more, fingertips dragging through ash, her hand pressed over a pale, cracked stone. Twisted by drunkenness, Ione thought she was touching a wall. But the ash was undoubtedly from a hearth, and the pale stone with the wide, jagged crack. Elm sucked in a breath.
"I know where your maiden card is."
He lifted a finger to tap the nightmare card, but Ione's voice stopped him. "Wait," she said into his mind. "I want to show you the rest." The next memory was stark, bereft of drunkenness. She stood in Hoth's room, morning light streaming through the window. She was crying. "Please, I don't feel like myself. I need the maiden back." Hoth ignored her. Ione's vision flashed again, and she was in the yard at Castle U. Elspeth was next to her, and so was Elm. All three of them watching as Raven and Hoth sparred in front of the destriers. When Raven stomped on Hoth's hand and the High Prince screamed, Ione smiled. But the effort was taxing. After, she spoke to Hoth. "I don't see why you are so determined to lock my feelings away. It's not as if we are destined to spend much time together." She clenched her jaw. "If I promise to use the maiden when we are together at court, will you tell me where it is?" Hoth's skin was pale for pain. "No." "Then I ask you to release me from this engagement." He barked a laugh.
"Huh. And subject my father to courtly gossip? He'd whip the both of us."
Ione turned to leave, lingering at the door. Her voice had grown so flat from when she'd spoken on Equinox. "So this is what you would have? A queen with no heart?" Hoth's green eyes held nothing but spite. He tapped his scythe.
"Go away."
The room bled away to another, one with dark walls and wind that whistled in through the windows. Spindle House. There was blood on Hoth's shoes from where he'd stepped in Elspeth's dark vomit, left over from the game with the chalice. He paced the room, the veins in his neck bulging, 2 empty flagons rolling on the floor.
Your cousin, he shouted. She's infected, isn't she?
Ione's voice was cold. No. He hit her across the face with an open palm, took her yellow hair in his fist.
Tell me the truth, Ione.
She stayed unmoving, unflinching. Elspeth isn't infected. His face grew redder.
It's disgrace enough that my own cousins carry that blight, but now my future wife's. It is too much.
He dragged Ione by her hair to the casement window, slammed it open.
You'll have your wish, my dear,
he said, hauling her over the sill.
I release you from our engagement.
Ione clawed at him, screamed, but with one brutal shove, she was falling. Elm's entire body seized, and he fell with Ione down Spindlehouse's reaching tower. He heard the sickly crunch of her skull cracking against a brick. When Ione peered down at her body, jagged, red-tipped bones had torn through her clothes. Blood pulsed in Elm's ears. He struggled to tap the nightmare card. When he opened his eyes, Ione was watching him. He caught her cheek, pressed his forehead over hers. His voice shook. Did no one help you? It was late. No one saw me fall, and it hurt too much to scream, to even whisper. I simply lay there, waiting to die. She said it with so little effect, like it bored her, the near end of her life. I watched the moon worry across the sky. My blood eased and my bones straightened, snapping back into place. The pain in my head faded, and then I felt nothing. No despair, no fear. Only then did I truly understand what the maiden had done to me. I left Spindlehouse and stayed the night in an alley in town. I thought about running away, to go deep in the mist and simply disappear. She sighed. But I couldn't go without my card. So I walked to Hawthorne House, washed the blood out of my hair, waited for my family. I didn't want to go back to Stone and face Hawth alone. They never came. She brushed a loose strand of auburn hair from Elm's brow. But you, Prince Renelm, did. Pain hit Elm's temples. He felt something warm slide from his nostril. Ione's eyes tightened. She dragged her hand under his nose. When she pulled it back, there was blood. Elm hadn't remembered, the music loud in his ears, that he was still using his scythe. Ione reached into his pocket. When her finger grazed his card, Elm's connection shattered. The pain stopped. Sometimes, she muttered, wiping his blood on her skirt. I think things would be infinitely better if there were simply no Providence cards at all. Elm gave a shaky exhale. You'd make such a perfect queen. She laughed at that. Not a real laugh, but a cold, unfeeling one. Huh. Just not a perfect Rowan queen. What does that mean? Elspeth, she said plainly. I could never wear the crown that would see Elspeth, or anyone infected, killed. Not even now, when I feel nothing. It's why I wanted to be queen in the first place. To have real power. To change things. Again, that derisive laugh. I was a fool. Elm blinked, and it became so painfully clear what he needed to do. He took Ione's hand, lacing their fingers together, and led her down the hall, away from the music that drifted through the columns. For the first time since he'd stood on that drawbridge and watched Raven ride away, Elm felt light, like someone had punched a hole in Stone's ancient walls and let in the day. When they got to the tall, fortified doors of the throne room, he nodded at the sentries. The doors opened with an ominous rumble. Elm pulled Ione inside. Don't let anyone in, he told the sentries. The hearths were not lit. The room was dark. They were alone in that cold, heartless place. Alone, just her, him, and the throne. Ione's voice drifted past Elm's ears. What are we doing here, Prince? He looked at the chair. That ancient monster forged of rowan trees. Elm, he reminded her. Call me Elm. What are we doing here, Elm? Christening. Reclaiming. Fashioning a new king. Maybe a new queen as well. Changing things. Ash, a wide, jagged crack in pale stone. Elm and Ione stood on the east side of the throne room, staring into the open mouth of the unlit hearth.
Look inside,
Elm said, the shadow of terrible things hanging low.
There is a pale stone that lifts.
Ione dropped to a crouch. When Ash brushed between her fingers, she drew in a breath. The muscles between her shoulders bunched, and a scraping sound filled the throne room. She pulled the pale stone away, revealing a dark, carved-out hole. In it were two things: a cluster of weapons, a chain and whip and a short, blunt club, and a maiden card. Ione pushed the weapons aside. The iron links of the chain clanged, and Elm's hands balled into fists. She took the maiden card and slid it into the bodice of her dress, then shoved the stone back. When she turned, her expression revealed nothing. No joy that the thing she had so long sought was back in her possession. What are the weapons for?
An education in pain.
Her gaze shot to Elm's face, then dropped to his hands locked in fists. She caught one, brought it to her mouth, pressed her lips over it. Thank you. His voice was rough.
Don't thank me yet. There's still one last thing for us to do here.
Elm led her to the throne. His fingers ghosted over the armrest. Slowly, he lowered himself down into the dark seat. Ione watched him. Preparing for the future?
More than you know.
He leaned forward, clasped his hands together.
I have a proposition for you, Miss Hawthorne. A final barter between us.
So formal. She propped a shoulder against the throne. What are we bartering, Elm? He liked hearing his name on her lips far too well.
This terrible chair. And you in it with me.
Ione's brows drew together, her gaze jumping between him and the throne.
You can still be Queen of Blunder, Hawthorne. If you want to.
Her voice was needle-sharp. What are you talking about?
Marriage contracts,
Elm said, itching to touch her.
A kingly duty my brutish father has never tended well. The last one he penned himself, poorly, might I add, was signed on Equinox, a nightmare card for a marriage.
To Hoth. A contract that bound me to Hoth. Elm smiled.
To the heir.
He'd known the moment he'd read it that his father had not taken pains to see the contract well worded. The king's handwriting had been difficult to read. It was the first time Elm had thanked the spirit his father was a drunk. He'd gotten the keys from Baldwin and fetched the contract, read it 3 times over. Bound by this contract to wed the heir to the throne of Blunder, followed by Ione's name and the king's signature. And there was nothing to erase it, now that it was hidden safely at Castle U, which meant Ione Hawthorne, if she wished, could still be queen, still marry a Rowan. Only now, it wasn't the brutal prince, but the rotten one.
Queen,
Elm said.
We'll find your mother and brothers, release your uncle and father, if you wish it. You can be the ruler you were supposed to be, wanted to be.
Ione's face was unreadable. The king will never allow a wedding. My kin are traitors. Infected.
So are his.
Elm bit back.
My father has always kept the infection close, so long as it served him. Raven, Emery, his own nephew's infected.
Elm sucked his teeth.
There are many things the king does not want made public. Should he wish them to remain quiet, he will not challenge me on this.
Ione rounded the throne. Elm parted his legs, and she stood between them. And if I hadn't saved your life? She whispered, gazing down upon him. Are you so honorable that you would marry me, a stranger who's been nothing but cold to you, just because your father skipped a few words in a marriage contract? His eyes glided over her mouth.
Charitable of you to think me honorable.
You are.
And you're hardly a stranger.
You don't know the real me. Elm softened his voice.
I know there is a warmth in you, not even the maiden can confine. No one who feels nothing would work so tirelessly to get their feelings back. I also know you love Elspeth, and not despite her infection. You simply love her.
He ran his thumb over Ione's bottom lip.
I think, behind the maiden, you love a great many things, Ione Hawthorne. Even this wretched kingdom.
When she let out a breath, Elm leaned forward, traced his nose over her jawline, whispered into her ear.
I'd like to know the real you. Whenever you're ready.
Ione went still and didn't speak. The silence settled into Elm, shaking his resolve.
I'll make no demands of you, he managed. When you release yourself from the maiden and find you still do not care for me, we need never—
You think I don't care for you? His breath stole away from him. He looked into her eyes.
Do you?
There was no reading her face, but in that moment, Elm was certain Ione was warring with something. Maybe it was the maiden's chill, or maybe, just maybe, it was the same thing he was warring with. Hope. Delicate and thread-thin. Ione lowered her head, brushed her mouth over his. I'd like to try. Tightness fisted Elm's chest.
I'd be your king, but always your servant, never your keeper.
He arched up, dragging his knuckles down her chin, making her lips part for him.
Think about it, Hawthorne.
When she spoke, her voice was full of air. I don't want to think right now, Elm. He reached into her hair and pulled the pin out. Yellow gold waves fell down her back. Elm wrapped it around his fist like a bandage.
Then don't.
He kissed her, without pageantry. Ione sighed into his mouth, and Elm hauled her onto his lap, marveling once more how she utterly filled his hands. Her knees pinned his sides, and when she thrust her hips forward, her soft against his hard, she pushed Elm deeper into the throne. You look good in this chair. She glanced down through her lashes at him, the corner of her mouth twitching. Under me. Elm tugged her hair, baring her throat to him. He dragged his bottom lip up the warm column, took in a full breath of her.
That's the idea,
he murmured into her skin. Ione pressed harder into him, rolled her pelvis over his lap. Muscles spasmed everywhere.
Ione.
Is this what you want? Both of them were breathing hard. Me? Here? It took all of Elm's fraying self-restraint to pull back. His body was pleading to the point of pain to be inside her, but he couldn't, not with the part of her he wanted most still locked away. He shook his head.
When I bed you, Ione, I want you to feel it.
A flush blossomed from the tortuous neckline of her dress, floating up her throat into her face, but her expression was blank.
I'd like to know the real you,
Elm said again. He kissed her slowly, intently.
I've wanted to know you since I saw you all those years ago, riding in the wood, mud on your ankles.
Ione withdrew. Whatever she saw in Elm's face made her eyes widen. She sat up, finding his hand, lacing their fingers. Come with me. She led the way out of the throne room. The king's court was still in the great hall, drinking and dancing, unaware that their new high prince, moments ago, might have gladly debased himself atop the throne. Ione led him up the stairs. When they got to her room, she shut the door and latched it, pushing Elm up against the wood. She kissed him once, hard, then pulled back. It's going to hurt, she said, when the maiden lets me go, when all the feelings I haven't felt come rushing in. Are you sure you want to see that? The moment held Elm in place. Even his breath had gone shallow. Ione dipped her hand into her bodice. When she pulled it back, the maiden was between her fingers. Do you? He managed only one word. Please. Never breaking their gaze, Ione held a finger up to her maiden card. With 3 taps, she released herself from its magic. Chapter 37. Elspeth. The moment Peter sought to enter the alderwood, the trees barred his way. It seemed the spirit of the wood would not let anyone who was not already infected into her lair. He tried nonetheless.
I'll wait for you,
he called. The trees slammed shut, locking him out, and Raven, Jesper, the nightmare, and me in. Ahead, Jesper's laughter cut through the mist. This way! The nightmare had known all along that, to enter the alderwood, someone needed to get lost in the mist. His own sister had done it. He'd known this was coming, and said nothing. I didn't have claws or jagged teeth, but I had enough anger to turn the dark chamber we shared into a battering cacophony of fury. I screamed until I earned a flinch, then screamed again.
Enough, Elspeth,
he snarled, hurtling after Jasper through a bramble of thorns so sharp they cut through the sleeves of his cloak. He shielded his face with his arms, and the thorns bit into them, scoring his skin red. I felt neither pain nor pity for the marks upon him, screaming all the louder. Raven is moving heaven and earth to find the Twin Alders card, to save Emery. If he loses a sister in the process, it will break him.
Yous do not break,
came the nightmare's menacing rebuttal.
They bend.
I looked out my window into the alderwood. The hour was distinctly day, but the wood was so dense, the mist so oppressive, it felt like the blackest part of night. The wood was alive and voracious. Trees and roots skittered forward at terrifying speeds, grasping at Raven and the nightmare. They snagged at hair and skin and clothes, as if they wanted a taste of the trespassers who had breached their terrifying haunt. Worse, the alderwood spoke, and not into just the nightmare's mind. From the way he jumped, gray eyes going wide, I could tell Raven could hear the trees too. Their voices were like a swarm of wasps. Be wary the green, be wary the trees, be wary the song of the wood on your sleeves. You'll step off the path to blessing and wrath, be wary the song of the wood on your sleeves. Ahead, Jesper's gait quickened to a sprint. She ripped through branches and brambles and vines thick as her forearm. Her laughter swam in the dense air, unnatural, both calm and frantic. Can you hear the spirit? She's calling my name, calling me home. Raven tripped, then bent over himself, gasping for air.
Keep going,
the nightmare hissed, wrenching him up by his hood.
If we lose her, we too will be lost.
They ran without respite, hunted by the alderwood. Brush rustled from behind. The nightmare whipped his gaze back, huffed air out his nostrils. It seemed the trees were not the only ones who wanted a pound of flesh. Animals with sharp shoulder blades and silver eyes stalked forward. Wolves, wildcats. Above, birds of prey darted between trees, far away and then too close. A falcon dove, screeching as it swiped razor talons at the nightmare. His sword flashed through the air. There was another terrible screech, then feathers and blood rained. Nearby, a tree with thin branches and crimson leaves whipped Raven across the face. 1,000 dissonant voices ricocheted in the salt-riddled air. Mind the mist, it does not lift. The spirit doth hunt, ever adrift. Stay out of the wood, be wary, be good. The spirit doth hunt, ever adrift. Raven reeled, wiping blood from his cheek. He ducked, barely avoiding an errant branch as it swung for his neck, but not the next. Jagged, the branch caught his hand, tearing the skin at his knuckles. There is no escape from the salt, the alderwood called. Magic is everywhere, ageless. To the spirit of the wood, the exactor of balance, our lives are but of a butterfly, fleeting. Ahead, Jesper's voice grew more frenzied. The voices of the trees are clever. Isn't that right, Shepherd King? It is they who spoke the words you penned in your precious book. They who warned you against magic. They whom you did not heed. The nightmare's vision went wide, then instantly narrow. Time fell away, his memory knotting around me like a noose until it wasn't Jesper I was trailing in the alderwood, but Eris. Come, brother. She laughed, her voice horrible and wrong. Lines of inky darkness chased up her arms. The spirit of the wood awaits. New beginnings, new ends. She turned, her yellow eyes cold, as if she no longer knew me. But nothing comes free. An animal snarl shattered the memory. On your left, I shouted, fangs and hot, rancid breath. The nightmare swore, veering as a wolf sprang at us. He cut the animal down with his blade. But a second was waiting on his other side, so close I could see the white of saliva strung between its jaws. It lunged, and would have caught the nightmare's arm and ripped it open, had an ivory-hilted dagger not sung through the air, hitting the beast in its wide silver eye. The wolf fell, and Raven was at our side, ripping his dagger free. He afforded the nightmare a brief, disgusted glance, then hurried back onto the path Jesper's erratic steps had cleaved. The apology you owe him, I seethed, is beyond measure. He just saved your life. Our life. A humiliation neither of us should attempt to recover from. Jesper's laughter had grown distant. It sounded from not only ahead, but also below. A moment later, I knew why. Not 10 paces away, the forest floor opened into a deep, jagged valley. Dirt flew as Raven skittered to an abrupt halt. He teetered a moment at the valley's lip. The nightmare, trailing too close, slammed into his back. You bloody imbecile! They stumbled, staggered, fell. The nightmare's vision winked, limbs tangling with Raven's as the two of them rolled over root and rock into the valley. They met the bottom with a flurry of curses, smashing through something brittle. Brittle and white. The nightmare stiffened. When he pushed up onto his hands and looked around, I stifled a scream. Coated in mist, the valley floor was a field of bodies. Some were skeletons, others only partially decomposed. Earth, flesh, bone. The smell broke through the salt in the air. It wafted across the nightmare's sinuses, putrid, rot and decay. Death. Every soul who'd gotten lost in the mist had come here to die. To rot. Raven choked back a cry, a skull shattering beneath his knee as he scrambled to his feet. His eyes went wide, then he heaved his meager breakfast onto the ground. Bleary, the nightmare's gaze was hard to see through. Still, I could discern what awaited of us on the other side of the valley. A looming hill. Jesper was on it, climbing on all fours like a spider, her words garbled, her cries guttural. "Don't lose her," I urged him. He didn't move, flashes of Eris passing through his mind. "Nightmare!" I drew in a breath, spoke the words he had so often tendered me, when it felt impossible to drag myself forward. "Get up! You must get up!" He let out a breath of fire and unfolded himself from the ground, facing the ominous hill. "Eyes forward, you," he murmured. "We're nearly there." The incline of the hill was treacherously steep. The nightmare let Raven go ahead of him, though I could tell by the gnashing of his teeth that their pace was not fast enough for his liking. Still, he kept his arms strained the entire way, as if he was preparing himself to catch Raven, should he fall. He didn't. Calloused fingers found purchase in the earth, and Raven hauled himself up, foot by foot, up that tall, monstrous hill. When the incline crested to a flat crown, he fell onto grass. His hands were tattered, slick with blood. Welting bruises decorated every bit of skin I could see. His breaths were gasps. It seemed to take all of his remaining strength just to lie there and breathe. My voice came out in broken pieces. "Help him." The nightmare paused, looming over Raven like a shadow. Slowly, he knelt. "Look at me." Raven's gaze seemed far and near. It crashed into my window. "A king's reign is wrought with burden. Weighty decisions ripple through centuries. Still, decisions must be made." The nightmare's whisper was like wind in the trees. "You are strong, Raven, you. I have known that since the moment I clapped eyes on you. And you must keep being strong." He turned and faced the hilltop. "For what comes next?" The hill's crown was mist and rock. In its center were two trees, their roots woven together like serpents. Tall, with long, reaching branches, one tree was pale, white as bone. The other was black, as if charred. I recognized them as if they'd been scrawled over my skin. The same image lived on the cover of the old Book of Alders. Two trees woven together at the roots, one light, the other dark. The twin alders. Jesper lay supine beneath them. Her eyes were closed. Raven ripped himself off the ground and ran to her, crouching at his sister's side, tearing the fabric along her sleeve. Long fingers of inky darkness swept up Jesper's arm, a tributary of magic, settling into its new host. The infection. Raven swore, clawing at himself for his spare charm. He placed the viper head in Jesper's hand and closed her fingers around it. He held his breath, waiting. She did not stir. His voice broke. "The maiden?" The nightmare came up behind him. "Not for this. No card can stop the infection, nor heal degeneration." "Yet," came a harsh, rattling voice from above. The hill shook, knocking Raven off balance. He fell, and the alders wrapped their roots around him, catching him at the wrists, the ankles, tethering him to the ground. "What are they doing to him?" I shouted into the nightmare's mind. He didn't answer. His eyes were on Jesper's unmoving form. The trees bent over Raven. They had no eyes, no mouths, no faces. But they spoke. "Who is it?" called the rattling voice of the dark alder. Higher, more dissonant, the pale alder answered. "Taste his blood." The roots around Raven's wrists tightened. When blood dripped from the cuts in his hands, the hilltop shuddered. "You?" the trees said together. The pale alder shifted closer to Raven. "The yew tree is cunning, its shadow unknown. It bends without breaking, its secrets its own." "Look past twisting branches," the dark alder called.
dig deep to its bones. Is it the twin alders you seek, or is it the throne?
The nightmare's hands were rigid, claw-like, at his sides.
Answer them,
he told Raven. Raven pulled in ragged breaths.
I seek the twin alders card, to unite the deck, to lift the mist,
said the Dark Alder. To heal the infection, said the other. Raven nodded. Then you must ask the spirit herself for it. The roots around Raven's wrists loosened, and another thunderous roll shuddered through the hill. The alder trees twitched. Slowly, they began to move farther apart, dragging their roots with them. When they were at a distance from one another, they stopped. I stared at the space between them, blinked, then blinked again. I was not looking through the trees at the other end of the hilltop. I was looking through a doorway, an opening to another place between the alders. A long, pale shore. Raven pulled himself to his feet.
Is that where the twin alders card is?
It is where the spirit of the wood will speak to you. Raven knelt, tugged on Jesper's arm. The alder tree's roots jutted over her, caging her to the ground. She stays with us. If she does not feed us with her rot, we will feed her with our magic. Raven's voice trembled with loathing.
That is why people flock here when the spirit snares them in the mist? To feed you?
The Dark Alder extended a branch.
To feed and to fuel. What we consume, we pour back into the mist. What you call an infection, we declare a gift.
The branch traced Raven's brow.
I would think you, of all people, would understand that.
Raven recoiled.
My magic is not a gift. It's hardly anything at all.
The tree pulled back, and while it had no eyes, I was certain it had turned its glare to the nightmare.
Seems you have much to learn yet. Now go. The spirit will not wait forever.
Raven looked between the trees at that pale shore. Roots no longer held him in place, but his legs did not move. Forward, always forward, the pale alder mocked. Isn't that your creed, Raven, you? A frown drew across Raven's brows. He looked down at his sister, then back at the nightmare. At me.
I'm not going anywhere without them.
Then your journey was for naught. The nightmare hissed. His thoughts swaddled me in darkness. 500 years became nothing, Jesper shifting to a visage of Eris, lying unmoving between the twin alders. And I understood, better than I ever had, how he had become a monster. His life had been a never-ending barter. He had given his time, his focus, his love for magic. He'd wielded it with great authority, but it was magic that had taken his kingdom, his family, his body, his soul. It was balance, but it was not fair. And now he was full of agony, whittled down to something jagged, a tooth, a claw. I know what you're thinking, I told him.
Do you?
It's the same thing you've thought for centuries, isn't it? That this pain might never have occurred if you had simply played in the wood with Eris as a child and never asked the spirit for her blessings. You'd have never gotten the sword, never bled onto the stone. You might have held your children as dearly as you did your cards. I softened my voice. For if you had, there would have never been any cards at all. And none of this would have happened. He laughed, a bitter sound.
And now you know that every terrible thing that happened in Blunder took place long before I handed Brutus Rowan a scythe. It happened because 500 years ago, a boy wore a crown, had every abundance in the world, but always asked for more.
Ahead, the alder trees stirred. They shifted toward each other. The doorway between them to the pale shore, to the twin alders card, was beginning to close. Raven's voice was taut.
Please, I will speak to the spirit, meet any price.
He grasped Jesper's arm, trying to pry her from her cage of roots.
But not my sister.
The trees didn't heed him, the gap between them closing further still.
There's a reason you are here a second time, I said to the nightmare, my voice urgent. You may have lost a sister to magic, but you must not resign Raven to the same fate. You are the Shepherd King, the author of everything I have ever known.
You wrote Blunder's history, Amori Percival Taxis. Now rewrite it. The alders were closing, the pale shore disappearing. Our one shot at the Twin Alders card. Disappearing. Raven wrenched at roots with bloody hands, but he couldn't get Jesper out. He turned to the nightmare, shouted a broken plea.
Help me!
Our shared vision snapped forward, and though I had no control over my body, I'd swear it was me who tightened the nightmare's grip on his sword. He drew his blade over his hand, cut a thin slice in his palm, and stalked toward the Twin Alders. When he slapped a bloody handprint onto the pale alder, the hill did not merely shudder. It quaked. The trees spoke as one, their voices a dissonant, wretched harmony. Taxes. The nightmare fixed the alders in his gaze, addressed them with a malice so ancient it coated my mind in brimstone.
There are many circles that draw through time, he said, many mirrored events, many woods that inevitably lead us to the same place. Much of what happened 500 years ago has happened again.
His eyes narrowed.
But not this. You will not make a monster out of him as you did me, forcing him to give up his sister. Let go of Jesper, you, or I will cleave your roots from this earth.
The alders went rigid, their slithering roots and twisting branches halting to an eerie stillness. Then, so abruptly I had no time to scream, they seized Raven, ripping him away from Jesper. He shouted, thrashed, but was tossed with abandon through the doorway onto the pale shore. The trees turned their vicious branches on the nightmare, but his sword found them first. He took to the roots, cutting Jesper free with furious precision. The hill trembled, the opening between the alders as narrow as my bedroom door at Spindle House. Keep going, I urged him. He pried Jesper's limp body off the earth and slung her over his shoulders. The two of them were struck over and over by flailing branches. Raven reached out, the space between the alders now so narrow he could not get back out. Take my hand. The nightmare took it. When Raven yanked him forward, the doorway between the twin alders slammed shut. The trees and the hilltop were gone. All that remained now was a pale shore, accompanied by the sound of waves and the oppressive smell of salt. Chapter 38. Elm. By the third tap of the pink card, the flawless, unearthly, and unreachable Ione Hawthorne was gone. The real Ione was there in her stead. Freckles. The first things Elm saw were her freckles. They were concentrated along the bridge of her nose, then sparse over her cheeks and brow and chin, a final few resting in the bowl of her Cupid's bow. There was a vertical crease in the center of her bottom lip, lines in the corners of her mouth and eyes. Smile lines, he remembered. This Ione smiles. There was textured skin, some of it irritated, around her nose, half-moon shadows beneath her eyes. Eyelashes were partially blonde again, and the small gap between her two front teeth had returned. The hair along her brow didn't fall with such unnatural elegance as before. There were tangles, rogue curls, disarray and imperfection. She looked so human, like the girl he'd seen riding through the woods. There were not enough pages in all the books Elm had read, in all the libraries he'd wandered, in all the notebooks he'd scrawled, that could measure, denote or describe just how beautiful she was. There you are. The frost and indifference in Ione's hazel eyes had vanished, vibrant colors of earth and fire and forest entirely unrestrained. A small, fractured noise came out of her. She moved toward him, but didn't make it 2 steps before her knees buckled, and then Elm was catching her, holding her as they sank onto the floor. Body shaking, eyes screwed shut, Ione opened her mouth against his chest. Her scream was silent at first, then so loud it filled Elm's ears. Tears fell down her face and her breaths came in labored gasps, her lungs begging for air, denied again and again by her unending wail. She'd endured a bartered marriage to Hoth, a brute who'd gotten her drunk and used his scythe on her, locked away her heart with 3 indifferent taps. He'd dragged her to the precipice of that window at Spindle House and pushed her to her death. She'd lain there in her own blood, staring up at the moon, thinking it would be the last time she'd see the night sky.
It tore at Elm, thinking she'd endured it all alone. That his stalwart opponent, the maiden card, had healed her so well she'd been spared feeling a single part of what had happened to her. Until now. Elm pressed his face into her shoulder, whispering the only consolation he could think to offer. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Her fingers dug into his tunic. Then she was pushing, forcing him away from her. When Ione looked up into his face, there was so much hurt in those hazel eyes, Elm thought he might die. She pulled farther back. Give me a moment. Ione. She folded over herself, hugged her arms over her chest. Go, Prince. Prince. Like his brother. Elm scraped a hand over his eyes, said, I'm sorry, Ione, and left. He trailed his thumb over the nightmare card. When he got to Hoth's room, he didn't bother knocking. It was late. There was only one physician on duty, standing near the corner of the room sorting tinctures and vials. He jumped when Elm entered, but the other figure, seated at Hoth's bedside, did not startle so easily. Lyndon watched Elm enter, his brow knit by a deep grimace. What the hell do you want? Elm didn't look at Hoth. There was no use breaking things that were already broken, but an old familiar rage had crawled up his throat for every second he'd lived in Ione's memories. He didn't want to merely break things. He wanted what the Shepherd King had gotten, the privilege of holding Hoth Rowan's life in his hands and finding it forfeit. Elm wrenched open the chest at the end of the bed, threw the nightmare card back into it. He's not worth it, he said, to Lyndon, to himself. He didn't know. He's not worth another moment of your time. He returned to Ione's door, slid down the face of it and sat in a heap, listening to the sound of her cries through the wood. He made himself listen, made himself feel it. His hand slipped into his tunic pocket, searching for comfort along velvet trim. Elm pulled the scythe out and examined it, flipping it through his fingers. Red. The Rowan card. His savior. His crutch. Did he even know who he was without it? Did his father? Had Hoth? Ione's sobs carried through the door. Elm closed his eyes and leaned his head against the wood, his shoulders shaking as tears fell down his face. The door opened and Elm fell backward, hitting his head on the floor. Ione looked down at him. With surprising strength, she pulled him to his feet, then closed the door behind them and brought him to the bed. Elm lay on his side and faced the wall, hollowed out. The mattress shifted and 2 hands wrapped around him. Ione pressed her body against his back, melding around him. Elm closed his eyes. Tears he thought had all been spent, stinging him once more. Do you hate me, Hawthorne? Her arms tightened around him. No, Elm. I don't hate you at all. They slept. When Elm woke hours later, pale daylight shining in the window, Ione was still holding him. He memorized the map of her arms over his chest, perfect lines. She the stylus, and he the paper. Her voice fluttered past his ear. Are you awake? He turned. Morning light kissed her hair, her ear, the high points of her face. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Elm ran his hand across her cheek. Ione. She pulled him until they were pressed together, her mouth tucked against the hollow of his throat. For a long while they did nothing but breathe. So close to one another their inhales and exhales matched, a slow, steady rhythm. When did you see me riding? She said, her voice a gentle hum against his skin. With mud on my ankles? Elm ran his fingers through her hair, in long, tender strokes. I was 16, maybe 17, patrolling the forest road with Jesper. We were supposed to be watching for highwaymen, but we were playing cards. A horse went by, faster than most riders go. You didn't see us. You were laughing, a sort of whistling cackle. He rubbed the nape of her neck. I liked your laugh. Your hair. Ione was quiet a long time. Elm thought maybe she'd fallen asleep again. Then, I thought you were beautiful. A beautiful,
terrible prick. A laugh rumbled in his chest. When I was a girl, I imagined you belonged in a storybook. No prince had any right being so handsome unless he lived on a page. But you weren't charming like a prince in a story, and you made it abundantly clear there was no one besides the youths worthy of your time. She tugged at his sleeve. The black clothes didn't exactly make you seem approachable. I didn't know then that Hoth was hurting you. Elm swallowed. Was I rude to you? That would have required you to speak to me. I didn't speak much, but I saw you, liked you. He spoke into her skin. You seemed without burden, so happy and free, you were exquisite. I envied you. You liked me? Out of envy? His arm tightened around her. I'm a rotten thing, Ione. I'm learning as I go. Another pause. On market day, when Hoth sent those poor people into the mist, you stood up to him, challenged him in front of everyone, and I saw the same rage and spite for him that I was beginning to understand. Her voice quieted, her tone confessional. I envied you. She swallowed. There's so much of myself I haven't shared with you yet. What Hoth did, all the feelings he stole from me. I'm bitterly angry. Then be angry, Ione. Elm pressed his mouth to her forehead. It looks well on you. She made a small noise of approval. Her words to him mirrored back at her. I say spiteful things when my feelings are hurt. Hold grudges. And the highwaymen? I'm not sorry for what I did to them. Not even a little. It was frightening and awful, and I'd do it again without thinking to keep you from getting hurt. She took a rattling breath. I think about how easy it would be to do horrible things if I felt I had a good reason. So do I. I liked that I might be queen one day. I liked how the maiden tempered things, how I stopped feeling regret and worry and fear. It felt a lot like power. She tilted her chin up until their lips were almost pressed together. Maybe you liked me that way too. I like that I can finally read your face, and that you've chosen to show it to me. You can tell me your terrible truths, Ione. I'm not going anywhere. Elm sat up, awake, hungry, and, for the first time in memory, happy the day was only beginning. Do you still like to ride? They dressed quickly. This time, Elm made sure Ione had shoes and a damn cloak. Fortified against the mist with their charms, they found Elm's horse in the stable, then a chestnut brown palfrey for Ione. When Elm handed her into the saddle, he caught himself wondering once more if the spirit of the wood did indeed dabble in the lives of men. If she'd pitied him that day he rode with destriers to Hawthorne House, if she'd sensed all the rot inside him and gifted him, the ruined prince, this moment with Ione to tide over his darkness. They rushed out of the bailey and over the drawbridge. Wind blew Ione's hair behind her like 1,000 beckoning ribbons, and Elm let out a breath. He always felt washed clean, riding away from Stone. Autumn was slipping, the frost slow to melt. Soon, it wouldn't melt at all. They kept to the main road for 1/4 of a mile, and then, so fast Ione had to jerk her reins, Elm veered his horse west, down an embankment. When they bottomed out, he took the path he'd long since memorized. Then, across a grassy plain, Elm unleashed his horse. They cantered through the open field, parting the mist with their speed. Ione spurred her horse, caught him until they rode neck and neck. Her eyes were wide, yellow hair a storm. But just as Elm began to worry the speed was too much, she tilted her head back, deficient of all pageantry, and laughed. The sound rolled through her body into Elm, undoing his last brick, his last barb. Ione's face was wide open, not a hint of ice or restraint. Her eyes were creased and her freckled nose wrinkled, the gap between her front teeth visible as she smiled. Elm took in the sight of her, memorized her, praying he could get to his sketchbook before the lines of her smile faded from his memory. He doubted they ever would. She must have felt his stare, because when Ione shifted in her saddle and looked at him, her gaze was expectant. Elm reached over, snagged her reins. It was impossible to kiss on horseback, but he leaned over, brushed his mouth over hers, kissed her just the same. Ione tugged the reins. When the horses stopped, Elm dismounted and reached up for her waist. She slid from her saddle into his grasp, crashing her mouth down upon his. Thank you for this, Elm, she whispered into his lips. For everything. He'd never get used to how it felt, hearing her say his name. Heady, sweet, wistful. They made it to a copse of trees before sprawling out in the grass, fumbling with one another's clothes. Salt stung the air. Elm kept his charm woven tightly around his wrist, and Ione wore hers on its mended chain around her neck. They rolled, caged in each other's arms. Elm pinned her to the ground and put a knee between her legs, guiding them open, whispering words of adoration into her mouth, words like warm and divine and I can't fucking breathe when you look at me, Ione. Ione's hand slid beneath his undershirt and up his back, pressing into the lean muscles along his spine and shoulders, the places he'd taken beatings as a boy. When she freed him from his tunic, her eyes traveled over his bare chest, studying its contours. Fingers wove into his mess of auburn hair. Her voice was hushed, coated in awe. You're beautiful. No, that word is only for you. Elm leaned back and pulled her onto his lap like he had on the throne. Only now, there was no shadow forged of rowan trees looming over them. There was fresh air, mist. Morning doves cooed. A gossamer breeze came in waves. It draped itself over Elm, pushing the wild hairs along Ione's forehead into his face. Everything was gentle, soft, delicate. Elm found the knot at the end of her bodice. There would be no knife, no tearing of fabric. He took his time, his fingers slow as he loosened her laces. Ione didn't rush him. She was too busy memorizing his face, running her fingers over it, searching, measuring. When her bodice fell, dragging her dress down with it, and leaving her bare to the waist, her hazel eyes were still on him. The way you're looking at me, he said, cupping her chin, terrifies me. Why? She ran a hand down his neck, his chest, the line between his abdomen muscles. Did no one ever love you before, Elm? Not like this. Closer. He needed her closer. There's never been anything like this. Elm lay on his back atop his cloak. He dragged Ione's leggings off, and she straddled him, light hovering over her yellow hair. He reveled in how warm she was, how perfect the weight of her was against his body, how delicious it felt when she freed him of his pants. Her eyes went wide. She dropped her hand, measured him anew. Elm. He hissed through his teeth and pressed his fingers over her lips. Careful what you say. You'll spend me too soon with that wicked mouth of yours. He pulled her down, kissed her slowly. I want this to last, Ione. She braced herself on his chest, and when they started, it was agonizingly slow. Elm watched her face, looking for pain, ready to stop the moment he saw any. But Ione eased onto him, hips tilting this way and that, finding her comfort, which became Elm's comfort too. Inch by inch, she descended. And every memory of pleasure Elm had ever carried, fractured in his mind, replaced by this. By her. He held her hips. When he arched up into her, Ione sucked in a breath. He froze. Are you? You won't hurt me. There won't be any pain between us. She dragged her thumb over his bottom lip. Elm nipped it, and she smiled. Unless we're in the mood for it. There'll be time for all manner of sordid things, Miss Hawthorne. For now, his voice quieted. Just keep looking at me. When Elm started moving inside of her, he couldn't think, couldn't focus. Yellow hair was spilling everywhere, and Ione's face was flushed and so vulnerable, hazel eyes searching him, that he felt his chest constrict. The slowness didn't last. There was too much need, too much newness between them. Elm stroked his thumb over her sex, his fingers digging into her bottom and hips as he moved with her, caught between, savoring the moment and the insatiable need for more. He reared up, grasping the back of her neck. What do you feel, Ione? Like a rush of wings, she sighed. Everything. Elm thrust harder, dragging his mouth over her jaw, her throat. I'm yours. Even if you won't be queen, I'm yours. Ione's eyelids fluttered, her pace quickening. Elm palmed her breasts, meeting the hummingbird thrum of her heartbeat with his mouth. She fell back onto their clothes, pulling him on top of her, wrapping her legs around his waist. Her breaths came faster, laborious, and then she wasn't breathing at all, tensing around him. Elm looked down through a haze. Ione's brow furrowed, her eyes still on him. She opened her mouth, let out a sharp cry. Pressure. So much pressure. Elm felt every muscle clench, then powerfully unwind. His head crashed forward onto her breast. He bared his teeth, a curse slipping out, and saw stars. Ione folded him in her arms. When they'd stopped panting, they shared lazy kisses, pleasure spent, and it was so heartbreakingly perfect, that moment with her, that Elm told her everything. About his childhood, the death of his mother, the horrors of what happened after, about hating Hoth and his father, about wanting to die until the youths took him in. He told her about becoming a destrier, about Emery's infection and his slow degeneration, about Providence cards, and how the king had planned to spill Emery's blood to unite the deck, about Elspeth, her magic, the voice, the shepherd king she carried in her mind, about the twin alders, and how Raven and Jesper had gone to find it, and how Elm, the new heir, would do everything in his power to fight for them when they returned. All while he talked, Ione stayed silent, her grip on him tightening. When he finished, she put a hand over his heart. So that's what you've been doing with all your time.
I'd be a liar if I said I wasn't damn tired from it all.
Thinking you could collect the entire deck under the king's nose, including a card that has been lost 500 years, is the most arrogant, most Elm thing I've ever heard. He chuckled, curling a strand of her hair around his finger.
I wasn't the only mastermind.
What about my mother and brothers? The Spindle girls? I thought you'd know where they'd gone. But when I asked, with the chalice,
it was important I didn't know. That way, not even a chalice could make me share their whereabouts.
Her eyes widened. You got them out? The scythe was never far. Elm found it in his cloak pocket and moved it between his fingers, flipping it until the edges blurred.
Jesper warned your mother and brothers, and I compelled the Spindles to flee. I tried to get you out, too. I had no idea you were at Hawthorne House. No idea what Hoth had done.
Twin tears fell from Ione's eyes. Why? Elm sat up, took her face in his hands.
Because I don't believe in it, Ione. Any of it. 500 years of Rowan law. It doesn't mean a thing to me. Better we all dropped our charms and let the spirit consume us than live in a place that punished people for magic not of their own doing. I'd rather stone burned before I saw a woman and her children killed for hiding an infected niece. He brushed her tears away. Your family will be safe someday. I'm going to change things. I'm going to be the worst Rowan king in 500 years.
The tips of his lips curled. I might even enjoy it. Ione's tears stopped. She was looking at him the same way she had when she'd called him beautiful. She pushed into him, arms wrapping around his neck. Then let me enjoy it with you, she murmured into his mouth. The scythe fluttered to the ground, utterly forgotten. They decided to announce the marriage contract that night, to put a stake in the heart of pageantry and end the feasts a day early. It was well after midday when they returned to Stone. Somewhere deep within the castle, a bell was tolling. Ione looked up at the tall, looming towers. What's that? Elm passed the groom the reins and took her hand.
I'm not sure.
Baldwin wasn't there to ask. Neither was Philip. A string pulled in Elm's chest. He thought maybe Raven had returned early. Fingers laced with Ione's, Elm took the stairs to the royal corridor and stepped into his chamber. A shadow rose in the corner of the room. It wasn't Raven waiting for him. It was Hoth. Part 3. To Bend. Chapter 39. Elspeth. The spirit of the wood's shore was much like the one I'd occupied in the nightmare's mind. A listless, infinite space. Only this beach was pale. The sky, the rolling waves, the fine sand, all a wan, lifeless gray. Raven sat in the sand, Jesper in his arms. He could not reach her, not with his nightmare card, not with his voice. No matter how he shook her, called out her name, She would not wake. I don't know how long we sat on that beach, waiting for the spirit of the wood. The nightmare gnawed at a fingernail, watching the Yu siblings from the corner of his eye. Raven's voice was ragged. How long do we wait? The spirit keeps her own time. Dozens of cuts from branches and thorns marred Raven's face. He looked so tired. When he pressed a calloused finger to his sister's neck, a pained sound came out of his mouth. Her pulse is slowing. The fever is killing her. Do something, I pleaded in my dark chamber. Don't let him lose hope. Your family is steeped in magic, the nightmare replied, harsher than he should. She will live. Raven clamped his eyes shut and said nothing. You did not come all this way to yield to despair. Raven didn't answer, but another voice did. It came from the sea, deep and vast. It filled my dark room, echoing near and far. The King of Blunder, it called. Come to barter once more. When the water parted, a creature with claws and pointed ears and silver eyes slipped out of it, and I knew deep within the inky blackness in my veins who she was. The spirit of the wood. Welcome back, Shepherd King. Welcome, Raven and Jesper Yu. Her unearthly eyes met my window. She smiled. Welcome, Elspeth Spindle. Chapter 40. Elm. A flash of red. Don't move, came Hoth's voice. Don't even speak. Salt stung Elm's senses. His mind skittered to a halt, locking his muscles along with it. He was frozen, one hand in his pocket, the other laced with Iones. Hoth stood before them, tall, menacing, and entirely flawless. The scars, bruises, and claw marks were gone, his skin unblemished. He wore a gold tunic and a deep crimson doublet, his chest wide as he squared off with Elm. A pair of daggers was fastened to his belt. He looked younger, but that was only because the deeply embedded frown lines in his brow had been smoothed over. Hoth glanced down, his green eyes tracing Elm and Ione's clasped hands. I shouldn't be surprised, he said, his tone idle. You've always been a cocky little runt. The last time Elm had seen his brother, Hoth had been lying in a puddle of his own drool. There was no poultice, no medicine, no magic in the world that could have healed him so well. Save one. Hoth lowered himself to a seat atop Elm's chest of clothes. I see you thinking, Renelm, trying to work it all out in that Weasley little mind. His eyes flickered to Ione. Did she tell you? About that night at Spindle House? About what I did to her? Rage coated Elm's throat. He tried to open his mouth, but his jaw was locked. Hoth's eyes raked over Ione's body. How different you look, my dear, from the bloody shell of a woman lying beneath my window at Spindle House. When I opened my eyes 2 nights ago and saw you, so perfectly whole, I knew. Even when I understood nothing else, I knew. The words slid between his teeth. The maiden card healed you, Ione. Ione's hand was cold in Elm's, slick with sweat. When Father tapped the nightmare card and entered my mind, I tried to tell him, but the fool was too drunk, too unfocused. He didn't hear me. A touch of satisfaction crossed Hoth's face. But a night later, Lyndon did. The door opened behind him, and then Lyndon was there. Only now his face was clear, his skin unblemished, his scars gone.
"Take his scythe,"
Hoth said, nodding at Elm. Brutish hands pushed into Elm's pockets. Lyndon looked up at him with a sneer. He ripped Elm's scythe free, then, for good measure, rammed a fist into his stomach. Breath rushed out of him and nausea rolled, but he couldn't even double over. The scythe's leash holding him in place was too tight. The old panic Elm had shoved behind walls was back. It clawed out of his chest, up his throat, into his mouth, begging him to scream. He was a boy again, tethered by his brother's scythe, waiting for pain. Hoth held out his hand, and Lyndon dropped Elm's scythe into it. "When you returned the nightmare card last night, Lyndon used it. He found me, and pieced together what Father couldn't." "Maiden," Lyndon said, glowering at Elm, then Ione. "That's what I heard him say into my mind, over and over. Maiden card. Then Ione." Lyndon stood in front of Elm, looked him up and down with an unmasked leer. "Hoth told me some time ago where he'd made Miss Hawthorne place her card. But when I went to the throne room, it was not under the hearthstone. I thought maybe she'd recovered it. I went to her room to search. Her door was locked." He reached for his belt. "But yours, Prince Renelm, was not." There was a clang of iron. Lyndon pulled a ring of keys, Elm's ring of keys, free and dangled it in front of him. "You should really take your duties more seriously, Prince. It took me less than 5 minutes to unlock her door and find her maiden. I tapped it 3 times, and then—" He ran a hand over his face where the skin had once been cleaved. "My scars vanished. I was healed." Elm had to do something, or else he and Ione might never escape this room. But he couldn't. Fucking move. A smirk graced the corners of Hoth's mouth. "Not so tough without Raven, are you, brother?" He stepped forward, took Elm by the throat. "Where are they? Raven and Jesper." "Tell me." Another wave of salt hit Elm's senses. His jaw ached. When he opened it, venom pooled, his brother's scythe dragging the truth out of his mouth. "Gone for the Twin Alders." "Where?" "I don't know." Hoth ripped the ring of keys out of Lyndon's hand and hit Elm across the face with it. "When will they be back?" "I don't know." Another blow. Ione made a noise in her throat. "What's the matter, Renelm?" Another blow. "Nothing clever to say?" Elm's mouth filled with blood. He spat, painting Hoth's boots red. "You may be healed, but your time is marked, brother. I know who it is you woke when you bashed Elspeth Spindle's head into the wall." He looked deep in Hoth's rowan green eyes. "And not even a maiden card can save you when he returns." Fear flickered over that perfect, brutish face. Hoth's fingers tightened around the ring of keys. Elm sucked in a breath, waiting for another blow. It didn't come. Hoth reached into his pocket. "Lyndon," he said, keeping his gaze locked with Elm's. "Give Ione her maiden card back." Lyndon's brow knit, but he did as he was told. When he touched the maiden, releasing Hoth from its magic, the cruel, familiar lines of Elm's brother's face returned. Lyndon slipped the pink card into Ione's hand. "Tap it," Hoth bade her. The scythe wouldn't let him turn. Elm could only see Ione in his periphery. He heard the soft sound of her finger against the maiden card. Tap, tap, tap. "Better." Hoth stepped away from Elm, moving with menacing slowness until he stood opposite of Ione. He pulled a dagger from his belt. Elm's insides seized.
What are you doing?
Conducting an experiment.
He didn't even afford Ione the ability to speak. Hoth merely dipped his head toward her, a mocking bow, and said,
Let's try this once more, betrothed.
He raised his dagger and plunged it to the hilt into Ione's chest. Air washed out of her, a long, ragged breath. Ione's hand went slack in Elm's. Then she was falling out of his line of sight, out of his grasp. The world darkened at the edges. The scream welling in Elm ripped free. Linden hit him across the face, but he didn't stop shouting. Lights burst behind his eyes, every last muscle spent fighting the red card's grasp. In the end, it was Hoth's brutal hand that turned Elm's head.
Let us see how well the pink card fares against a fatal blow.
There was so much blood. Red like the rowan berry, like the scythe. Red in Ione's dress and skin and hair, red all over his bedroom floor. She'd survived the fall from Spindle House. The maiden had kept her alive then. She could survive this. Had to survive this. But the blood, it was Heart's blood. Dark. Complete. The kind Elm saw on the hunt when he made sure the stag had a quick, clean death. The light in those hazel eyes was fading. Ione's mouth parted, tears slipping over her cheeks, fear etched over her face. And Elm understood. This was what it was like when Hoth sent her falling the last time. When she was certain she would die. Only this time, Ione wasn't looking up at the indifferent moon, waiting for the great stillness to claim her. She was looking up at him. Her hands were the color of snow, bloodless. They lifted to the dagger in her chest, ghosting over the hilt. Her lips, a sickly gray, moved, but no words came out. "Let her speak," Elm shouted, pleaded. Hoth's laugh cut through the room. "I don't think I will." Ione's gaze stayed on Elm, holding him in those hazel wells. She pulled the dagger out of her chest and dropped it on the floor, closed her eyes, and stopped moving. 20 seconds. 40. 1 minute. Hoth made an indifferent noise in his throat and looked down at the maiden in Ione's hand.
"Seems there are limits to the pink card after all."
2 minutes, and Ione still did not stir. Elm was shouting so loud his brother flinched. Hoth shoved him to the floor, kicked him, then flinched again. A bead of blood slid from Hoth's nostril. He pulled his scythe from his pocket and tapped it. "Stay down," he told Elm, "or you'll regret it." When Salt finally fled Elm's senses, he didn't hear what Hoth and Linden were saying to one another. He didn't care. He was dragging himself through blood, all of his might spent keeping the last thread of hope he carried within himself from snapping. He cradled Ione's head in his hands. She was so pale, not a trace of pink anywhere. "Hawthorne." Nothing. He pressed his forehead over hers. "Please, Ione." When she remained unmoving, Elm shut his eyes, slammed his teeth together, but no effort could restrain the tears burning down his cheeks. Then, like a rush of wings, "Elm?" His head shot up. Ione was moving. Just a finger, then a hand, which came to rest over the wound on her chest. Then that chest rose with a deep, desperate breath. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened, and Elm looked into her eyes. Hazel, heat, and life. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her into his chest. When a sob finally cleaved itself from him, he wondered bitterly if it had been her who'd nearly died, or him. Like poisonous clouds, Hoth and Linden loomed from above. "Incredible," Linden's mused. "A blade through the heart, and still the maiden lets her live." Hoth's voice was slow, awestruck, ravenous. "Invincibility." Darkness pooled in Elm. It didn't matter that he was weaponless, naked without his scythe. He still looked up into his brother's face and said, without an ounce of doubt, "I'll kill you for this." The door banged open. Philip Willow stood at the threshold, with his books and his dogs, eyes wide as he took in the room. Hoth and Linden standing over Elm and Ione. Blood on the floor. His gaze found Elm's face, tracing the budding bruises, the tears in his eyes.
"Forgive me, Prince," he said. "I should have knocked louder."
Elm could have kissed the ground. He nodded at Ione in his arms. "Take her," he said, his voice breaking. "Help her." When Philip stepped into the room, Hoth straightened his spine. "You aren't needed, physician." The dogs growled. Philip stayed them with a firm hand.
"Prince Hoth, you were missing from your chamber. We rang the bell."
"I heard it." Hoth shifted his scythe card between blunt fingers. "But, as you see, no one stole me from my bed. I am quite well. You may go." Philip didn't move. His eyes were on Ione.
"She's lost a lot of blood."
"I'm aware." Footsteps lumbered down the hall. Someone heavy was running. And then the king was there, pushing past Philip, tramping through Ione's blood on his way to Hoth. When he wrapped his arms around his eldest son, his voice came out fractured.
"My boy! You're alive!"
Elm looked down at Ione's chest. She was still covering her wound.
"Let me see,"
he whispered. She was reticent. Her hand pressed so hard over her chest, her fingernails had left crescent indents. Slowly, she took it away. The wound was shrinking, half the size of the blade that had made it. The maiden, still clutched in Ione's other hand, was healing her. Elm raised his eyes to the ceiling and, with every part of himself, thanked the Shepherd King for his horrible, wonderful maiden card. Ione's hand grazed his sleeve. "I thought I'd slipped through the veil. I was riding in the wood, mud on my ankles." A small smile graced her colorless lips. "With you." Elm buried his face in her neck.
"Someday. But first, I want 100 years with you."
Above them, the king's voice came in waves.
"How?"
he asked, his voice hitching as he put a calloused hand to Hoth's cheek. Hoth's own voice was even. He patted his father's shoulder.
"I hear you've been hosting feasts. Host tonight's in my honor, and I'll tell you all about it."
Chapter 41. Raven.
The last barter waits in a place with no time, a place of great sorrow and bloodshed and crime. No sword there can save you, no mask hide your face. You'll return with the twin alders, but you'll never leave that place.
Raven heard the crack of bones. The spirit of the wood rolled her jagged shoulders, whipped her tail through the air, dug her claws into sand. Her ears were long and pointed, and when she smiled, short, jagged, fang-like teeth peeked out from behind her lips. She was not human or beast, but something in between, like the monster depicted on the nightmare card. Only her eyes were silver. She marked Raven with them, unblinking. Then she aimed the tips of her claws at her own torso, and buried them in her stomach. Silver blood poured down her fur and fell into sand. The sea lapped it up, ravenous. Raven stared, wide-eyed in horror. The spirit heaved a sigh and the bleeding stopped. She dug into her own stomach as if all that blood had dislodged something deep within her. When her hand came back, coated in silver, something was wrapped in her claws. Small, rectangular, with an emerald green trim. The 12th Providence card. The twin alders. The spirit's talons unfurled.
"She wants you to use it,"
the nightmare said behind Raven. Raven set Jesper, who had not stirred, into the sand and dragged himself to his feet.
"What will happen when I tap it? A meeting of minds, like the nightmare card. I cannot say. I have never used the twin alders."
"And if I use it too long?" The nightmare's voice quieted.
"You will lose all sense of time."
Raven met the spirit's eyes, silver, unblinking, and without pupils. He shivered, reaching forward, grasping the velvet edge of the twin alders card. But when he tried to pull it out of her clutch, the spirit's claws closed in a vice over his hand. Raven cried out. When he met that eerie silver gaze again, he understood. She hadn't been offering it for him to take, only to use. There was still a final barter to make. Raven relaxed his grip on the velvet edge. I won't steal it. Her claws retracted. Raven's skin scored red. When he reached into her hand a second time, it was with only a single trembling finger. It hovered over the Providence card, 500 years lost. He closed his eyes, took in a breath of salt, and tapped the twin alders. Once, twice. Measure your words carefully with her, the nightmare warned. They may be your last. Thrice. Wind ripped over the sea's salted lip. It blew into Raven's face, blinding him. The spirit spoke once more in her vast, stormy voice. I watched you in the mist, Raven you. Tasted your blood. Stripped away your stony armor. Her gaze shifted between him and the nightmare. You have traveled to the heart of my wood at the edge of the Shepherd King's crook, like a lamb to slaughter. Raven's jaw set. I'm not a lamb. Her silver eyes traced him. Knew him. Yet you are determined to die like one, come solstice. Behind them, the nightmare let out a sharp hiss. What does she mean? When Raven looked back into the nightmare's yellow eyes, he knew, somehow, he was looking into Elspeth's as well. You must know, he said, that I was never going to allow the king to spill her blood to unite the deck. The nightmare was still a long while. Then, so quiet it might have been waves upon the shore, he said, You would bleed in Elspeth's place? In my place. Raven straightened his shoulders and spoke with enough conviction to reach every one of the nightmare's 500 years. Yes. He turned to the spirit of the wood. Blood is the price to unite the deck, to lift the mist and heal the infection. Your price. And I will gladly pay it. Gladly die. I've been dying piece by piece since Emery grew sick. His throat constricted. I have died tenfold since Elspeth disappeared. And now your mist has claimed my sister. So do not speak to me of cost, spirit. His eyes fell to the twin alders in her claw. I am leaving here with that card. Or I am not leaving at all. Her lips peeled over jagged teeth. She breathed in, and the sound of water upon the shore disappeared, as if sucked into her mouth. All was silent. The spirit held Raven in her unblinking silver gaze, then lunged forward, her claw catching his hand. With incredible strength, she pulled him off the shore into the frigid sea. Raven was afforded only a brief glance back at the nightmare and Jesper before the spirit plunged him beneath water, the salty tide slipping over his head. When Raven opened his eyes, he wasn't underwater. He wasn't even wet. He was standing in a field of snow. Jesper and the nightmare were gone. It was just him, alone, with the spirit of the wood. Birds called overhead. Not the caw of ravens or crows, but songbirds, the sweet tune of larks. Wings fluttered above a meadow coated in snow. When Raven looked up, his breath caught. It was clearly winter, but he'd never seen the sky so blue, the light so strong, entirely unencumbered by mist. It stole the breath from him, the beauty of it. Where are we? 800 years in the past, came the spirit's dissonant reply. Why? She let go of his hand and stalked through the snow. Magic has little use for time. I walk through centuries like they were my own garden. Her eyes fixed on Raven over her shoulder. Human life is short. You are not as a tree, stoic and unyielding, but a butterfly, delicate, fleeting, inconsequential. Raven shook his head. Lamb? Butterfly? The Shepherd King had described the spirit of the wood in the old Book of Alders as neither king, foe, nor friend. He might have saved ink and called her what she truly was. A proper asshole. Her tail flicked, as if she knew his thoughts. She opened her claws. Beside the twin alders, 11 other Providence cards appeared in her palm. They floated in front of Raven, suspended in air, turning with the slow flourishes of the spirit's finger. The cards, the mist, the blood, she said. They are all woven together, their balance delicate,
like a silken web. Which makes you the spider. She smiled at that. The Shepherd King was clever, imaginative. No ordinary soul could have made such a varying, intricate deck. He knew neither virtue nor love, greater than his want for these cards. She snapped her fingers, and the cards came rushing back into her claws. Are you the same, Raven you? Measure your words carefully with her. They may be your last. Raven took a deep breath. I'm a thief, a liar. Most would find my virtue lacking. And your love? Raven's chest tightened. If he were to close his eyes, he knew what he would see. His parents' faces, bent as they read books in silence by the library fire. Elm and Jesper and Emery riding on horseback down the forest road. Elspeth, sitting across from him at Castle Yu's table, pink in her cheeks as she smiled at him from behind a teacup. I have something of love in me. With another snap of the spirit's fingers, the deck was gone, leaving only the twin alders in her claws. Then I will make you an offer. Leave this card with me, and I will save the people you love. Your siblings shall be free of the infection. Elspeth Spindle will be released from the Shepherd King, body and mind. She drew a claw through snow. And the Rowan Prince shall be saved from his almost certain, ruinous fate. Birds were still chirping, the sun still on Raven's face, but he was cold all over. The only sound to reach him, the thrum of his unsteady pulse. What fate should Elm need saving from? The spirit did nothing but watch him through unblinking silver eyes. I should know what I'm agreeing to. Silence was her only reply. The ever-present tremor in Raven's hands quickened. When he spoke, his words clung to the back of his neck. Then I have no choice but to save them myself come solstice, with the Twin Alders card. Dark fur and wide, unyielding eyes made it difficult to discern emotion upon the spirit of the wood's face. But by the momentary twitch of her ears, the flick of her tail, Raven was certain she was displeased with his answer. You spoke of me once, she murmured. You were walking through the Black Forest on your way to steal Wayland Pine's Iron Gate card. You led the party, but your gaze was cast back to Elspeth Spindle. Raven pressed his lips together. I remember. You said to her, magic sways like salt water on a tide. I believe the spirit is the moon, commanding the tide. She pulls us in, but also sets us free. She is neither good nor evil. She is magic, balance, eternal. The wind in the meadow picked up. The spirit's voice grew louder. I would have all of Blunder believe the same. And so, Raven you, my second offer to you is the throne. When Raven did not speak, a snarl touched the edge of her voice. You have the makings of a great king. Measured, careful, wary of balance. You need not go back to stone and bow before your uncle. No more lying or stealing or pretending. Find your own virtue. Keep your own rules. She nodded at the card in her claws. Leave the Twin Alders card with me, and I shall make you Blunder's king in Quercus Rowan's stead. You do not have the power to do that. She was paces away. Then suddenly, too close. Her silver eyes filled Raven's vision, her claws pressing into his chest. You stand here, hundreds of years in the past, and speak to me of power. The smell of salt was everywhere. The Shepherd King was born with the fever because I deemed it so. His children were gifted magic by me. Brutus Rowan took the throne because I did not intervene. Kings and monsters can be made, and butterflies can be crushed. All that you know, I have created. I am Blunder. Her infection, her trees, her mist. I am brimming with magic. And yet you barter with a liar and thief just to remain so. Raven leaned forward, letting the tips of her claws press harder against his chest. You are eternal, and you are magic. But I know as well as you that magic is the oldest paradox. The more power it gives you, the weaker you become. The Shepherd King taught me that. A low, scraping sound resonated in her throat. She pulled back. You are determined, then, to overlook my generosity and take back the Twin Alders card. I have no ambition for the throne.
Her voice held an edge.
Perhaps you should.
Raven bit down.
Time is precious to me, Spirit. Name your price for the Twin Alders. I would like to go home.
Her silver eyes narrowed, her dark tongue dragging over the tips of her teeth.
Then answer me this.
She drew in a raspy breath.
The dark bird has 3 heads. Highwayman, destrier, and another. One of age, of birthright. Tell me, Raven, you, after your long walk in my wood, do you finally know your name?
A memory tugged at Raven. He'd heard those words before. Emery had whispered them back at Stone.
That is my price,
the spirit continued, a smile snaking over her lips.
My barter. My cost. If you answer correctly, I shall grant you the final Providence card. If you cannot, it remains with me.
Her claw tightened around the Twin Alders.
Your name, Raven, you? Tell me your name.
The riddle cantered forward in Raven's mind, leaving behind a sense of dread. He felt like he was sitting down to a game of chess with Elm, that, by simply being there, he had already been utterly outmaneuvered.
You offered me 2 things, he said slowly. I denied them both, for my restraint and for the sake of balance. I ask for 2 clues.
I'll tell you what I told the Shepherd King when he visited long ago.
The wind picked up, and her voice grew louder.
The 12 call for each other when the shadows grow long, when the days are cut short and the spirit is strong. They call for the deck, and the deck calls them back. Unite us, they say, and we'll cast out the black. At the king's namesake tree, with the black blood of salt, all 12 shall, together, bring sickness to halt. They'll lighten the mist from mountain to sea. New beginnings, new ends.
But nothing comes free,
Raven finished.
Upon solstice, the spirit said, her silver gaze unrelenting, the deck of cards will unite under the king's namesake tree. That tree is not a rowan. That is your first clue.
Her words played in Raven's ears, unharmonious. He tapped his fingers along the ivory hilt on his belt.
And the second?
That I will not tell you. Her smile was all teeth. I will show you.
The world tilted. When it righted, they were still in the meadow, snow all around them. Only now, they stood under the shadow of yew trees. At the meadow's cusp was a stone chamber, fixed with 1 dark window. Raven whirled, searching the tree line for Castle Yew's towers. They were not there. A different castle loomed ahead of him, one he had only ever seen in ruins.
How far in the past are we now? 500 years. We shall be neither seen nor heard.
The spirit of the wood gestured a gnarled claw toward the castle.
Shall we go inside?
The castle was bustling. Musicians tightened the strings of their instruments. Servants hurried down corridors and upstairs with silver trays stacked with food. Children with dark hair weaving between them, snagging pieces of sweetbread and spiced fruits. Holly and mistletoe garnished every door. Red and green and yellow velvet cords were strung between the iron arms of chandeliers. Solstice, Raven realized. 5 long tables parceled the great hall, their benches full of courtiers laughing and drinking. There was no dais at the end of the hall, but there was a throne, wooden, fashioned of thick, interlocked branches. Upon it sat a man. He was not caught up in the revelry around him. He spoke to no one, his face downturned over a book splayed open in his lap. The old Book of Alders. There were lines in his copper skin, his face angular, mouth drawn. He had a long, hooked nose. When he lifted his gaze, Raven caught a glimpse of his eyes. Yellow.
Is that
the Shepherd King in the flesh? The spirit whispered. A crown rested upon his head, tangling in his dark, wavy hair. A gilt circle of gnarled, twisting branches and greenery. Raven had seen that crown before. It waited in the stone chamber at the edge of the meadow, 500 years in the future. He kept his eyes on the Shepherd King. It seemed like a dream, seeing the face behind the voice. The slippery whispers, the grating snarls and hisses, those were the embellishments of a monster. But this was undoubtedly a man. There was something strangely familiar about his face. But before Raven could put his finger on what it was, smoke filled the air. It came from every doorway, dark and oppressive. Courtiers bolted from their seats, cries filling the great hall as they trampled over one another to get out. Castle guards peeled themselves off walls, guiding frantic men and women and children out of the castle. The old Book of Alders fell from the Shepherd King's lap. He stood, but a gloved hand held him back. A man came from behind the throne. His body was broad and his face sharp with angles, frown lines carved deep into his brow. In his other hand, he held 2 Providence cards, the Black Horse and the Scythe. There was blood on his upper lip, dripping slowly from his left nostril. But Raven was focused only on his eyes, green, like his uncle's, like Hoth's and Elm's. Brutus Rowan. He put his cards into his pocket, leaned over the throne, and spoke words Raven could not hear to his king. He reached for his belt, withdrew a dagger, and drove it in the Shepherd King's ribs. Men in black cloaks stepped into the smoke, their eyes unfocused, fixed on Brutus Rowan.
"Find his daughter," he commanded them. "Don't let her heal him. Then bring me the other children."
The Shepherd King reared. The back of his head collided with Brutus's jaw, and loud, ugly shouts filled the room. Raven coughed for the smoke, rubbed his eyes. When he opened them, the Shepherd King and Brutus Rowan were gone.
"Come,"
the Spirit of the Wood said, taking his hand in her claws.
"It's almost finished."
She led him outside. It was night now. The sky was black, the crescent moon masked by smoke. Orange flames licked up the castle towers, the last of the screaming courtiers fleeing into the night. Raven's entire body tensed as the Spirit of the Wood brought him through the meadow. He knew where they were going. He'd walked these steps 1,000 times. The Shepherd King's chamber. And his grave.
"I don't know if I can stomach this."
Her tail flicked through smoky air.
"Would you like it to stop?"
Figures darted past them, hurrying through the snow. The Shepherd King, followed by 4 boys. Tilly was in his arms. Raven could tell by the way her neck and limbs flopped, her eyes open and unseeing, that she was dead. They left a trail of blood in the snow as they ran toward the stone chamber. Raven's hands shook.
"They're all going to die, aren't they?"
The Spirit of the Wood's voice held no love, no hate, no pity.
"Yes."
When the Shepherd King and his children reached the stone chamber, disappearing into its window, the Spirit urged Raven forward.
"Go inside."
The chamber was dark, but the flames from the burning castle flickered in through the window, revealing a shape in the corner of the room. A man. Brutus Rowan. Waiting. He'd donned a cloak, gold, with the Rowan insignia embroidered upon it. With a swift, brutal blow, he knocked the Shepherd King's sword from his grasp, kicked it away.
"The trees can't help you now."
The Shepherd King set Tilly down and planted himself between Brutus and the children. "I didn't know the spirit would take Eris. I didn't mean for her to die."
"I don't believe you. You are a liar, my old friend. Magic has made a soulless wretch of you, twisted you beyond all recognition."
He pointed his sword at the Shepherd King's chest.
"You are no longer fit to rule."
"So you would take my throne? Kill my children?" Brutus's jaw set.
"It will pain me. Losing your friendship pained me. Losing Eris pained me."
"But what was it you once said to me?" His grip tightened upon his hilt.
"To command the scythe is to command pain.
What is commanding a kingdom to that?" Men spilled into the chamber, 11 of them, each gripping a black horse.
"Tell me where to find the Twin Alders card,"
Brutus said, his voice louder now with the men at his back.
"I will do what you could not and lift this vile mist."
The Shepherd King put his hand to where he'd been stabbed. When he pulled it back, it was covered in blood. He swayed, a laugh slithering out of his mouth.
"No."
Like a hunter, Brutus stalked forward. When the Shepherd King did not acquiesce, Brutus took him by the throat, slammed him upon the stone, and buried his sword in his chest. The children cried out, but the Shepherd King made not a sound, save a long, low hiss. He fell from the stone to the earth beneath it, his crown slipping from his head. He held out a bloodied hand to his children. "I will find you on the other side of the veil," he murmured. His gaze turned back to Brutus. Yellow. Wicked. Infinite. "For even dead I will not die. I am the shepherd of shadow, the phantom of the fright, the demon in the daydream, the nightmare in the night." He lay upon soil at the foot of the stone, bled his life's blood, did not stir. Brutus looked down upon him, teeth bared, tears dropping from his eyes. When he wiped them away, his gaze was cold. He tapped his scythe 3 times. "Kill them," he said to the men at his back. Raven lunged at him, fell right through him. "Wait," came the spirit's stormy voice. "Watch." When the screams filled the air, Brutus threw himself out of the chamber. The burning castle was set before him, an inferno of orange and black. A boy stood in the meadow, framed by fire and smoke. He looked like his father, dark hair, tall, angular, a distinct beak-like nose. The only difference was his eyes. They were not yellow. They were gray. "Traitor!" came his snarling voice. He pulled a sword from his belt. "I'll kill you for what you've done." "You won't," Brutus said, holding the red card out between them. "You're going to walk toward me, Bennett. And just like your father, you're going to feel my blade in your gut." The boy paled, but he did not move. Brutus's voice grew louder. "Come here!" Bennett tilted his head to the side. His eyes fell to the scythe. "No!" Brutus began to shout. He came closer. They parried, and in 3 blows, the much larger man knocked the sword from the boy's hand. He lifted his blade for a final strike. Bennett closed the distance between them and ripped the scythe from Brutus's hand. Then, as if it were truly no more than paper and velvet, he took the indomitable red card, smiled up at Brutus, and tore the scythe in half. Brutus's eyes went wide. He took a faltering step back, then lifted his sword once more. But before the blade could find Bennett, the boy reached into his pocket, extracted a mirror card, disappeared. The world shifted. Raven and the spirit were on a dirty street in town. They watched Bennett, hood up, begging for food. Watched him on the forest road, band together with a party of highwaymen to rob a caravan. Watched as destriers hunted the streets, posters with crude portraits of Bennett's face decorating hitching posts throughout Blunder. Bennett, now a man of middle age, wrapped his arms around a woman with wavy black hair and brown eyes, stood with her under tall, twisting trees, said marriage vows. The vision ended where it began, in the meadow. The yew trees surrounding the Shepherd King's stone chamber were tall. They, along with the chamber they guarded, were the only things left unscathed by the fire. Bennett walked, now stooped with age, through the ruins. He climbed into the chamber, bled into the stone. The chasm opened up, and he dropped his nightmare and mirror cards into it. "Be wary, father," he whispered. "Be clever. Be good." Then he was gone. Raven and the spirit of the wood were alone in the meadow once more, snow at their feet. For the first time since the Shepherd King had taken command of Elspeth's body, Raven's hands did not shake. He stood perfectly still, 500 years washing over him. "That boy," he murmured. "Bennett. The scythe. He destroyed it." 4 scythe cards were made," the spirit replied. "Yet no one has seen the Rowans use more than 3. But Providence cards are ageless. Their magic does not fade. They do not decay with time. They cannot be destroyed. The Shepherd King declared it so. And he, like you, is certainly a liar," the wind whispered through branches. "Your time is up, Raven you," the spirit said. "I will have your answer now. Tell me, what is your name?" His throat tightened. His eyes rushed over the meadow, the tips of trees he and Jesper and Emery had swung from as children. Just like Tilly did, waiting for her father. Breath bloomed out of Raven's mouth in the cool air. So often was he fixed on going forward, always forward, that he hadn't let himself look back. But the past had been shown to him, written out for him, laid bare at his feet. the branches carved into the Shepherd King's crown, his hilt. The blade, swinging through the air, rearranging the wood. A name, whispered against a yew's gnarled trunk. An old name for an old, twisted tree. The Shepherd King's face, his son Bennett's gray eyes. The scythe had not worked on Bennett, just as it did not work on Raven.
I'm nothing like you!
But you are. More than you know. Raven met the spirit of the wood's silver gaze. When he finally said the words, he knew, with every piece of himself, that they were true. Texas. My name is Texas. Chapter 42. Elm. Of all the people in the great hall, the monster was the most pleasing to look at. Hoth sat in his rightful chair in a gold doublet trimmed with white fox fur. He played with the horsehair charm on his wrist and didn't smile, but his laughter echoed as he accepted compliments from courtiers. He didn't mention the maiden card he'd taken back from Ione, didn't attribute his sudden recovery to anything but himself. But he was undeniably using it. His face was too perfect, his features too steady. He held his goblet up for the 5th time, a false toast to Rowan's stamina and health, and drank. All the while he kept Elm tight under his scythe's leash. Shoved into the corner of the dais, no one paid Elm any mind. Now that Hoth was back, he was of little interest to Blunder's court. The fresh bruises on his face, just another reason for them not to look at him. Hoth sat next to the red-eyed king, Ione in her customary chair on his other side. Lyndon hovered nearby, arms clasped behind his back, satisfaction in the newly unblemished lines of his face. Elm's pulse pounded in his head. He could not hear what Hoth told the king in a low voice, but by the way the king's eyes widened, it was clear he was riveted. Tales of the pink card's unforetold magic, perhaps. Elm didn't look at them long. His eyes belonged to Ione. She was in one of those horrid gray dresses again. This time, it had been Hoth who'd compelled her to wear it. He hadn't given her time to fully wash away the blood from the wound he'd dealt her. And the gown's collar was the only one high enough to conceal the red stain upon her skin. Ione sat rigid in her chair, her hazel eyes clouded by whatever command Hoth had bade her with his scythe. To sit still and keep silent, most likely. No one asked after her, or why she was so pale, why some of the yellow hair knotted at the nape of her neck had blood in it. Like Elm, Ione received few looks at all. When the line of well-wishers along the dais eased, Hoth took his goblet and stood. Baldwin's voice boomed. His second royalty, Hoth Rowan, High Prince, heir to Blunder, destrier, and keeper of laws. The echo of scraping chairs filled the hall, and then the court was on its feet, eyes trained on their perfect Rowan prince. Hoth's smile did not touch his eyes. As your High Prince and destrier, my days are parceled by duty. I am proud to say I protect Blunder well from the infection. I uphold my father's laws, his commands. He put a hand on the back of Ione's chair. I even agreed to marry, so that my father could add the elusive nightmare card to his collection. That he, one day, might be the Rowan King to finally collect the deck and lift the mist. Hoth drew a finger along the back of Ione's neck. It looked like a gesture of affection, but Elm saw it for what it was. A threat. But I was injured, Hoth continued. Gravely. I didn't know how full my life was until I'd nearly lost it. He turned to the king, who was watching his son with captivated focus. And now that I am healed,
There are things besides duty and honor I no longer wish to take for granted.
He put a hand on his father's shoulder.
The bonds of family, for one.
An appreciative murmur sounded in the hall.
It makes me glad,
Hoth said, something darker hiding in the low notes of his voice,
to hear how well you accepted my brother in my absence.
His eyes jutted to Elm. When blood hinted beneath his nostril, he wiped it away before anyone could see.
Come join us, Renelm. Refill our goblets. Drink with us.
Salt stung Elm anew. Linden came beside him, thrusting a cup and a flagon of wine into his hands. Elm tried to look at Ione, but the scythe kept him rigid, compelling him forward, marching him onto the center of the dais. Hoth pulled his own goblet close and looked down at the king's empty one.
Fill it.
Elm tipped the flagon, and wine flowed into his father's cup. Hoth's mouth quirked.
To family!
He called, raising his goblet. The great hall answered in kind.
To family!
Elm didn't drink, helpless to do anything but stand still and breathe. When the king drained his cup, the smile teasing Hoth's mouth widened. He turned his back to the hall, facing Elm and the king.
On the subject of family,
he said in a low voice only they could hear,
I understand Raven and his party will return shortly, along with the woman who attacked me.
His eyes lowered to the king.
A woman who should be dead, or rotting in a cell.
King Rowan straightened in his chair, a flush coloring his neck.
Elspeth Spindle has old knowledge. I need her to find the twin alders. Old knowledge indeed.
Hoth murmured into the rim of his cup.
You're a brute and a drunk, father. But I never took you for a fool.
The king's flush crawled into his face. His voice was a growl, a warning.
Hoth!
He kept going, quiet as he leaned forward.
All your life, you fretted over the Twin Alders card, lifting the mist, healing the infection, when in truth, it is the mist, the infection, that feeds the throne. People fear the mist. They fear the physicians and destriers who come to their doors to root out the infection. No one has challenged a Rowan in 500 years because of fear. And now you've gone and given Raven you a way to undo all of that. What's more, your beloved infected captain is coming back with more than a Twin Alders card.
Hoth's mouth drew into a tight line.
He's coming back with the goddamn Shepherd King.
The king's cough was a loud, barking strangle.
And it will be you, brother,
Elm said through his teeth,
who will have to face them when they return.
That's why you're here, Renelm. You and Ione Hawthorne. I never wanted either of you, but you'll make fine bargaining chips all the same.
Hoth laughed to himself.
Let's hope the fire of your budding romance doesn't snuff out in the dungeon.
The king's tumbler crashed onto the dais. He made a choking noise, his thick, brutish fingers clawing at his own throat. His face had gone red, mottled. Blood spiked over his eyes. He grasped for Hoth's sleeve, his words wet and garbled.
Help!
What's wrong? Elm regarded the flagon Linden had shoved into his hands, then the king's empty goblet, drained of the wine he'd poured. His gaze shot to Hoth. What have you done? Heads turned. A few courtiers stood from their seats, while others remained arrested in stillness, their attention fixed upon the dais. Hoth inhaled deeply.
Ignore the king,
he said beneath his breath. King Rowan hacked. His eyes were bulging now, the spit on his purple lips turning to froth. No one moved to help him. Not his servants or destriers, not Baldwin or the lords and ladies of Blunder who'd hurried to Stone to partake in his feasts. Their opinion of him, of his Rowan legacy, had made him into the king that he was. And now that he was choking, dying before them, they would not even look at him. all of them compelled by Hoth's scythe to deny him their notice. Hoth watched his father struggle to breathe with cold indifference, his nostrils laden with blood. Elm was shouting, "Don't do this!" "It was not I," Hoth said, nodding at the flagon in Elm's hand, "who poisoned the king." Elm looked down at his father, that unfeeling, ungiving man, and felt a terrible, wrenching pity. The king's mouth dripped blood, the great bear of a man passing through the veil. But even with the death hound stalking him, the bear had teeth. The king lunged forward, knocking Hoth to the ground. With blunt fingers he tore at Hoth's gold tunic, ripping free his scythe card, throwing it to the floor. Salt fled Elm's senses. He dropped the flagon. Hoth flailed beneath the king's weight, shoving and kicking him, trying to free himself. Quercus Rowan looked up one last time. His swollen hand fumbled along his own clothes now. He pulled something free from his doublet, red as the rowan berry, as poisoned wine. The king's scythe card. He thrust it at Elm. "Take it!" His eyes rolled back, and he dragged in a final, halting breath, then went still. His gilded crown of twisted rowan branches slipped from his brow. The king of blunder was dead. Everyone moved at once. Screams filled the room, a surge of noise. Free of Hoth's scythe, half the courtiers tripped over one another to get out of the great hall, while the other half pressed forward for a better look. Destriers lunged from shadow, caught in the tumult, as they hurried toward the dais. Hoth shouted above the bedlam, struggling yet to get out from beneath his father's weight. "Arrest Prince Renelm! He's used his scythe on us! He's poisoned the king!" More screams. Fearful gazes turned on Elm. Footsteps thundered behind him. Fingers shaking, Elm tapped his father's scythe 3 times and shut his eyes. The statuary of ice was waiting in the darkness. He pushed it out on a salt tide, just as he had in the throne room. Ice, stone, stillness, silence. "Be still," he said, homing in on everyone in the great hall. Castle guards, courtiers, destriers, everyone. "Be still." When he opened his eyes, the great hall was unmoving. Hundreds of people, frozen in place. Needle thin, a pain began in the corner of his mind. He found Lyndon, ripped his stolen scythe from the destrier's pocket, and shoved him on the floor. Ione was still at the table, frozen, half out of her chair. Elm rushed to her, pressed his forehead into her shoulder, breathed her. "Come with me." The bailey was empty. Even the stable boys, the guards in the tower, were frozen. Elm found his horse. "Can you ride without a saddle?" Ione nodded. She reached up under his nose. When she pulled her hand back, his blood was on it. They cantered into the night, and with every clack of hooves upon the road, the scythe dragged a knife across Elm's mind. His vision blurred, his hands shaking on his horse's mane. "We're far enough," Ione said. "Let go of the scythe, Elm." "The destriers will catch up. We need to get you farther." But a high-pitched whining sounded somewhere in his head, pain drilling into him until he couldn't see. He sucked in a breath, slumped, and fell off the horse. Gravel flew, flashing past Elm's face as he lay in the road. His horse whickered, and then Ione was there, kneeling next to him. Elm reached for her neck, checking she still had her charm. "Don't take the main roads," he managed. "Find the others. Raven, Jesper, the Shepherd King. If you cannot, keep to the mist, out of sight." He kept his hand caged around his father's scythe, but the other, his own he'd reclaimed from Lyndon, he held out to her. "If anyone so much as looks at you wrong, use this." Ione didn't move. "You're not coming with me?" With every breath, pain like glass cut deeper into Elm's mind.
Hoth needs someone to barter with when Raven returns, and I cannot let it be you.
His voice hardened.
I'm not going to run away from him this time.
He enlaced his fingers in Ione's, pushing his scythe into her hand.
I wish we could have had those 100 years, Hawthorne. I wish you could have been queen.
I don't care about being queen. She pulled him close, pressed quivering lips to his mouth. You are not Hoth, and you are not the boy he tormented. It would be terribly unclever to die just to prove it. Please, Elm, come with me. Her kiss tasted like tears. Elm was lost to it. He pulled back.
Get on the horse and ride away, Ione.
When her hazel eyes went blurry under his scythe's command, it took all of Elm not to look away. Ione got on his horse, spurred it, her hair catching moonlight, a dreamy yellow ribbon in the wind. She cried out, calling his name, ripping the last whole piece of his rotted-out heart to tatters.
Go,
he commanded.
Don't look back.
She fought it. Damn her, she fought to look back. Tears burned Elm's eyes.
See you in the woods,
he murmured.
Mud on my ankles.
Blood slid from his nostrils, dripping into his mouth. He sat down on the road and bore the pain like he always had. 20 minutes later, he finally tapped his father's scythe. When the destriers found him, Elm was looking up at the moon, bright and indifferent, worrying its way across the sky. Chapter 43. Elspeth. The nightmare stood in silence upon the shore. Raven had not returned, and Jesper, the darkness nestled in her veins, had stemmed, but her eyes remained closed, and her breathing was slow, labored. The nightmare peered down at her. Then, hunching over himself, he slowly curled into the sand and pulled Jesper into his arms like she were a child. He looked into her face, his whisper no louder than the waves upon the shore. When I look at her, I do not know if she reminds me more of Eris or Tilly. Like the gilded crown he'd once worn atop his head, time was a circle. Raven, Jesper, Taxus, Eris. 500 years was nothing. There on that pale, listless shore. I already knew the answer. Still, I asked, did your sister die in the alderwood? Yes. His voice was low, soaked in regret. I tried to carry her body home. I made it halfway, but I was so tired. I wanted to preserve my strength, to remember everything the spirit and trees had told me about how to unite the deck and make a charm. He said nothing for a long time. I set Eris down in a quiet glen. Walked away. What did Brutus Rowan do when you returned and his wife was gone? Broke my nose. Waited 3 months. Then killed you and your children. Yes. I didn't know what to say to him, now that all of his secrets had finally bled into me. He had always been the keeper of great magic, of knowledge, and I, his destitute ward, greedy for any crumbs he might share with me. But the tide always turns, and the truth always outs. He'd said as much himself once. I had no way to hold him, but I pressed my consciousness against the wall of our shared mind, whispered to him, "No more riddles, my friend. What is it you truly want?" "To keep on rewriting things," he said. 11 years I took from you, Elspeth Spindle. When I go, I aim to leave you a better blunder than the one I forged as king. I turned my name over in my mouth. Elspeth Spindle. I'm not sure who that is without you. You will learn. You'll meet yourself without me soon enough. I didn't know why. After so many years of wishing him gone, his words struck sadness in me. When? After the deck is united, come solstice. It will not unite with Raven's blood, I said. He will not die, bleeding over your cards. I will not allow that, Nightmare. Nor will I. Then whose blood will unite the deck? I have a plan. I probed into the darkness of his mind and found nothing. Just images, and all of them blurry. Raven's face, Elm's as well. Then, clearer than them both, Brutus Rowan's. Well, I demanded, care to enlighten me? His teeth clicked together in a familiar lullaby rhythm. I find it strangely comforting, even with our minds threaded together, that I must endlessly explain things to you, Elspeth. Perhaps if you didn't speak in half-truths and intimations, I might not pester you so. You would pester me no matter what I said or thought. I sighed. I dislike you greatly. But do you trust me? Do I have a choice? He said the same thing he'd said to me in my chamber at Spindle House, just before he took over my mind. My darling, you've always had a choice. Silence crept over the beach. The Nightmare noticed it and put a protective hand over Jesper. The wind strengthened, and the tide withdrew. When a tall, cresting wave heaved, Raven was in it. He broke the water's surface and pushed to the shore, his chest rising and falling with swelling breaths. The sea was heavy upon him, his clothes waterlogged. When he pushed wet hair off of his brow and stepped onto the beach, his gray eyes were bright. He seemed taller than before he'd left, less tired. Wherever he had gone, whatever he had seen, it had fortified him. The Nightmare met him at the water's edge. Well? Raven towered over him, shoulders broad. Is Jesper alive? The Twin Alders card? Raven held out his hand. A brilliant green light appeared, emanating between his calloused fingers. I let out a gasp. He's done it! The Nightmare's voice went low. Your barter? All it cost me was my name. Your name? You know it already. Raven looked deep into the Nightmare's eyes. It's yours, after all. The dark chamber I occupied went utterly soundless. Raven cleared his throat, his voice quieter, as if he was taking pains to soften it. You might have told me the mirror and nightmare cards I keep in my pocket belong to your son, Taxes. It seemed there was some secrets that had not bled out of him after all. Nightmare, I said, a vicious whisper. What does he mean? His voice thinned, like smoke up a flue. Gaze narrow, he peered up at Raven. Seems you're less stupid than I thought. And you're just as horrible as ever. The nightmare let out a humming laugh.
Yes, well, it took me longer than it should have to recognize you. I imagine it was Bennett who revised our family name. But magic and degeneration runs in bloodlines. Your inability to use the cards, that I did recognize.
Warmth stole over his mind.
Along with your nose.
The past and present marked themselves over my eyes. There had always been something so terribly familiar about Bennett, lost in the inky darkness of the Shepherd King's memories. Bennett, who'd peered at me through gray eyes, not yellow. Bennett, who'd stood in his father's library, bird-like, the way he tilted his head, the same cards Raven held in his pocket, twirling between his fingers. I saw it now, the truth grasping me around the throat. Bennett. He looked like Emery. Like Raven. Blunder families have always taken the names of the trees, I whispered, but I have never heard of a tree called Taxus.
That's because it is an old name,
came his oily reply.
For an old, twisted tree.
Like the last line of a poem, the truth fell into place. A yew tree. Raven searched the nightmare's eyes.
Does Elspeth know? Only just. Why didn't you tell us? Would you have believed me, monster and liar that I am?
Raven's pause was answer enough.
The spirit showed me your death.
He heaved a sigh.
I can guess what it is you want from me, Taxus. But I am not the dark bird of your revenge. I will not be another captain who steals the throne. I will unite the deck, but I will never be king of Blunder.
I watched Raven, weighing words that he, a man who uttered so few, had offered.
Our walk in the wood,
the nightmare replied,
was about more than the Twin Alders card, Raven you. There was 500 years of truth to unravel. And now that you and Elspeth know it.
His sharp laugh echoed over the water.
You still do not understand. My revenge is not merely a sword. It is a scale. It is balance. I will take the throne of Blunder back. But not for you.
He straightened his spine, fixing Raven in his unflinching gaze.
For Elm.
Raven's eyes tightened at his cousin's name, emotions settling over them like glass.
The scythe I created has been used for unspeakable crimes. Infected children have been hunted, killed. Physicians have turned to murderers. The old Book of Alders has been defiled by Rowans to justify their every whim. Pain is Blunder's legacy. It has perforated the kingdom for centuries and would continue to do so if your family, my rightful heirs, were to forcibly take it back. There would be terrible unrest. You and I are Blunder's reckoning, Raven you. Not its peace.
His voice softened, as if he were easing a child to rest with a story.
I had 500 years to imagine my revenge. Hoth Rowan tasted it that night at Spindle House. But poetry is as judicious as violence. And wouldn't it be poetic to undo the Rowans from within? To take that legacy of pain and watch one of their own grind it under his heel? To carve the way for a prince who never used the scythe for violence? Your cousin Elm has done more than Brutus Rowan or I ever could. He has looked pain in the eye and refused to let it make a monster of him.
The air thinned. Before Raven or I could speak, thunder rolled. The sky went in inky black, and the spirit of the wood returned. She walked upon the water to the shore, her lips peeled back in a sneer.
You are clever, Shepherd King.
Her silver gaze turned on Raven.
As are you.
But if you wish to rewrite history and unite the deck, to strip blunder of my fever, my mist, you must be quick about it. When her eyes dropped to the Twin Alders card in Raven's hand, her sneer curled into a smile. You've been using that Providence card for a long time. The corners of my dark room seized. Raven's face drained of color. He fumbled, tapped the Twin Alders. The world tugged at the seams, the pale shore quaking, then leaching away to darkness. The nightmare lunged for Jesper, caught her in his arms. Then he was falling. His head hit something hard. When the world came back into focus, I looked up through the nightmare's gaze, the branches of 2 trees tangling above him. One pale, the other dark. We were back in the alderwood, only now there was snow on the ground. Chapter 44. Raven. The knobs of Raven's spine collided with tree roots. He wheezed and spat out a curse, his vision blurring. When it focused, the Twin Alders loomed above him. He turned on bruised ribs, scanning the hilltop for Jesper. She lay several feet away, caged in the nightmare's arms. Are you all right? The nightmare didn't reply. He was dragging the tip of his boot over the ground, over a fresh layer of white, powdery snow. Only then did Raven note how cold it was, far colder than it had been when they'd entered the alderwood. The nightmare set Jesper on the ground, drew his sword. He slid his palm over the edge of the blade. When the cut bled, he swiped it over both alder trees. What day is it?
The day of the long night, came their horrid, dissonant reply.
The nightmare's yellow gaze crashed into Raven.
How long were you using the Twin Alders card?
I don't know. Raven looked up at the sky, snowflakes brushing his face. It was night, but the hour, he could not tell. He rose to his feet, panic thinning his voice. It can't be solstice.
More than it has ever been, said the pale alder.
Less with every passing moment,
said the other. Raven felt sick. How long were we on that shore?
24 turns of the sun. Hurry back to your chamber, Taxes,
said the dark alder.
You have until midnight to unite the deck.
The nightmare gnashed his teeth. On a crashing rumble, he reached for Jesper, flung her over his shoulder, and fled the hill. Raven tore after them. His descent was reckless. Twice he tripped on the rocky hillside and caught himself with bruising effort. When he got to the bottom in the valley that waited, the mist bloomed with bones and corpses. Forward, always forward. Out of the rotting valley into the ravenous wood. Trees swung at them and thorns hungered for a bite, the song of the wood a discordant call of wind, screeching through branches. Animals stalked and lunged. They clambered over roots, swung their swords at beasts of prey. The nightmare kept Jesper in his arms, and Raven shielded them, taking the brunt of the branches that managed to land their blows. Raven had not eaten for what felt like an age, but he was not hungry. He'd been afforded centuries, walked with the spirit of the wood through time. And now that he was back, he knew only one urge, to outrun the clock. The wood hunted them through the night. Then, like a candle in the darkest room, a pale light shone ahead. The nightmare saw it too, and his pace quickened. The light came from a small gap in the trees. It beckoned Raven just as strongly as the mist had beckoned Jesper into the alderwood. Dawn. Nothing is free, the trees called after them. Nothing is safe. Magic is love, but also it's hate. It comes at a cost. You're found and you're lost. Magic is love, but also...
For mercy's sake!
The nightmare spat phlegm onto roots.
Shut the fuck up!
They shot out of the alderwood into pale gray light. When Raven looked back, the gap in the trees had closed. He took in a full breath, the air bereft of rot. It washed down his lungs so pure it made him cough. They stood in the aspen grove they'd slept in last night, only it hadn't been last night. It had been nearly a month ago. Then Raven remembered Peter.
His gaze darted left, then right. He called his friend's name. Peter! Peter! He wouldn't have waited this long. The nightmare panted, his arms still wrapped firmly around Jesper. A clever man, which is giving him a deal too much credit, would have returned to Castle U. He hurried west. As must we. And fast. Raven's stomach plummeted into his boots. The cards. He gasped. Even if we get to Castle U before midnight, we can't unite the deck. I don't have all the cards. The nightmare stopped so abruptly, Jesper fell from his shoulder. He caught her before her head could hit soil. She groaned, eyelids flickering. Raven staggered forward, put his hand on his sister's overwarm forehead. Jess. Bleary brown eyes opened. Jesper reached for Raven, her fingers grazing over his face, his swollen nose. What happened? It hurt, the place her fingers trailed. A sharp, consuming pain touched Raven's face. He drew back. I'll explain everything soon, but we've got to get home. Home, Jesper said, eyelids dropping once more. She rested her head against the nightmare's chest. Tell the Shepherd King. He needs a bath. She slipped unconscious, and the nightmare pressed her over his shoulder once more. When he glanced back at Raven's face, his yellow eyes widened. By instinct, Raven touched where the nightmare was looking. His nose. What do you mean you don't have all the cards? The nightmare demanded. Raven kept running, his hand over his face, looking for injury. He felt nothing, no swelling, no pain, just a lingering tingle where Jesper's fingers had grazed his skin. The deck is divided between the cards hidden in the stone in your chamber and those I have in my pocket. We have all but the scythe, which is with the princeling. Sounding of a serpent's hiss, the nightmare's breath came fast. Then we must find him. This is the only chance we have. Emery will not live to see another solstice. I know that well enough. Raven reached for Jesper. Here, let me. No, he snarled. I will carry her. Crows cawed overhead. Raven and the nightmare continued west. They found a small stream and drank deeply, only for Raven to spit most of the water back up on a sprint through a glen. The nightmare held tight to Jesper. Even when he spoke to the trees, asking for the way, he never set her down, never let her go. Dawn slipped into day, then dusk. The path wasn't easy. At times, there was no path at all, just rocks and thorns and dense underbrush. Raven tripped, panting. Need to stop. The nightmare kept going, pulling in rasping breaths. Elspeth says if you do not get up, she'll never kiss you again. That's not what she said. Get up, Raven. The nightmare's oily voice echoed through the wood. Get up. Raven dragged himself off his knees and followed. He'd never pushed this hard, not in a decade of training. Not even when his opponents were fitted with black horses and he had only his strength to rely upon. He'd never needed so badly to keep going forward. The underbrush was gone, and suddenly his boots were clogging with mud. Raven looked up. The lake. Night had fallen, darkness pressing down onto the water's eerily still surface. The last time they'd crossed, the lake had been a pale silver. Now, it bore the color of the blackest of inks. Raven stood next to the nightmare on the shore's muddy lip and put a hand into his pocket. His fingers brushed the velvet of 5 Providence cards: Black Horse, Maiden, Mirror, Nightmare, Twin Alders. If he drowned, the cards would be lost at the bottom of the lake. Will there be more monsters in the water? No. That barter was already paid. The nightmare tightened his grip on Jesper. He waded up to his knees into the lake. Hurry. Water filled Raven's boots, but before either of them could dive, salt filled his nose, only to retreat a moment later. Raven knew that feeling. Someone had tried to use a Providence card he was immune to against him. His hand fell to his dagger. A moment later he heard it, the thunderous sound of a cantering horse. It came from the path behind them, bearing 2 riders. The horse, white with gray speckles, Raven recognized at once. It was Elm's horse. The first rider dismounted with a booming curse before the animal could reach a full stop. Where the bloody hell have you lot been? Peter ran full speed at Raven. I've never been so happy to see your ugly face. Wind soared from his lungs, his friend's arms a vice around his chest. Likewise, Raven managed. He looked over Peter's shoulder, eyes widening. Ione Hawthorne wore a tattered gray dress and stood next to Elm's horse. Her chest heaved, eyes darting between Raven to Jesper to the nightmare, lingering upon the latter. Elspeth? She's with me. The nightmare rolled his eyes. And she is very loud in her enthusiasm to see you, yellow girl.
Peter pulled back.
What the hell happened? Is Jess all right?
He tripped over himself, getting to the nightmare. He reached for Jesper.
I'm carrying her. Shove off, you ancient windbag.
In one impressive maneuver, Jesper was in Peter's arms.
You still with us, princess? Want to hold my lucky coin?
She stirred in his arms, grimaced. Her brown eyes opened to sliver.
You smell worse than he did.
Peter barked a laugh.
Ha ha! I haven't wanted to go near strange bodies of water for some reason.
He glanced up at Raven. He nodded at Ione, lines drawing across his weathered face.
Much has happened.
Raven's eyes were still on the horse. For every breath he took, dread twisted his stomach.
Where's Elm?
Ione's face crumpled. Raven forgot his exhaustion.
Where is he?
Ione opened her hand. Nestled in the folds of her palm was a scythe card. He's at Stone. Her hazel eyes rose to Raven's face, laden with fury. With Hoth. It had happened weeks ago. Hoth, healed by the maiden card. The king, murdered. Elm, framed and presumably kept alive so Hoth might trade him for the twin alders. But as to the condition he was kept in, Raven could only guess. Fingers wrapped into fists, his mind went somewhere so dark and terrible, he had to look away as Ione explained to them what had happened. All he really heard was Elm. Elm was alone at Stone. With Hoth. Ione's skin was red all over, tears and rage marking her face. She told them how Elm had compelled her to flee and remained behind to confront his brother. She'd ridden to Castle U, pounded upon the door at midnight, begged to know where Raven and Jesper and the Shepherd King had gone. Fenrir had readied himself to go with her into the wood, but Ione hadn't waited for him. I shot into the wood behind Castle U like an arrow, and was immediately lost, she said, looking out over the lake. All night and into the morning I rode, calling out. No one was there. But then, I found a path. It was as if the trees— her brow knit. As if the trees had moved. I know that sounds strange.
It doesn't,
Raven said, urging her on. I rode to the lake, then crossed. The horse was frightened and hurried through the water, like he was afraid of it. We reached the other side, but I had no idea where to go. I got lost again. Only this time, it cost me days. A faint smile touched her mouth. When the crows found me, I thought they were going to eat me. Or that I might try to eat them. I was so hungry. But not an hour later, women wearing masks of bone came out of the trees. Her eyes went glassy. My mother and brothers were with them.
She found me 2 days later,
Peter finished.
I'd gone back to—
his voice clogged.
to bury Wick. I was wandering, waiting for you all to come out of that wood. And now that you have—
he swallowed.
Do you know what day it is? Solstice.
The nightmare cocked his head to the side, his eyes dropping to the scythe in Ione's hand.
I am very pleased you're here, yellow girl. For now we have all 12 cards.
Not yet, Raven reminded him.
6 await in the chamber. We need to get back before midnight. Then we can unite the deck.
He set his jaw and did not say the words haunting his tongue.
With my blood.
The nightmare's knowing gaze swept over his face. They looked at each other, two liars struggling with the truth.
Regarding that, and the princeling, I have a plan. But time is short.
Raven looked out over the lake.
We'll speak on your plan. But first, we swim.
They put Jesper on Elm's horse and waded into the water. It was so much colder than when they swam last. The nightmare pushed ahead, and Ione held the horse's face, spoke into its ear, and led it through the water, breath pluming out of her mouth. Peter was pale as death, muttering to himself about never leaving home again. Raven swam last. Not even his burning fury for what had happened to Elm could keep him warm against the water's bite. No lake monster came to claim him. The only things that fought Raven now were his own straining muscles. Somewhere near the middle of the lake, his left leg cramped. He compensated with his right and kept going. But just as he neared the shore, his right leg seized as well. Raven dipped into darkness, a path of bubbles fleeing his mouth. No, he'd gone to hell and back, found a Providence card 500 years lost, destroyed parts of himself to get it. He wasn't going to drown on Solstice, mere miles from home. He'd pretended so long to be strong, but he wasn't pretending now.
On powerful arms, Raven breached the water's surface and sucked in a breath. His legs met slippery mud and he hauled himself onto the shore, heaving heavy breaths until the war drum in his chest quieted to a rhythmic march. It was night. There was no light to see their way home. But Raven had entered the wood a destrier, a highwayman. He was used to traveling in the dark. On trembling foot, he stepped with the others into the forest. The wood was just as the nightmare had left it. Cleaved. The path was open to them, swaddled by mist. When moonlight cut through the edge of the wood, Raven let out a shaky breath. It wasn't trees on the horizon, but Castle U's towers. Home. He pushed ahead of the others, stepped out from the wood into the meadow, and smelled smoke. The nightmare wrenched him back, clasping a hand over Raven's mouth. He put a finger in the air, gesturing for the others to halt. Ahead, just on the other side of the trees, voices sounded in the meadow. One was louder than the others, echoing with harsh clarity, both brutish and cold. Raven's skin went clammy, then fiery hot. He knew that voice. It belonged to his cousin Hoth. A smile haunted the nightmare's silken timbre.
How poetic. I couldn't have asked for a better solstice.
He put his mouth to Raven's ear.
Now, stupid bird, will you listen to my plan?
Chapter 45. Elm. Elm wasn't alone in Stone's frozen underbelly. Eric Spindle and Tiernan Hawthorne were there with him. Separated by iron bars, they were the only 3 prisoners in their row. The torches outside their cells had been neglected, or forgotten. It was so dark, Elm's mind played tricks on him. Disembodied shapes danced before his eyes, and voices rang in his ears. They sounded like children crying, like himself as a boy, crying. Every bit of skin, every hair follicle, felt like a rotten tooth, a raw nerve exposed. He was cold in ways that felt physically impossible. No one came for days. Not Hoth, not a destrier or a guard, save the one with water and rotten bread. And even he arrived with such errant consistency, Elm had no accurate way to measure time. He thought Hoth would come, that there would be some kind of reckoning between them, that they would stand, green eye to green eye, and only one would walk away. But the night the king had died, Elm had been so tattered, so desperate to save Ione from Stone, that he had used the scythe too long. He'd lost himself to agony, the pain doing something it never had before. Make a fool of him. He should have gone with her, should have fled. He was supposed to be clever. Clever men didn't freeze to death for pride, thinking they could rewrite old wrongs. They certainly didn't die believing their older brother, who had been nothing but a brute, would suddenly fight fairly. Clever men died on their own terms, and if they were wary, clever, and good, they perhaps died in peace. He, apparently, was none of the 3. A tonic and blanket passed between the bars.
Hold strong,
Philip Willow whispered.
Raven will come for you.
Elm danced at the edge of consciousness.
Not this time.
On the 9th, 10th, perhaps, day of captivity, echoes sounded down the corridor. Eric cocked his head to the side, his voice rusty with disuse.
They're coming. Prince, do not falter.
The destriers were not gentle. When the beating finished, someone shoved a crude cup into Elm's hands. The wine was bitter, settling in all the dry places in his mouth. Lyndon stood in front of him, tapped the chalice card.
Where did Raven and Jesper go to retrieve the twin alders?
Elm had no answer.
I don't know.
Hours later, after the beating was done, Lyndon returned with more wine and tapped the chalice thrice more.
Where is Ione Hawthorne?
Elm shut his eyes.
I don't know.
Another card had joined the chalice. Elm immediately recognized the feel of a scythe. A cold hand cupped his jaw. Elm looked into green eyes. Hoth's face, carved by the maiden's magic, was beautifully unholy.
You had your chance to flee with her, yet you didn't. Why?
Elm's head rolled. Blood dripped out his mouth onto the dungeon floor.
You never cared for her. If you wished to barter with Raven, I am hostage enough.
He laughed, then coughed.
And I wanted to stay and kill you.
Any other time his brother would have answered with his own laugh, then a fist. But Hoth was inexpressive, fringing on disinterested, the maiden's ill effects masking him in chill.
You are right, he said. I never cared for her. Still, I will hunt her. Take back the scythe she holds. This time, there will be no maiden to save her. All you've done is buy her time, and made even more of a traitor of yourself.
Elm spat blood on the floor.
I've been betraying you for years.
He ground out.
I was there on the forest road the day your face was cleaved. I was a highwayman, there to steal Wayland Pine's iron gate. I helped collect the deck right under your nose.
He took in a slow, rasping breath.
I'd do it all again just to watch you flinch.
Hoth's hand tightened over Elm's throat.
I'm not flinching now. And as for killing me, brother,
his green eyes were cold.
You cannot. Nothing can.
He dropped Elm to the floor and quit the cell, destriers on his heels. Darkness took Elm away.
You were on the forest road when Wayland Pine's iron gate was stolen?
Elm jumped. He didn't recall dozing off, or how long he'd slept. There were food trays upon his floor, 3 of them, untouched. Eric Spindle watched him through the bars between their cells. Elm winced. It hurt even to speak.
I was there. You nearly ran me through, actually.
He traced a finger over the split in his bottom lip.
Your daughter was there, too.
Steam plumed in his periphery. Eric Spindle's voice was ragged.
Elspeth? Why?
She was helping us collect the deck. She wanted to heal Emery's degeneration. Her own as well. She saved me from your sword.
He let out a weak breath.
And I returned her favor with distrust and contempt.
Someone coughed in the adjacent cell. A weak, trembling sound. Tiern.
My Ione. She escaped. She's safe. I don't know.
Elm put his face in his hands.
Pray she forgives you for trading that nightmare card for a marriage to Hoth. Because I never will.
Wakeless, Elm dreamed in yellow. Summer grass and a muslin dress caught between his fingers. Hair swept over his face, a sigh, like a rush of wings in his ear. There was no mist, no salt, no rowan red. Everything was slow, soft, delicate. But he couldn't escape the cold. He woke to the sound of his own teeth chattering, shivers racking his body raw.
You shouldn't sleep so long,
came Eric's voice.
Get up. Move your limbs.
A crazed half-laugh crawled out of Elm. He looked down at his frostbitten fingers, which had all gone black, some to the knuckle.
Sorry, Captain. I don't think I'm up for a training session.
Eric crouched on his side of their shared bars, finally close enough to be more than a vague outline. His face was pale, his skin ragged with frostbite and mottled with old bruising. His beard had grown long and his clothes were tattered, blood-stained. When he spoke, his voice was solemn.
Elspeth's mother was infected,
he said.
She tried to hide it from me. She degenerated, suffered terribly, in silence. All because I was the captain of the Destriers. Iris knew if a chalice was levied against me, her secret would be my death. So she said nothing. And
He ran his hand over his face.
I did nothing. She died. And when Elspeth caught the infection as well,
the great tree of a man splintered, his steadfast expression finally giving way to sorrow.
I began to hate myself, to hate my Destriers and the laws we upheld. In my heart, I was a traitor.
He sucked in a quivering breath.
When the U-boy took my place, and I was free of my charge, I thought my hatred might dissipate. It didn't. And Raven, he was just as strong as me, just as cold and unrelenting as I'd been. I knew, so long as men like he and I were captain, Blunder would never change.
His voice softened.
But then I saw him on market day, holding my daughter, wrapping her in his arms the way I'd once held Iris in mine. He was not the same man who'd taken my place as captain.
Eric shook his head.
Because that captain of the Destriers is not a man, only a mask, a show of Rowan might. And there will always be stronger things in this world than Rowan might.
Elm shut his eyes.
Why are you telling me this?
I've never said any of it out loud. I wanted to see what it tasted like, being honest.
And?
Bitter.
The corner of Elm's bruised mouth lifted.
Don't worry, Captain. I'll take your confessions to my grave soon enough.
The sound of coughing came from the next cell.
I can't stomach this rot they feed us,
Tyrn Hawthorne wailed. Eric paced, kicking his boots together every so often to keep his toes alive.
So starve!
Tyrn's platter of food ricocheted off the bars, an ugly knell that echoed through the dungeon.
You think I'm weak?
I know you are, Eric answered.
Would it surprise you that I've killed a man?
Elm raised his brows. He'd tried to pace as well, but after an hour he'd gotten sleepy.
A little.
Tyrn's voice went thin.
He was a highwayman. It was by chance that he and I traveled the forest road at the same time. When I saw the nightmare card's burgundy velvet peeking out from his sleeve, I didn't think. I just ran him through and stole it.
He rasped another cough.
I thought of him while I plotted a way for the card to earn my family favor. But even when it did and Ione was engaged to the High Prince, I felt no joy, only fear of losing everything I'd gained. I betrayed Elspeth because I was afraid that—
His voice began to wobble.
That if Ione didn't become queen, I'd be a murderer for nothing.
Eric stopped pacing.
So you're right,
Tyrn said.
I am weak. My wife and children know it. Everyone knows it. I'm weak and entirely blood-stained."
Elm was drifting, near and far.
"Welcome to the club."
The clanging of a sword against the cell bars ripped Elm's dream away. The cell door wrenched open. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was dragged, along with Eric Spindle and Tiernan Hawthorne, out of the dungeon up the long, winding stairs in a sea of black cloaks. He vaguely recognized the men whose fingers dug into his skin. Destriers. Not only the ones he'd trained with, but older ones, too. The way their fists slammed into Eric's stomach confirmed it. "Traitor!" They spat at him. Eric said nothing. Unmoved, unwavering. Even Tiernan had the decency not to cry out when a destrier shoved his face into the castle door. Gray morning light made Elm wince, his eyes slow to focus. When they did, he saw that there was snow upon the ground. Destriers, old and new, sat upon their mounts in the bailey, waiting. At their lead, tall and broad and beautiful, Hoth wore their father's crown, and a deep blue doublet with a gold rowan tree embroidered across its chest. He spun his scythe between his fingers and surveyed the prisoners down his nose. When his green eyes landed on Elm, he nodded. "Your misery is almost at an end, brother. The highwayman meets the hangman. But first, how about a ride into town?" They strapped him to a horse like a newly slaughtered deer. Elm could see only the ground, the path directly beneath the animal's legs. Nearly all of it was covered in snow. He felt every break, every bruise upon his skin expand on the journey into town. When the dirt road ended and the clacking knell of hooves against cobblestone met his ears, he knew they were on Market Street. He strained against his tethers, tried to look up. There were red and gold ribbons strewn over door frames and lantern posts.
"What day is it?"
Lyndon rode next to him. He reached down, hit Elm over the back of his head with a club. His voice was a sneer. "Solstice." Elm's vision tunneled, a sticky warmth sliding through his hair. When he came to, the horses had stopped. Rough hands untied him, yanked him out of the saddle and set him on weak legs and screaming, frost-bitten feet. Castle U's reaching towers loomed over him. The castle door was open, not latched how John Thistle usually kept it. When the destriers dragged Elm and Eric and Tiernan inside, the air was cold, stale. The knot in Elm's stomach shot up into his throat. Something was horribly wrong. Castle U was abandoned. Its hearths left untended, the estate empty of lay people, doors and windows left open despite the chill air. "Take one last look, Renelm," Hoth said. "At midnight, this creepy old place will make a proper solstice pyre." They passed through the house and out the eastern doors into the gardens, stomping over shrubs and brambles until they were in the meadow near the ruins. There were destriers, 6 more of them, waiting. Moret and Finier and John Thistle were with them. So was Emery. When they saw Elm, their chests heaved, tears turning Moret's green eyes glassy. Elm's relief to see them lasted only as long as it took to take in their appearances. They were bruised, pale, shivering. They wore no cloaks against the chill. Emery was swaying on his feet, held up by his mother and father's arms. There was a cut in his left hand, long, deep, dripping red into the snow. Elm choked on his breath. "What have you done?" Hoth walked down the line of destriers. "Our aunt and uncle. With a little persuasion from my men, my scythe, and a chalice, of course, have informed me that this is where Raven and Jesper and their friend Elspeth Spindle entered the wood in search of the twin alders cord." An unfeeling smile touched his mouth.
They told me a fascinating story about a stone hidden in a chamber behind the castle.
He reached into his pocket, pulled out 6 Providence cards, a prophet, a well, an iron gate, a golden egg, a white eagle, a chalice. Elm's gaze shot back to the cut in Emery's palm. Hoth sucked his teeth. I told you, Renelm, I have no desire to unite the deck. The mist, the infection, keeps Blunder small, terrified, and terrified people are easy to control. Raven's little collection, all his lying and thieving, was merely to adorn the vaults at Stone with more Providence cards. Eric Spindle cursed, spitting blood into the snow. Hoth ignored him. His eyes were on the tree line, fixed near the stone chamber. He's taken his time, Raven. My men have been watching these woods for weeks. Still, he may yet come. He has until midnight to make that Twin Alders card count for anything. Elm had wondered, down in the frosted dungeon, why his brother hadn't come for him or Eric or Tiern yet. Now, he knew. We're your bait. He was shaking. He'd spent a month being cold. But now, there was an inferno in his chest, clawing up into his throat. You'd trade us for the Twin Alders? Of course not. You're all traitors. You'll all die tonight. Hoth picked under his fingernail, his tone bored. But Raven won't know that, will he? Daylight bled away into night. Elm counted 15 destriers in total, including Hoth, which meant not all of them carried black horses. He watched their movements, noting the ones who had been conscripted during his stint in the dungeon. They moved on silent step through the snow, collecting shrubbery and bramble and wood, spreading it into 4 pyres around the meadow. When it was fully dark, they lit the pyres, the snow reflecting yellow and orange flames. No one said anything, all of their gazes tight on the tree line, watching for Raven. Then, quiet as a bird, Emery's voice broke the stillness. You won't win. Hoth stopped pacing. He came to stand in front of Moret and Finir, who were trying to shield Emery behind their backs. What's that? Hoth put a mocking hand to his ear. I couldn't hear you under the grating sound of your dying breaths, Emery. Elm yanked against his restraints, tasted blood on his tongue. Emery swayed. Then, quicker than a dying boy should, he lunged forward, grasped Hoth's wrist. His eyes rolled back in his head, and when he spoke, his voice was strange, smooth, as if slick with oil. You won't win, he said again, for nothing is safe and nothing is free. Debt follows all men no matter their plea. When the shepherd returns, a new day shall ring. Death to the Rowans. His gray eyes focused, homing in on Elm. Long live the king. Hoth ripped himself out of Emery's grip. Expressionless though it was, his face had gone the color of paper. He raised a hand, hit Emery across the face with a closed fist. The boy fell into snow and did not get up. Moret screamed. Finir reached for his son, but the destrier on his left twisted his arm behind his back. Elm surged against his restraints, only to feel the ropes cut tighter into his wrists. Hoth, he said, half curse, half plea. Don't do this! He's just a boy! Hoth looked down at Emery. There was nothing in his green eyes. Movement, Highness! A destrier called, pointing his sword to trees on the other side of the meadow. There! Just ahead! Hoth's gaze wrenched forward. The line went still. Prisoners and destriers alike all holding their breaths as they watched the wood. There was nothing at first, just the whisper of wind, Then, so silent and ethereal she might have been the spirit of the wood herself, Ione Hawthorne stepped into the meadow. She wore the same gray dress she'd worn when she'd fled Stone, only now it was filthy, wet. Her face was red from the cold, her hair roped into a thick braid down her back. Elm drank in the sight of her, elation spoiling to dread as his gaze dropped to Ione's hand. 3 Providence cards lay in her open palm. The maiden, the scythe, and a third. It was forest green, depicting 2 trees, one pale, one dark, interwoven at their branches and roots. The twin alders card. Ione's hazel eyes shifted over the crowd, over Hoth and his horde of destriers, then the Yew household and her uncle and father. When her gaze collided with Elm's, her chest heaved, her brow going soft. Then she took in his face, the damage they'd done to it. Ione stiffened, the red in her cheeks going wan. When her gaze returned to Hoth, those hazel eyes burned. Hoth stepped into the meadow and offered her a curt, mocking bow. "You've always had a knack for unpleasantly surprising me, Ione." He nodded to the twin alders in her hand. "Where did you get that? Did Raven give it to you?" She said nothing. Hoth took another step. "Where is he?" Elm needed her to look at him, needed her to know that it couldn't end like this. "Ione," he said, his voice in tatters. "Go. Please go." She didn't budge an inch, save to plant her feet deeper into the snow. Hoth kept stalking forward, eyeing her like she were an injured animal in the wood. "Are you going to use that scythe on me, betrothed? On all my men?" He sucked his teeth. "Go ahead. But be warned. You better be skilled enough to compel all of us at once, because if you're not, well, you remember what happened in my brother's chamber." Behind Elm, Lyndon laughed. "If you tell me where Raven is, I'll make it painless. But if you fight me—" Hoth took his own scythe from his pocket. "Then I will take my time killing you. So by all means, Ione, fight me. You've always tried to." Tiern Hawthorne heaved a terrible sob. "Go, Ione!" She didn't listen. She was staring down the man she might have married, her face an open book of loathing. "You want to watch me die, Hoth?" He raised a finger over his scythe. "It'd be the only enjoyment you could offer me." Ione's finger was faster. She tapped the maiden once, twice, thrice. "Then kill me, if you can." A knife sang through the air. Hoth doubled over, cursing. Blood dripped from his hand, the knife buried in his palm. His scythe slid out of his grasp, catching the wind and fluttering onto snow. Elm tasted salt. Not the sweat or tears or blood that had slipped down his face into his mouth, but a different sort of brine. An older sort. Then he heard it, the thing he'd waited for around every corner, listened for in every pause. Raven's voice. "Elm." He appeared out of nothingness and stood in front of Ione, a dark, vengeful bird of prey. Hoth's eyes went wide and he took a step back, the only man he'd ever feared standing in front of him, marking him. And Raven Yew, the stony captain of the destriers, grinned. He drew his sword, his eyes moving from Hoth to Elm. "You look terrible." It hurt too much to smile back. "I'm still better looking than you." Elm's breath shook. Hoth took the cards from the chamber. They're in his pocket. "I'm going to get them back." Raven lifted his sword, pointing it down the line of destriers. "I am your captain no longer," he said. "My business is with your new king and the deck of cards. If you wish to live, leave this place. Now." Hoth stood straighter, ripped the knife out of his palm. Wherever he kept the mating card he was using, it was already healing him.
A bold claim from one man, and a whore against the king's guard.
He jerked his head, scanning the tree line.
I assume you killed Gorse. Where are the highwaymen and Jesper and that thing you left with?
Close, Raven replied.
Very close. They're waiting. Watching. Traitor!
A destrier called.
Infected bastard!
Another spat. With a clamor, they drew their swords, pointed them at Raven. Hoth looked down the line, arrogance lighting his words.
Seems they've made their choice. Surrender the twin alders to me, cousin, or watch your family die.
Raven looked at his parents, at Emery in the snow, muscles bunching in his jaw. Don't yield, Elm shouted into his mind. Don't fucking yield. Raven's gray eyes found him. Follow Ione into the wood, he said. Get to her, then meet me in the stone chamber. We're going to end this, Elm. All of it. Salt fled Elm's senses. Raven touched Ione's shoulder, then rushed forward, went invisible. Ione turned on her heel and ran back into the wood.
Kill the prisoners!
Hoth commanded the destriers. He lunged into the snow, searching for his fallen scythe.
And bring me the twin alders!
Blades lowered over the Yu family's necks. Elm felt a knife near his jaw, its bite just below his ear. He shut his eyes. There was a deep, wrenching groan, and the earth began to roll. Snow shook from treetops, the world a flurry of white. The terrible groan was coming from the wood. Something was coming from the wood. The trees, Elm realized. The trees were moving. Roots tore from the earth, boughs whipping through the air. Twisting, the yew trees rushed into the meadow from all sides, swiping, grasping at the destriers. The first tree that made contact burst through the ruins, knocking ancient sandstone pillars to the ground. It caught 2 destriers in its branches, wrenched them back from Emery and his parents. With a sickening snap, the yew ground the men beneath its roots. When the earth rolled again, Elm lost his footing. He crashed into Eric and Tiern, the 3 of them a tangle of limbs. When he looked up, the meadow was a chaos of trees and snow, lit by the menacing light of the pyres. The destriers were a whir of darkness, several of them running through the bedlam. Running after Ione. Chapter 46. Raven. Raven and Jesper were practiced, twisted and intrepid, like the branches of their namesake tree. They'd learned by now how to keep steady when the Shepherd King commanded the wood. When the earth began to roll and the destriers near their parents stumbled, Jesper lunged from the shadows. She was still too weak to use her sword, even with Peter and a black horse for aid. But her knives, she was strong enough for those. 2 destriers fell at the edge of her blades. When a third got to his feet and lunged at her, she dodged him, his sword grazing just beneath her chin. Peter tore from the shadows, knocking her assailant off his feet. The destrier fell into snow, and then a yew tree was upon him, wrenching him away with a sickening snap. The last destrier who had not run after Ione was Alan Moss. He'd been standing with his sword drawn behind John Thistle. But when the rumbling trees knocked him from his feet, Moss stayed down, fear washing over his eyes. Raven appeared out of thin air and knelt over him, put a hand to Moss's throat. I don't want to kill you. Gorse's face flashed before his eyes. But I will if I must. The destrier trembled. He took his black horse from his pocket, threw it onto the snow in surrender. Raven pulled back, a familiar tremor in his hand. Go. Moss fled into the night. When Raven glanced back over the meadow, it was just in time to see Ione disappear into the trees behind the stone chamber. Destriers, he counted 8 of them, chased her. Elm and Eric Spindle and Tiern Hawthorne were hobbling behind. All was going to plan. Hoth was still in the heart of the meadow, kept busy by 3 yew trees. They circled him, whipped at him. Hoth felled several branches with his sword, dodged and tried to slip between trunks, but the trees kept twisting, bending. Guided by the nightmare's sword, they would keep him at bay, distracting him from picking up his scythe, until Raven was ready to deal with him. But first, his family. Raven ran to them, drawing a knife through the ropes restraining Thistle and his parents. Jesper was in the snow, wrapping Emery in her arms. She let out a shaking exhale. "He's still breathing." "Take him back into the castle." Raven handed Moss's black horse to Peter, then pressed his palm against his mother's cheek. "Keep him safe." "We can help," Thistle said, picking up a fallen destrier sword. "Everything is under control. Go inside." Finir found a second blade in the snow. "You'll want another pair of hands." Raven's nostrils flared. "If you do not get your asses into the castle, I'm going to tell the Shepherd King, and then the bloody trees will drag you away. Jesper needs rest." He looked down at Emery. "So does he. We started this for him. And it's almost over, so please pretend I didn't inherit a lifetime of stubbornness from you, and get inside the castle." They stared at him, jaws slack. "I've never heard you talk so much," Moret muttered. "Best do what he says before he keeps blathering," Jesper said with a wink. But her face was drawn, her shoulders rounding with exhaustion. She wobbled, and Thistle caught her. Finir gave Raven a narrow glance. "See you soon?" "See you soon." They carried Emery between them. Peter stepped forward. "I'll escort them. Then I'm coming back." He offered a crooked smile. "Or are you going to yell at me too?" "Likely." They clasped hands. Then Peter hurried after Raven's family and Thistle, slipping through the mist, snow flurrying in his wake. Raven turned and scanned the meadow. It was darker now. Several of the yew trees had dragged their roots through the pyres, scattering the flames, smothering the light. But Raven could still see everything he needed to. Hoth, caged in the heart of the meadow by the yew trees. He stepped forward, looking out into the wood. He could not see him, but he knew the nightmare was there, guiding the trees with his sword. Waiting. Watching. Raven reached into his pocket, tapped his burgundy card. "Elspeth?" She answered right away. "Raven, is your family safe?" "Yes. Ione and the Destriers are headed your way." "Good," came the nightmare's oily timbre. "The princeling?" "Right behind them. What time is it?" "The trees declare we've 30 minutes until midnight." Elspeth returned. She made a noise in her throat. "Raven?" Even now, taut with strain, her voice eased him, like a warm cloth pressed over his eyes. "Yes, Elspeth?" "Don't die." "I won't. Because if you do, and we never get the time we're owed, I'll hate you, Raven, you. I'll love you and hate you forever." The corner of his lip quirked. "This will all be over at midnight, Elspeth. After that, you can love me as thoroughly as you like." The nightmare made a retching noise. "Not to cut this tender moment short, but time is somewhat of the essence. You sure you don't want the trees to help you, stupid bird?" "I can handle Hoth." "Good. Bring him, and the cards he carries, to my chamber." His laugh was heady as smoke. "By whatever means." Raven's hands dropped to the ivory hilt of his dagger. "I will." The 3 yew trees caging Hoth went still. Hoth stepped away from them, his face unreadable, save the angry veins that protruded from his neck and brow. His eyes were cast downward, combing the snow for the scythe he'd not yet recovered.
Have at him,
the nightmare murmured.
Raven drew in a breath.
And because he'd never said it when he first felt it, and never after she'd disappeared into the Shepherd King, he spoke one last time into Elspeth Spindle's mind.
I love you too, Elspeth.
And then he was running. He crashed into Hoth just as his cousin's fingers closed around his scythe. They rolled in the snow like snapping dogs. When Hoth found his feet, he shoved the red card into his pocket and sliced a dagger through the air. Raven reared back, but not fast enough. There was a tearing sound, the blade ripping through leather, drawing a fine line of blood across Raven's torso. Hoth let out a triumphant bark.
The untouchable Raven you, finally made to bleed.
Raven pivoted, moving on the balls of his feet. He reached into his pocket, tapped his mirror card. Disappeared. Hoth gnashed his teeth.
Coward!
If you imagined I'd fight fairly after everything you've done,
Raven said into his cousin's mind,
you're a fool.
Hoth blanched and replaced his dagger with his sword.
A nightmare card? Did you steal it upon the forest road as well, highwayman?
Raven laughed, his steps light.
Not this time. This card I inherited.
He reappeared in front of Hoth and slammed his fist into his cousin's jaw. Hoth hit the ground with a thud and rolled, dodging Raven's boot. He was fast, using a black horse, his motions a blur. Fast, but predictable. Hoth slashed his blade through the air. Before he could level another strike, Raven closed the distance between them. He caught Hoth's swinging arm and bent it back. Hoth grunted and dropped his sword. Raven poised his dagger to his cousin's neck.
This ends tonight. You, me, and the deck.
Cold green eyes grew ever colder.
Or what? Any damage you tend me will be undone by the maiden. I plunged my knife into Ione Hawthorne's heart, watched her bleed out, and still she lived. I've hidden my maiden card deep within the vaults at Stone Raven. You cannot kill me.
Hoth pushed forward, his neck pressing over Raven's dagger until it split his skin. Blood wept from the wound, but Hoth didn't even flinch. He barreled into Raven with the force of a charging horse. Raven's feet dragged backward through snow, and Hoth landed punches into his sides again and again, fueled by the unflagging strength of the black horse. Raven's ribs absorbed the blows. They bent, broke. He groaned, took Hoth by the throat, and slammed him onto snow. Pinning his cousin to the ground, Raven leveled him with a decade of malice. He'd saved it, praying a day would come when he could unleash it. Hit after hit, he paid Hoth with a closed fist. 1 for killing the king, 2 for telling Orith Willow that Raven was infected as a boy, 3 for doing the same when Emery got sick, 4 for the Rowan bloodline and the heinous violence Brutus Rowan had commanded, 10 for Elm. And for what Hoth had done to Elspeth? Raven took his ivory-hilted dagger and shoved it into his cousin's gut. Hoth coughed, his face marked only briefly by pain. He was a mess of blood and spit, but eyes were cold.
You're coming with me to the chamber,
Raven snarled.
Whole or in pieces?
Says the man who can't even wield a scythe.
Hoth spat in his face.
You want to bring me to heel, Raven?
Make me.
Knuckles screaming, broken and bruising, Raven reached his hands into his cousin's doublet. He felt velvet and wrenched it free. All the cards Hoth had stolen from the chamber scattered, falling upon snow. Golden Egg, Prophet, White Eagle, Iron Gate, Well, Chalice. Raven ignored them. He was reaching only for Hoth's scythe. Blood red, he held it between his hands.
But Providence cards are ageless,
he'd said to the spirit of the wood.
Their magic does not fade. They do not decay with time. They cannot be destroyed. The Shepherd King said so himself.
And he, like you, is certainly a liar.
I may not be able to use the scythe, Raven said, but I can undo it.
He hauled in a breath, clenched his jaw, and tore the indomitable red card in half. Hoth's mouth fell open, twin pieces of red fluttering above him. The scythe fell to the ground, reduced to nothing more than paper and velvet. A smile bloomed over Raven's face. He laughed, triumph rearing in his veins. Pain sank into his side. Raven's laugh fell away. When he looked down, a ceremonial dagger was lodged between his ribs. It struck him as strange how easily the blade had slipped to the hilt into his skin, as if he, like the scythe, were no more than paper, frail as the wings of a butterfly. Stranger still, that the wound should be in the same place Brutus Rowan had stabbed the Shepherd King 500 years ago. Blood seeped into snow. Raven flinched, fell. Hoth shoved him aside and rose to his feet. The places he'd been injured were already healing. He leaned over, his fingers probing at Raven's pockets. He withdrew Raven's cards, his nightmare and mirror. The corners of Hoth's lips twitched, and he collected the rest of the Providence cards, splayed out like pieces of stained glass upon the snow.
Pity the maiden will not work on you, cousin.
When Hoth stood over Raven, he was without blemish once again. Brutal. Perfect. A true Rowan king.
I'd always hoped I'd be the one to kill you.
He tapped Raven's mirror card 3 times and disappeared. Chapter 47. Elspeth. I could not yet see Ione, but her cards were brilliant in the darkness of the wood. Pink and red and forest green lights emanated, and I knew my cousin was out of the meadow and into the trees, retrieving Elm's horse where she'd left it, mounting, riding this way, just as the nightmare had planned. He hunched low to the ground and cocked his head to both sides, cracking the joints in his neck. Grip lax around his sword. He'd stopped moving the trees after we'd spoken to Raven. His self-imposed task was one he'd honed for centuries. He waited. He'd waited while Ione and Raven confronted Hoth. Waited as Jesper and Peter crept through shadow undetected. Even as he'd guided the trees into the meadow, he'd been waiting. Waiting. For the destriers to come. But I was not so practiced in the art of stillness. My mind ticked on a steady rhythm, not a chime, but a chant. Midnight, midnight, midnight. Hush. The nightmare admonished. I can feel your worry in my teeth. It can't be helped. I let out a long breath, which did nothing to ease me. You have so little time. I heard them then. Footsteps. Several pairs, all of them running. Ione rode loudly, weaving through the wood. The destriers behind her were far quieter, difficult to home in on, but not impossible. The nightmare tightened his grip on his sword and tapped it upon the earth, his namesake tree slithering out of his mouth like a hiss. Taxes. Shepherd King, came the chorus of their reply.
How many destriers are in the wood?
The black horses arrive, 8 in their rank. They verge near the maiden, to chase and to flank. Mind all your circles, guide the wood as you please. To hunt the king's guard, cut them down at the knees. The nightmare stood to full height. Veins dark with magic, he swept his sword into the air. The wood trembled, then began once more to move. Dirt and mist and snow shrouded his eyes, so he shut them, content to listen to the noises of the wood. I listened with him. I heard the groaning of trees, the rumbling of roots as they ripped toward the destriers. I could hear the beats of Ione's horse. Then, above it, men's voices echoed. The destriers were shouting, screaming. The nightmare opened his eyes, and Ione cantered past. The horse whickered, dodging through shifting trees. Ione kept her seat, turning the animal in wide circles through the wood. For each pass, she drew more destriers from shadow, and the nightmare, with swings of his blade, cut them down with the trees. When 4 destriers were left, Ione turned the horse, hurtling once more toward the nightmare. One destrier was so close behind her, the tip of his blade cut several strands of hair from the horse's tail. He pulled a knife, flinging it at Ione, but with one swipe of his sword, the nightmare bade the trees to knock it from the air, and the destrier from his feet. Ione rode until she was next to him, dismounting in a flurry. She dropped her hand into her pocket and seized the red light therein. "Be still," she said, panting. "Be still, destriers." "Louder, Ione," I called in the dark.
"Louder," the nightmare echoed.
Ione clamped her eyes shut. When she commanded the scythe a third time, her voice shifted to a thunder greater than the whickering horse or the rush of incoming destriers, greater than the wood itself. "Be still!" Salt touched everything, even me, though the scythe had no sway over the nightmare. When I looked through my window, 3 destriers stood paces away, arrested in utter stillness. Darkness emanated from their black horse cards. Unmoving, the destriers looked upon my cousin, unmistakable disgust flashing over their eyes. Ione came to stand next to the nightmare. She measured the destriers, taking in their frozen statures and hateful gazes. With the scythe, and their thunderous command, she'd bent them to her will. But it took only a needle-thin whisper to break them. Ione turned to the nightmare, dropping her hazel eyes to his sword. "Go on, then." His mirth coated our shared darkness. When the nightmare's sword sang through the air, the yew trees answered its call. With an impact so great I heard nothing but a terrible snap. The destriers were knocked from their feet, ground by roots into snow, into nothingness. I let out a shaking breath, and Ione winced. A drop of blood fell from her nose. She reached into her pocket, released the scythe. "Is that all of them?" The nightmare closed his eyes, listening to the wood. "Is Bess... Did she see all of that? That must have been terrible to watch." The nightmare ignored her, clearing his throat to speak once more to the trees. "Will you tell her I'm sorry about Equinox?" Ione scrubbed a hand over her face. "I feel sick, thinking we fought over Hoth, bloody Rowan."
"You know, yellow girl, I've always liked you best. But if you do not be quiet and let me listen, I'm going to tell the trees to press their branches over your mouth."
Ione balked, and I swatted at darkness. "Would it kill you to be civil?"
"I'm already dead. But yes, decidedly."
He opened his eyes a sliver, peeked at Ione.
"Elspeth is lecturing me."
Hesitant at first, then blossoming, a smile spread over my cousin's mouth. She could not see it, but I answered with my own. "Oh, give her a hug."
"Don't be grotesque."
A moment later, the nightmare's spine straightened. He put a finger to his mouth, warning Ione to remain silent. There were voices in the wood again, men shouting.
"For fuck's sake, Tyrn!"
A booming voice called.
"Stop cowering! They're only trees!"
I jolted forward in the nightmare's mind. "That's my father's voice." A second answered, pointed and snide.
"Only trees? When was the last time that wiry shrub in your courtyard ripped itself free and wrapped branches around your neck, Spindle?"
My smile widened. Elm. The third voice was my uncle's. "At least the wood doesn't seem angry with us. That's something. Oh, spirit another one." Wet coughs echoed through the trees.
I can't look at another dead destrier.
Huh, Elm said. I don't feel that way at all.
The nightmare rolled his eyes. He tapped his sword upon the ground. The wood went still, dirt and snow settling. 3 figures stumbled into view, like ships upon stormy seas. Wrecked ships, by the look of them. Their shoulders were slumped, their hands tied behind their backs. Their skin was bleeding and bruised and blackened with frostbite. None of them walked without a limp. Ione's breath caught. She ran forward. "Don't be shy," I chided. "Go say hello." When Elm and my father and uncle saw the nightmare and Ione coming, their mouths fell open. Tiernan stumbled forward first. With his hands tied, he could do little besides push his broad chest at Ione and the nightmare. He smelled of sweat, grime, and filth.
Ione!
He sobbed.
Elspeth! I'm so sorry.
The nightmare hissed and wrenched away.
"Get away from me, you traitorous scab."
"At least untie him." Grumbling, he passed Ione his sword, discontentment sliding over his mind.
"I might stab him if I do it."
Ione cut her father's restraints, then my father's. Eric Spindle had more poise than Tiernan. He didn't try to hug the nightmare, but he stared into his yellow eyes.
"What's happened to you, Elspeth?" "I'll explain later,"
Elm said, breathless as Ione cut his binds. When his hands were free, he shook them at his sides and looked down at my cousin, a flush sliding over his marred skin.
"Hey, Hawthorne."
The nightmare took his sword back and snapped a finger in Elm's face.
"Focus, princeling. Time is running out. Heal yourself with the maiden, then we must get to the stone chamber. How many fallen destriers did you count in the wood?"
Elm dragged his gaze from Ione.
"What?"
The nightmare ground his molars. "How many?"
"4,
my father said.
"We passed 4 dead destriers."
Ione met the nightmare's eyes, her face stricken. I knew what she was thinking. 8 destriers had chased her from the meadow into the wood. 4 were dead on the forest floor, 3 crushed by the trees behind us. 7 had fallen. Which meant the 8th. "There!" I shouted. He was paces away, walking on silent step, fitted with a short bow. Even behind the darkness emanating from his black horse, I recognized him. He was the same destrier who'd chased me through the mist on market day, the one whose face the nightmare had cleaved. Royce Linden. The nightmare slammed his sword back against soil, but before he could command the trees, Linden's arrow flew. It grazed Elm's arm, then lodged itself into the muscle of Ione's shoulder. She faltered back a step. The nightmare sprang forward at the same time as Elm. Linden pivoted, let loose a second arrow. The nightmare cut it from the air and kept running. Linden threw down his bow and drew 2 knives. But the nightmare's gait was so fast, so trained and full of fury, that when he reached Linden, limbs and blades colliding, the unflinching force of him knocked the destrier onto his back. Linden's skull collided with roots. He looked up, awash with loathing. The nightmare drew in a breath, lifted his blade once more.
"Give me that,"
Elm said, ripping the sword out of his hands. Auburn hair in his eyes, he placed the blade over Linden's chest and spoke through his teeth.
"You know how this goes, asshole. Be wary. Be clever. Be good."
I shut my eyes. When I opened them, a fatal blow had been dealt through Linden's heart. Blood wept from it onto the forest floor. The destrier shut his eyes, gasping only a moment before the great final sleep called him through the veil. Elm stared down at him a second longer, then turned away. He handed the nightmare back his sword and had the good sense to look contrite.
"I was keeping a promise."
By the time he and the nightmare got back to Ione, The arrow from her shoulder was on the ground, her wound already healed. She held her maiden card in her hand and tapped her foot, hazel eyes narrowing over Elm. That was excessive. He let out a broken laugh, then surged forward, catching Ione's face between his palms. Elm leaned over, crashed his mouth against hers, kissed her feverishly.
I'm sorry. I should have gone with you. I'm not clever at all. I'm sorry.
The nightmare and I stared. We seem to have missed something rather important, I said.
Small mercies.
My uncle and father turned away, scarlet. When Ione managed to pull herself from Elm, slightly dazed, she passed him the maiden card. Elm tapped it, letting out a sigh of relief when his wounds, his cuts and bruises and blackened bits of frostbitten flesh, healed until he was without blemish. My father and uncle did the same. I felt my own relief, seeing them restored. But the chant in my mind returned, louder than before. Midnight, midnight, midnight. I cleared my throat and spoke to the nightmare. Thank you. They're alive because of you. And now,
we must take the cards and meet Raven in the chamber.
But just as he said the words, the line of his shoulders went rigid. The nightmare looked out into the wood, and I saw what he sensed. Light, flickering in our shared vision. A flurry of color. There were Providence cards in the wood. Only they weren't headed in the direction of the stone chamber, but the opposite. And fast. I called out into nothingness. Raven! No answer. My heart bottomed out. Something's wrong. The nightmare clasped his hand over Ione's shoulder.
Bring the maiden in sight and twin alders to the stone chamber.
His gaze found Elm.
I have plans for you yet.
He ran, not after the lights, but toward Castle U. Faster! I called over the drumming of his heart. Run faster! He ripped through the tree line and faced the meadow. Snow decorated every blade of grass, but it was not pale. It was red. Raven was on his back, a hand pressed against his side, his copper skin the color of ash. His eyes were open, glassy, his breath coming in quick, halting breaths. Blood. In the snow, in his clothes, upon his face and hands. So much blood. The nightmare let out an inhuman snarl, and I saw what he was focused on. The hilt of a dagger, lodged between Raven's ribs. I screamed. The nightmare dropped to his knees at Raven's side.
No,
he said, stilling Raven's trembling hand.
Do not pull the blade out. It staunches the blood.
Raven blinked and looked up with unfocused eyes. He said my name, a whisper, just between us.
Elspeth.
I thrashed against darkness, against nothingness, trying to get to him. My consciousness rattled so greatly the nightmare began to shake.
Hoth Rowan?
Came his venomous question. Raven managed a nod.
My mirror, the cards, I will find him.
Raven winced, tried to focus.
Elspeth,
he said again.
Tell Elspeth not to hate me.
Something fractured in the dark room I inhabited. The nightmare's hand shook on his sword. Unflinching, 500 years old, he looked down at Raven, his lost descendant, and trembled.
I wanted a better blunder for her. If you perish, that blunder will never exist. It cannot exist unless the deck is united.
Raven growled, blood on his lips.
Only you can see my cards. Find Hoth. End it the way you want it to, Taxus. I'll be fine.
The sound of snapping, teeth and bones, filled my dark room, and I realized that the thing that was fracturing, breaking in 1,000 razor-edged pieces,
was me. It can't end like this. The nightmare clenched his jaw.
I'll come back,
he said to me, to Raven, to himself.
How long can you last? I was 10 minutes late to Spindle House.
An invisible thread pulled the corner of Raven's lips before pain stole it away.
I'll be 10 minutes late through the veil.
I wouldn't let him go. I could not. No, no, no! But the nightmare was already running, faster than I'd ever felt him go. His sword sang as it cut through the cold solstice air. He ripped through the meadow, flinging us back into the wood. It didn't take long to find Hoth. He was bright with color, nearly the entire deck tucked in his pocket. He released himself from the mirror card, no longer invisible. I could see his broad back, his pumping arms. The nightmare stopped running and lowered to a crouch, holding his sword above the earth. He tapped it 3 times on hardened soil. Click, click, click. His eyes rolled back, darkness eclipsing our shared vision. The space around me widened, as if the nightmare and I were expanding. I could not see him, but I knew the Shepherd King with golden armor was with us. For he was the nightmare, and the nightmare was the king, and I was both of them. Magic burned up our arms, powerful, vengeful, and full of fury. We looked out onto the wood, marking Hoth Rowan, and spoke the name of our flock.
Taxes!
We said in a long, scraping call. The earth answered on a thunderous boom, the yew trees awake once more, and moving. Their roots ripped from the ground, cleaving the wood as they hurtled toward Hoth. He looked back, eyes wide. With another clamorous roll of earth, Hoth shouted and fell. The yew trees encircled him. We guided our sword in intricate arcs through the air, casting nets, moving branches and roots to cut him off at every turn. The trees caught Hoth at his middle. He shouted, swore, swinging his sword, but the branches tightened their hold, knotting around his ankles and wrists until, pressed with his back against a gnarled trunk, Hoth could no longer move. We raised ourselves to full height, Shepherd King, Nightmare, I. When we stepped forward, the forest stood still for us.
You should have known better than to flee into my wood, Hoth Rowan.
The nightmare seethed.
Your destriers met their end here. So too shall you.
Hoth's green eyes narrowed with recognition. He spat my name like a curse.
Spindle! Or do you go by a different title now?
The thin line of his mouth twitched.
How's Raven?
The nightmare's hand found Hoth's throat, just as it had at Spindle House. Only now it was not just he who was ravenous for blood, but I as well. I screamed into the dark. The nightmare opened his mouth, and my scream became his, a horrid sound of despair and hate and rage so complete it shook the trees, dousing the arrogance in Hoth's face and painting dread upon him. And suddenly, it was not Hoth that we were looking at, but another man with cunning green eyes. Brutus Rowan. The nightmare, Taxis, I spoke in a low, menacing whisper.
There was a time once,
we said,
when rowan and yew trees grew together in the wood. They spoke in delicate rhymes, whispered tales of balance, of the spirit of the wood, of magic. But time is as corrosive as salt, as rot. And now the rowan's roots are blood-stained, and the yew tree twisted beyond all recognition. We are monsters, the pair of us.
Brutus Rowan's brow lowered. When I blinked, it was Hoth's face once more.
That is what it takes,
came his acidic reply,
to be king of blunder.
The nightmare let go of his throat.
With a swing of his sword, the trees holding Hoth began to move. They dragged him through the wood, following the pull of the nightmare's sword as he walked ahead. The trees reached the edge of the wood. Loomed over the stone chamber the Shepherd King had built for the spirit of the wood. They dangled Hoth a moment over the rotted-out ceiling, then dropped him. He crashed into the chamber. When his back collided with the stone below, Hoth let out an ugly groan and thrashed, draped over the stone like an offering. The nightmare entered the chamber through its window.
"Midnight?"
he asked the yew trees. Minutes away. Salt coated the air, and mist slipped over us, a cool silver wave. A turning tide. Hoth struggled to his feet, 9 Providence cards slipping from his pocket onto the chamber floor, a mural of vivid color in the darkened room. Nightmare, mirror, iron gate, well, chalice, white eagle, prophet, golden egg, black horse. Hoth backed against the far wall of the chamber. His crown had fallen. He picked it up and placed it back on his head, his foot knocking against another crown upon the earthen floor, one with twisting yew branches instead of rowan. The Shepherd King's crown. The nightmare picked it up, placed it on the stone where he had forged his cards, where his children had died, the place that had become his grave. There was no time at all. Still, guarding the window to the chamber, trapping Hoth inside, he waited. "Midnight!" I urged him. "Raven!" And yet, he waited. Waited. Then, like spider's silk, his voice strung itself around the chamber. "You are the final Rowan," he said. "The last of your kind. Know that before the spirit takes you to rot. You are wrong." Hoth answered, his voice dripping disdain. The trees had stripped him of weapons, but his hands knotted to fists at his sides. "You may have an easy time killing my brother, but you'll find this Rowan difficult to dispatch, Shepherd King." The nightmare laughed, wicked and infinite. "Fool! I'm not going to kill your brother." He opened his arms, a beckoning and a promise. "I'm going to crown him." He looked over his shoulder, waiting once more. "Neither Rowan nor you, but somewhere between. A pale tree in winter, neither red, gold, nor green. Black hides the blood stain, but washes the realm. First of his name, King of the Elms." I saw them then. Out of darkness, 3 lights shone. Red, pink, and forest green. The nightmare stepped aside, and the lights drew closer. Elm and Ione climbed into the chamber, the final cards of the deck. Scythe, Maiden, and Twin Alders, cradled in Ione's hand. Neither of them wielded the Maiden, but to me, they seemed so beautiful they were terrifying. Elm glanced between Hoth and the nightmare, his green eyes narrowing. "You know what you must do?" the nightmare asked him. Elm nodded. The nightmare caught Elm's hand and pressed the hilt of his sword into it. "Then it's yours. All of it." Elm took the sword, searched the nightmare's eyes. "You won't stay?" "I've got to get back." He glanced one last time at the glowing lights of the Providence cards.
he had lived, bled, died for. They're waiting for me. He turned out of the chamber. Chapter 48. Elm. Ione had told him, the two of them sprinting to the stone chamber, what must come next. Elm stood opposite Hoth, the two of them leveled, one the hunter, and the other the fox who had grown so tired of being hunted he'd forged his own snare. The Shepherd King's blade fit perfectly in Elm's hand, the engraved hilt stamping itself into the grooves of his palm. It was forged for a tall man, its reach longer than Elm's destrier blade. He held it out, the tip hovering over the stone that stood between him and his brother. "He's a clever man, this Shepherd King," he murmured. "Strange, but clever. Far more than I." His gaze narrowed over Hoth. "And certainly more than you." Hoth said nothing. Unreadable. Untouchable. Elm took a step forward, rolled his shoulders. "I wasn't ready before," he said. "I'm ready now." "For what?" "To be king of Blunder." "To change things," Ione said at his side. Eyes the color of emeralds measured Elm and Ione. Hoth glanced at the Providence cards in Ione's hand. Then the rest spread upon the chamber floor. A low, unfeeling laugh bubbled from his throat. "You think you can unite the deck? It'll be midnight in moments, if it hasn't already passed. For someone so clever, the Shepherd King missed one rather important detail. No one in this room is infected." Ione bent, picking up the fallen Providence cards. Elm stood over her, keeping his sword pointed at his brother's throat. One by one, Ione placed the cards on the stone in the heart of the chamber near the gold crown that rested there. Yet, when she placed the scythe upon the deck, the muscles in her jaw tightened. "You use this card for many terrible things, Hoth. And not just for me or Elm." She lay a finger over it. "The first time I truly understood who you were was when you used your scythe to send people into the mist without their charms." Hoth sneered. "Whatever plot that monster has fed you, he was wrong." He touched the crown atop his head. "I will die before I give this up. And I will not, brother, for I have the maiden. I cannot die." He lunged toward Elm, caught the Shepherd King's sword by its blade. Blood seeped through Hoth's fingers as he held the sword still. With his other hand, he reached until his fingers wrapped around Elm's throat. Elm felt the familiar strength of his brother's brutish hand. It was the first time in his life he did not tense against it. He held the sword still with one hand and caught Hoth's wrist with the other, feeling for the horsehair bracelet he knew was there. Elm looked into his brother's green eyes, smiled, and ripped his charm loose. Hoth's gaze went wide. He opened his mouth to swear, to scream. Mist rushed into him. So strong it burned, the salt in the chamber quickened, cloistering around Hoth. He shook himself, running his hands over his face, his nose and mouth, as if he could drag the mist out of him. He was still beautiful. The mist had done nothing to erase the maiden's hold over his body. But his mind, the spirit laid claim to, sank her teeth into. Hoth's eyes went glassy, then bloodshot. He fell over himself, hunching upon the stone in the heart of the chamber, twisting and wailing and pinning his ears with his hands, as if he didn't wish to listen to something wretched only he could hear. When he reached for his arms, tore at his sleeves, his veins were the color of ink. The infection crept into him on a salt tide, unbidden, dark.
magical, and final.
Elm backed away. When his spine hit Ione's chest, she wrapped her arms around his middle. Elm watched his brother writhe in the mist. His stylus would never forge this image. But he wanted to watch. Needed to remember.
Help me,
he whispered to Ione. She put her hand over his, the two of them bearing the weight of the Shepherd King's sword. They pulled in a breath at the same time. Then, over the deck of cards, they held the tip of the sword against Hoth's chest, the same place he'd stabbed Ione, and pressed. He hardly seemed to notice when the blade pierced his heart. The mist, the maiden, and an education in pain had stolen something vital from Hoth Rowan. When his blood spilled, first slow, then in earnest upon the deck of Providence cards, saturating the ancient velvet trims, Elm clamped his teeth, held his breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, one by one, the Providence cards disappeared. Hoth kept on thrashing. The maiden was beginning to heal him, his flesh closing around the blade in his chest. But he was still lost. "No!" he shouted. "No, I will not go!" Ione began to shake, but her grip on the sword, on Elm, held firm. On a wretched gasp, Hoth went eerily still, his eyes rolling until they were not green any longer but white, parceled by angry red veins. When the mist began to pull out of the chamber, it dragged Hoth with it. He ripped his body off the sword and stumbled past Elm and Ione, flung himself out the chamber window. Without a sound, without a final word, the King of Blunder was gone, disappeared, the last casualty to the mist and the spirit of the wood's ravenous snare. All that was left of him was the crown he'd dropped, a gilded ring of twisted rowan branches, fallen upon the Shepherd King's grave. When Elm and Ione looked back at the blood-soaked stone in the heart of the chamber, the deck of cards was gone. A chasm had opened in its place. In it, a single, unfamiliar Providence card remained. Ione's voice broke, tears falling down her face. "We did it!" Moonlight filled the chamber through the rotted-out ceiling. Elm looked up, felt his heart expand. The night-winter sky, bereft of mist, was a color he didn't know the name of. Moon, stars, all of them so bright it stole the breath from him, the world around them without tarnish. Ione held tight to him, tilted her head skyward. "It's beautiful." Elm pulled her hand to his mouth. He was sure the spirit of the wood didn't attend to the meager lives of men. But in that moment, when, after 500 years, the mist did finally lift and he became King of Blunder, Elm looked up into the night sky, held Ione Hawthorne close. He knew, in all the rotten, broken pieces of himself, that everything in his life had led to that moment, as if written in the lines of the trees. A crooked, wonderful circle, with his name in the heart of it. He picked up the card resting in the center of the stone, placed it in his pocket, climbed with Ione out of the chamber. When they stepped into the meadow, the pyres had all burned out. Everything was quiet, the world around them gentle and unmarred, all but for a trail of crimson blood leading back toward the castle. Chapter 49. Raven. Wherever Raven was, it was far too loud to be the other side of the veil. Death was supposed to be peaceful, like slipping off to sleep. And this
This was agony. He'd dragged himself through snow toward Castle U, trailing blood. The pain in his side went white-hot, and for a moment his vision winked and he lost consciousness. When his eyes opened, there were hands on him, harsh voices calling somewhere above his head. He was lifted, carried. "Trees, you're fucking heavy!" Raven's neck flopped, his head dragging on snow, then stone floor. Hands caught it, yanked it up. Raven blinked, shadows dancing across his vision. Peter held him below his shoulders and walked backward, leading the others, John Thistle and Fenrir and Moret, through the castle. "Don't die on us," he warned. Hoth's dagger was still in Raven's side, jutting out of him like a dead, venomous branch. His hand trembled over the hilt. "Leave it!" Moret snapped, carrying the weight of his legs. Raven tried to speak, but his jaw was an iron cage, his teeth gritted against pain. His words came out a muffled groan. "Put him on the table," Fenrir said, heaving breaths. Raven looked up at a ceiling, vaulted, with stubborn spider webs in the corners. Castle U's great hall. All he could think was that he was bleeding on the table where his parents ate breakfast. "Where does Philip keep his medical supplies?" Moret called. "I'll get them." John Thistle knocked over chairs as he tumbled out of the great hall. Raven's siblings appeared at his side. Jesper gasped when her eyes fell to his wound, her face losing whatever color it still held. "Oh no!" Emery took a seat at the table, lay his head on Raven's chest. "Not yet, Raven." His breaths were slow, uneven. "Not yet." Raven closed his eyes, tears slipping out the corners. Thistle returned, his booming voice echoing through the hall. "I've got linens and sutures and balms and trees know what kind of tincture this is. It smells ripe." He dropped the supplies on the table, the reverberation sending a shock of pain into Raven's side. Jesper swore, her hands trembling as she unwrapped the linen. What do we do? If we pull the knife, he'll bleed out in moments," Moret answered, her voice hard. They argued over how to save him, and while their voices grew louder, more panic-tipped, Raven weaved in and out of consciousness. He wanted to ask one of them to light the hearth. He was so terribly cold, but it hurt too much to speak, to breathe, to even blink. He kept his gaze fixed on the ceiling, and with each passing second, the great hall grew colder, darker. Shadows closed in around him, calling him by name. "Raven you. Raven you. Raven you." Everyone went still. Again the voice called, louder this time. "Raven you." The door to the great hall crashed open, with enough violence to rip the wood off the top hinge. For a moment, Raven couldn't see anything but a dark, menacing shape. The shape stepped forward, pushed Fenrir aside, and bent over Raven. Yellow eyes. "Taxes," Raven managed. The nightmare heaved a breath, nostrils flaring. "Still alive, then?" "Just," came Moret's thinning voice. "He's lost too much blood," Peter whispered. "He's cold." The nightmare's gaze flashed across the room. "Light a fire." Jesper put a hand on Raven's chest. "What are you going to do?" The nightmare ignored her. He was carrying on a separate conversation. With himself. "I'm aware, Elspeth. Shouting at me won't help." His eyes returned to Jesper. "Did you lose your wits in the alderwood, Jesper Hugh? Light a fire." Jesper dove for the hearth. "You," the nightmare said, snapping his fingers at John Thistle. "Cut away his tunic." He rolled up his sleeves. "I'm going to need the rest of you to help me hold him down." "What supplies do you need?" "The only thing that can save him now is magic." Moret and Fenrir exchanged a glance. "Raven can't use most Providence cards." "I'm very aware of that." "What magic, then?" The nightmare slammed his hands on the table, making Raven wince. "It's hardly my fault, Elspeth," he muttered under his breath, "that I am constantly surrounded by idiots." He turned to Moret and Fenrir. "Magic moves in families. You have 2 other children with the infection, do you not?" Their gazes shot to Jesper at the hearth. "I don't," she stuttered. "I don't know what magic I got in the alderwood." "You're about to find out," the nightmare said. A light chased away some of the shadows in the room. There was crackling wood, warmth. All the while, Thistle did his best not to touch Raven's wound as he cut away the clothes above his waist. Somehow, Raven's hand found the nightmare's wrist. He looked up, firelight catching those eerie yellow eyes. "The deck?" The nightmare's face was unreadable. "We'll know soon enough." "The fire is going," Jesper called from the hearth. Now what? Warm your hands, then come stand by me. Jesper hurried to the side of the table a moment later. He's so pale. I'm going to wrench the knife out of him. And you, Tilly. The nightmare bit the inside of his cheek. Jesper, put your hands on his open wound. The rest of you hold him down. If a petty thing like a broken nose can make him thrash, this certainly will. Jesper tensed at Raven's side. You want me to put my hands on his wound? The shadows around Raven were deepening, despite the fire. He was cold again, shivering, more tired than he had ever felt. I can hear his heart stumbling, Emery whispered, voice breaking. He's going. Raven made a low groan and flinched, sending a new wave of agony up his body. I'm all right. Trees, you stupid pretender. The nightmare gripped Jesper's wrists, brought her hands near the dagger in Raven's side. His father and Thistle gripped Raven's legs, and his mother and Peter moved to his shoulders. Ready, Moret said. Ready, Finnear and Thistle echoed. The nightmare's gaze collided with Raven's. Elspeth says she's utterly sick of you. His voice was weak. She didn't say that. No, she didn't. The words slipped out of the nightmare's mouth on a fine thread. Time to be strong, Raven you. Your 10 minutes are up. He ripped the dagger out of Raven's side, and Jesper pressed her hands into his wound. A pain such as Raven had never known swept into him. The world went black. When Raven woke, he was no longer in the great hall, but in his bedroom, sweating beneath several layers of quilted blankets. He tried to sit up, but a firm hand on his chest kept him down. Raven raised his gaze and caught his breath, a lump rising in his throat. Elm. His cousin looked down at him. Auburn hair, a tousled mess, a smile teasing the corners of his mouth. Now who's the one who looks terrible? Raven started to laugh, but pain shot up his body, cutting it short. He put a hand to his side. He was shirtless, his entire abdomen wrapped in thickly padded linen. He sat up too fast. How long have I been asleep? 2 days. Is the deck? Has the mist? Elm's smile widened. He moved to Raven's bedroom window, drew back the curtains. See for yourself. Blue sky met the smudged glass. Raven's breath caught, sunlight pouring into his room. He'd never seen the world in that color before. Yellow, full of warmth, of promise. Beautiful, isn't it? Raven felt dizzy, hollowed out. Elm. His cousin raised his gaze. I'm sorry. Elm's smile dropped. What for? I should never have left you at Stone. Raven swallowed the lump in his throat. I knew how much you hated it there. And I left you. Elm had barely opened his mouth to answer before the door burst open. Jesper squealed, then hurtled toward Raven's bedside. Oh, thank the bloody trees! I thought I'd killed you! She put her hand on his forehead, grabbed at his bandages. Felix been to check on you. He said it was a miracle you didn't bleed to death. You're elbowing his windpipe, nitwit, Elm said, dragging her off. Imagine how humiliated you'd be to kill him after bragging to everyone under the sun about saving his life. That's rich, seeing as you've been twirling that new Providence card in everyone's face for 2 days straight. They bickered. An old, familiar song. Raven hardly heard it. His eyes were on another figure in the doorway. One who stood straight, with light in his gray eyes and warmth kissing his skin. Raven held out a hand. Come here, Emery. A crooked smile slid over the boy's mouth. He lunged for the bed, landing on Raven so hard it tossed the wind from his lungs. He groaned, mussing his brother's dark hair. You're better. I am. 3 taps of that new card and look. Emery reached out, pressing his bare palm against Raven's cheek. I can touch people. No visions, no magic. Blissful nothingness. Fit as a fucking fiddle. Jesper feigned a gasp. Emery, you can't talk that way in front of the king. Emery jumped from Raven's bed, curtsied with an invisible skirt, and bowed before Elm. Apologies, your holiness. It's highness, you little. Elm stopped short. Ione Hawthorne was passing the doorway, yellow hair tied over her shoulder in a white ribbon. She caught the doorframe, lingered at the threshold. I'm happy you're doing better, Raven. Her eyes moved over Jesper and Emery and Elm. Don't mind their teasing. They've been moping incessantly, waiting for you to wake. Elm slouched against the wall next to Ione.
curling a finger in her hair.
Moping, he said, is a firm exaggeration.
She smacked his hand away and continued down the corridor, but not before she tended Elm a lingering glance that, even half dead, Raven knew the meaning of. He waited for her to go before shooting his cousin a grin.
Well then.
Elm's teeth tugged at his bottom lip.
Shut up.
Emery and Jesper snickered behind their hands, cackling as Elm shoved them out of the room. He closed the door.
As much as I enjoy your brooding, guilty conscience, Raven, it's wasted on me. I was meant to stay at Stone. With Ione.
He stood straighter, pulled something out of his pocket.
This is the proof.
Raven stared down at it, a Providence card he'd never seen before. It was not one color, but 12, iridescent as stained glass. Depicted upon it was a man, with brilliant yellow eyes and a gold crown of twisting yew branches resting upon his head. Above him were 2 words. The Shepherd. Raven's eyes stung.
Where is he? Retrieving something at Stone. He'll be back soon.
Elm closed his fingers around the Shepherd card.
He asked that you not use this to heal your infection until after you've spoken with him.
Raven nodded. His eyelids began to droop. It hurt to stay awake.
You're going to be a great king, Elm. We all think so. Even Taxus. Who?
Raven shut his eyes. When he opened them again, it was night. Moonlight streamed through his bedroom window. The pain where Jasper had healed him was gone, but he was stiff all over. Raven sat up slowly, ran a hand over his face, and coughed, his mouth dry.
Here,
said a voice in the corner of his room. Raven's hand flew to his belt, which he was not wearing.
Trees! You might have said something sooner.
The nightmare handed him a cup of water. Raven drained it in 3 gulps.
What are you doing here? Waiting for you to wake. There is something I must show you. What is it?
The nightmare paused, the only noise between them the clenching and unclenching of his jaw. Then, slowly, his hand slid out from behind his back. In it, limned with burgundy velvet, was a nightmare card. Raven sat up. The nightmare bent his neck, observing the card in his hand.
The 12 cards that united the deck disappeared. The rest, scattered through blunder, remain. This is the only nightmare card left. It was hidden away at Stone, just as it had been in Tiernan Hawthorne's library.
He ran a curled finger over the velvet, heaved a sigh.
It's been a long time since I've touched a Providence card.
He closed his fingers around it and turned to the door, lingering at the threshold.
Will you follow me into the wood one last time, Raven, you?
It wasn't far. Raven could have walked the path blindfolded. When they got to the meadow behind Castle Yew, the Shepherd King's chamber was bathed in moonlight. Breeze caught yew tree branches, made them sway. Raven wondered if Tilly and the other children were there, just on the other side of the veil, watching for their father. Waiting, as they'd always done. Raven needed help into the chamber's window. He hissed out of breath, and the nightmare lent him his strength, pulling him up by the arm. They stood in darkness together, near the stone. Upon it rested the ancient adornments of Amory Percival Taxus and Brutus Rowan, gilded, blood-stained, 2 twisted crowns. The nightmare cast his gaze upward to the rotted-out ceiling and the yew tree above it.
Will you tell your family who they really are? Who they are descendants of? I don't know. Perhaps you worry they will see themselves differently. Perhaps.
The nightmare's laugh was a hum, a minor tune.
That is what Elspeth thought. That no one would care for her if they saw her for what she truly was. I do,
Raven said without pause.
I care for her. I know,
the nightmare murmured. He rolled his jaw as if it cost him something dear, telling Raven the truth.
I thought I was the father she deserved, that I could carry her through this terrible, violent world. I hadn't done it well with my own children. And when I woke in her young mind, the first thing I felt after 500 years of fury.
His voice softened.
was wonder, quiet and gentle. I remembered what it was to care for someone. She gave me that too.
The nightmare lowered his head, his spine hunching.
Elspeth will not heal if she touches the shepherd card.
Raven froze.
She has to. The 13th card will heal anyone who wishes to be healed of the infection, permanently, just as the maiden heals permanently. It will not be limited to one user at a time, nor will there be any ill effects for using it too long.
His jaw went hard, his words slipping through his lips.
But Elspeth's magic is strange. If she touches the shepherd card, she will absorb it. Every last barter, every payment I made, all 12 Providence cards.
He shook his head.
She will not be healed.
His words ripped into Raven. He bent, his breaths growing shallow. A cold hand slid over his shoulder. Raven was too tired to shake it away.
Please, have I not paid? Have I not lost pieces of myself following you into the wood? It was for her.
He looked up into those ancient yellow eyes, tears threatening his own.
Tell me the truth. Is there a way Elspeth and I will meet again on this side of the veil?
The answer was a cold, deafening silence. Raven squeezed his eyes shut and bit down so hard his jaw seized. He felt like he was back in the meadow, a knife in his side, bleeding out. Then, soft as a shifting breeze through yew branches, the nightmare answered.
Only one.
Raven opened his eyes. The nightmare stood before him like he had in his bedroom, hand extended, palm open, and the nightmare card therein.
Destroy it,
he whispered.
With the final nightmare card gone, my soul will disappear. Her degeneration will have nothing to cling to. She will return. And
his voice faded.
I will finally rest.
Raven reached for the nightmare card, hand shaking.
Destroy this,
and Elspeth returns.
Yes.
Something hot touched Raven's relief. You're telling me I've had the means to free her all this time? The nightmare grinned.
Yes.
You didn't... Why? He pinched his nose, swallowing fury. You make it so hard not to hate you.
I had my deck to collect, history to revisit and rewrite, a path to draw for you and the princeling, both of you kings in your own right.
The nightmare clung only a moment longer to his namesake card, then released it into Raven's hand.
And I was not yet ready to bid Elspeth goodbye.
Raven watched the monster closely. He didn't pretend to understand their connection. Elspeth and the Shepherd King. He knew it was deeply forged, ancient, terrifying magic.
But you're ready now.
The nightmare nodded.
She's clawed through hell with me.
His voice grew colder.
It's time to let her out.
Raven didn't move. The nightmare turned, his mouth a hard line.
Do it now. Don't you want to say goodbye? To you, stupid bird?
Raven crossed his arms over his chest. To her, parasite. Those yellow eyes flared, wicked, infinite. Raven held the nightmare card in a vice and quit the chamber, wincing over the windowsill.
Goodbye, Taxus. Be wary. Be clever. Be good.
He waited 10 minutes in the meadow, then tore the nightmare card in two. Chapter 50. Elspeth. Memories cloistered around me. Lullabies, riddles, rhymes. I know what I know. My secrets are deep, but long have I kept them, and long will they keep. What creature is he, with mask made of stone? Captain, highwayman, or beast yet unknown? Yellow girl, plain, unseen. The berry of Rowans is red, always red. You are young and not so bold. I am unflinching, 500 years old. The nightmare sat on the stone in the chamber, looking up through the rotted-out ceiling. The same place where a Maury Percival Taxis had once lived, bled, died.
"Here we are, my darling girl,"
he whispered to me.
"The end of all things, the last page of our story."
I tried to reach out for him like I used to, but it was me, not him, trapped in the darkness. This time, he reached for me.
"Just know that I am sorry, Elspeth."
His presence was a hand against my cheek.
"I was too long in the dark, and I am sorry for that too, for I dragged you in with me."
"It was well worth it," I said, "to unite the deck and lift the mist, to watch you right old wrongs. I'd do it all again, just to know you a little better, Taxis." He said nothing to that, reticent to accept, even now, that he was anything more than a monster.
"I don't know what it will be like to finally slip through the veil,"
he whispered.
"I hope it is as it was 11 years ago, when you freed me from the nightmare guard, Elspeth Spindle. Quiet, gentle, full of wonder."
It will be. It will be just like that. He unclenched his jaw and hauled in a breath. "I'll tell you a story," I whispered. "It always helped me sleep as a child." He nodded, folding his hands over his lap, and closed his eyes. "There once was a girl, clever and good, who tarried in shadow in the depths of the wood. There also was a king, a shepherd by his crook, who reigned over magic and wrote the old book. The two were together, so the two—" I couldn't go on.
"Elspeth."
"No, I'm not ready, not yet."
"Finish the story, dear one."
My voice shook. "The two were together.
Together.
So the two were the same."
"The girl?"
he whispered, honey and oil and silk. "The king." We said the final words together, our voices echoing, listless through the dark. A final note. An eternal farewell. And the monsters they became. Epilogue.
I have submitted to the chalice, the truth heralded for all of Blunder to hear. Hoth Rowan committed regicide, thus ending the reign of our king, Quercus Rowan, who was buried beneath his namesake tree at Stone. Upon solstice, when the mist did finally lift, Blunder began a new day. Our borders are open, the kingdoms and queendoms beyond the mist welcome to our home. To all infected who desire a cure, seek the shepherd card at Castle U. To any displaced, Stone is no longer a fortress, but a refuge. To those who wish to remain as they are, christened by the fever, gifted with old magic, you are safe. Let us not hold the old Book of Alders as our steadfast law. Rather, let us cherish it for what it is, Blunder's twisted tale. A book of time, written by a man who knew magic like his own name, and bent to its sway. But remember, though the mist is gone, the spirit of the wood remains, watching, measuring. To my kingdom, my Blunder, my land, be wary, be clever, be good. The King of Elms.
Castle U's bells chimed on spring equinox morning, a peal of jubilation. The houses of Blunder answered, and the ringing of bells echoed down the street deep into town. The clamor rose, the chimes high and low, near and far. They sounded so much louder now that the mist did not confine their noise. I wore my mother's red dress and tarried through the ruins behind the castle gardens. The meadow was beautiful, quilted in grass. I waited under a yew tree, for though I could no longer see the purple light from his mirror card, I knew Raven was near. He appeared next to me a moment later. "They're there," he said, tucking the mirror card Elm had gifted him from Stone's vault into his pocket. "All of them. Even Eris this time. Even Bennett. All of them with him." I nodded, and a tear fell down my cheek. Raven's calloused thumb brushed it away. He wrapped me back in a hug he'd been reluctant to break since the night he'd destroyed the nightmare card. "Time to go," he whispered into my hair. "He'll kill us if we're late." We gathered outside Hawthorne House's aged door. My aunt hugged me and danced on her toes, tears in her eyes. My half-sisters, Dimia and Naya, ran through the shrubs, followed by my young cousins, Lynn and Aldrich. My stepmother hissed at them to behave, but her voice was drowned out by John Thistle's booming laugh. My stern, severe father had told him a joke. When I caught his eye, he reached behind his back and offered me a blooming stem of yarrow. I put it in my hair. "You're meant to throw those after the ceremony," Raven said to Jesper, who was busy with her own flowers, strewing them first along Peter's, then Emery's collar. "Just dressing them up a bit," she replied, pinching her brother's cheek. "Handsome devils." Peter puffed his chest proudly, and Emery swatted Jesper away, muttering something about abject humiliation as he handed Philip Willow a handkerchief from his pocket. "Trees, Philip! It hasn't even begun yet and you're already blubbering." Ione wore a white dress and no shoes. Elm, the king, bore no crown upon his head, no adorned robes, just a plain black tunic. I could not prove it, but I was certain it was the same one he'd worn guised as a highwayman. Only now, the Shepherd King's sword christened his belt. When the ceremony began, Raven stood at Elm's side and I at Ione's. Raven's hands were clasped in front of him, unshaking. When he glanced my way, the corner of his mouth lifted as it often did. Only this time, he let his smile bloom until it took over his entire face. Thistle cried. My aunt cried. Moret and Finier, and even my uncle, who had been relegated to the back of the room, away from those of us who had not yet forgiven him for what had happened to me at Spindle House, shed tears. When Philip handed them their gold bands, Elm looked into Ione's eyes. 100 years, he said to her, as if she were the only one in the room. I'll love you for 100 years, and an eternity after. Ione didn't wait for him to slip the ring over her finger. She threw her arms around him, kissed him unabashedly, earning a jubilant shout from Emery and many more tears from the rest of us. When they stepped out of Hawthorne House arm in arm, King and Queen of Blunder, we threw yellow irises in the air. Irises from my mother, and yellow because, well, Elm had been particular about that. Ione caught my arm, hugged me tightly. Over her shoulder, Elm put his hand on the Shepherd King's hilt, winked at me. None of this might have happened without you, Elspeth, Ione whispered. And isn't that such a beautiful thing? We walked the forest road together. It seemed strangely poetic that I had once thought the world would end should my cousin Ione marry the heir to Blunder's throne. There was so much balance in everything that had happened since the last equinox. It was as if all of our lives, drawn in long, separate lines, had curved together. Curved so much that all of us had become interlocking circles. As if we had been destined together. Shepherded together. All the trees were in bloom. The forest filled with our voices as we walked into town. It was the same stretch of road I had, months ago, walked with Ione on my name day. The same place I'd met Raven and Elm for the first time. They'd been highwaymen then. And I'd changed since then, too. Laughter echoed through the trees, and sunlight caught the blooming wood, plants and thorns so much larger now that they were no longer guarded by mist. Someone would have to hack them back soon, lest the road be overrun by greenery. I hoped it did become overrun. I liked the wild parts of Blunder best. I felt at home in the untamed wood. A twig snapped to my left, and my gaze shot to the trees. And I must have been slow to understand, after a lifetime of gray mist, just how brilliant the sunlight was. Because for a moment, a fleeting, wonderful moment, I thought I saw him. Yellow eyes, peering at me through the trees. But it was only the sun, shining through a rotted-out log. Raven waited for me at the bend in the road. Thinking about the last time we were here? He said, offering me his hand. When you pummeled me to the ground? I pulled him close, stood on my toes, whispered into his lips. One of my fondest memories. He kissed me, fingers weaving into my hair. Mine too, Miss Spindle.
Raven had not tapped the shepherd card. He did not cure himself with Emery and Jesper and the others that came to Castle U. He'd used his magic to destroy the final scythe card. And though he had said it to me only in the quiet of our room, he did not wish to be cured. He, in his own small way, was still holding on to what had happened in the Alderwood, to his magic, his secret legacy, to Taxis. Which was why, when I looked back up the forest road, clenching and unclenching my jaw, click, 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 Raven didn't shy away from me. He knew as well as I did that the nightmare was gone. But Amory Percival Taxis had bled into me for so long that, somewhere in the dark, listless shore of my mind, he remained with me. For it was we who had drawn the circles. We who had shepherded the others toward their destinies. We who had rearranged the kingdom like trees in our very own wood. And though it had taken slow, painful time, I knew who I was without him. I was more than the girl, the king, and the monster of Blunder's dark, twisted tale. I was its author.